Chapter 51. Who attacked me? Feng Sihai fiercely pulled out the toothpick and roared loudly. However, in the depths of Feng Sihai's eyes, there is a trace of fear. Although his hard qigong cannot be invulnerable, even if an ordinary person has a sharp weapon, he may not be able to break through his hard qigong. But now a small toothpick actually stabbed directly into his arm, which surprised Feng Sihai a little. He didn't expect that there are masters hidden among these people. Everyone looked at each other. No one knew who moved the hand. Only Lin Tianhu looked at David in surprise, with admiration in his eyes. "It's me." David takes a step forward. "You." Feng Sihai looked at David and frowned slightly. David is only in his early 20s. How could a young man have such strength? "David, you don't be too arrogant. It's not him." Sonia was shocked and hurriedly brought David back. "Miss Su, Mr. Chen will be fine. You don't have to panic." Lin Tianhu stopped Sonia. "Boy, you have to pay the price of your life for showing off. Do you want to stand up for Lin Tianhu?" Feng Sihai asked in a cold voice. "Don't talk nonsense. If you want to do it, hurry up. I'm very busy." David said expressionlessly. At this time, David actually began to have a layer of light mist all over his body. This is the gathering of the surrounding aura, and then a hard protection is formed around David's body. Except for Sonia desperately calling for David to come back, no one is discouraging David. All these people wanted to see if David really had the ability to make Gu Wenyan respect him so much. Court death. A cold light flashed in Feng Sihai's eyes, and he rushed towards David in an instant. Feng Sihai's speed was very fast, like a flash of lightning reaching David in an instant, and then a fist as big as a sandbag swung towards David. At this time, David looked at Feng Sihai calmly. Facing the swift and violent punch, David seemed to have never heard of it. Seeing this, Sonia exclaimed, "No." But Feng Sihai didn't stop at all, and punched David's chest fiercely. But this punch is full of hundreds of pounds of power. Even a horse, I am afraid that under this punch, it will die. But the strange scene found that David's body, which was only more than 100 genes, did not move under this punch, but Feng Sihai's arms were strangely bent. The huge anti-vibration force caused Feng Sihai's arm to break directly, and the white bones of the forest penetrated the skin and were exposed. "What?" Feng Sihai cried out in pain, looking at his broken arm with disbelief. You can also harden qigong?" Feng Sihai asked with a twisted face. "No, a little, it's just fur." David sneered. However, no one would believe David's words. How could a hard qigong that even Feng Sihai couldn't break through? Sonia opened her mouth wide and saw that David was fine. Her eyes were full of surprises. At this moment, David was much taller in her eyes, and the love in her heart increased. "Who do you learn from? Why does my master, Yi Fengchuan's unique hard qigong, do you too?" Feng Sihai was a little puzzled. Who did David learn hard qigong from? "I have no sect, and I am not a hard qigong. The so-called hard qigong is just a trick to deceive people." David smiled lightly and punched Feng Sihai in the chest. Feng Sihai spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out. David is not a hard qigong. He is the method of cultivating immortals. Not to mention Feng Sihai's punch, even a bullet can't penetrate David's shield. Chapter 52. Feng Sihai looked at David in horror. The shock in his heart was beyond words. With David's punch, Feng Sihai found that his hard qigong was useless. "Brother, if you can leave your name as taboo, I will come back to Feng Sihai to ask for advice another day." Feng Sihai knew that he was not David's opponent, and there was no point in fighting. Feng Sihai would definitely withdraw first. "Feng Sihai, do you want to leave? Tell you, Mr. Chin is here today, and this is your burial place." Lin Tianhu looked at Feng Sihai proudly. Feng Sihai's expression changed, and he looked at David with fear. If David really killed him, he might not be able to leave today. "My name is David Chin. You can ask me for revenge at any time. If you don't agree, you can call your master." David knew what Feng Sihai meant and smiled coldly. "Mr. Chin, you can't let the tiger go back to the mountain." Seeing that David really wanted to let Feng Sihai go, Lin Tianhu immediately persuaded him. "I have my own measure, you step back." David frowned slightly. Seeing that David was going to be angry, Lin Tianhu was too frightened to speak any more, so he hurried back. Okay, I remember, the green hills are always there, the green water is always flowing, we will have a future. Feng Sihai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand towards his hand. Let's go. Feng Sihai took the people away, and there were only those people who attended the banquet left in the huge hall. Mr. Qin is really good at it, I really learned it today. Having such an ability at such a young age, Mr. Chen's future is immeasurable. Sure enough, a hero comes out of a boy. Everyone praised David. Gu Wenyan did not expect that David was able to exorcise ghosts and subdue demons, yet his martial arts was so strong, which made him pay more attention to David. Mr. Chen, forgive my ignorance, and I hope that Mr. Chen will not take offense. Tang Long came to David with a face full of shame and apologized. It's okay. David smiled slightly, but he didn't take it to heart. At this time, Reuben looked at David and couldn't help but smile. He now raised his hands in agreement with Sonia and David. You know Kung Fu, and you don't say anything in advance, I'll worry about you for a long time. Sonia pretended to be angry and walked in front of David, and then twisted David's arm. Hey, David frowned, showing great pain, it hurts. Sonia was stunned when she looked at David like that. I'm not exerting any strength. Why does it hurt? Sonia was a little panicked. I was injured by Feng Sihai just now, and I have been holding on, but you are still screwing me. David pretended to be in pain, and looked at Sonia with complaints in his eyes. Where is the injury? Let me see, show me quickly. I don't know. Sonia looked at David's body in a panic, and looked like she was about to cry. Everyone around could see that David was pretending, even Reuben could see it, but he didn't say anything, but looked at the two of them quietly. Only Sonia didn't realize that David was pretending because she was too concerned. Okay, as soon as you touch me, my injury is healed. David was about to cry when he saw Sonia, so he stopped making trouble with her. As soon as Sonia heard it, she immediately understood that she had been deceived. Okay, David, I'll kill you. Sonia raised a fist at David, and David ran away quickly. Seeing the two sparring, everyone laughed. Gu Wenyan patted Reuben on the shoulder. President Su, your Su family's future is limitless. Of course Reuben understood what Gu Wenyan meant, and quickly said modestly, we have to rely more on Gu to take care of him. I think it should be your Su family who will take care of me in the future. Gu Wenyan laughed loudly. Chapter 53. Pine Bay Hilltop Villa. After Barbara and Qin Baogua walked around, they were sitting in the living room to rest. They never dreamed that they could live in such a luxurious house. Although the house is only for them to live in temporarily, they are lucky enough. It seems that God is not mean to our family. David has just been released from prison, and he can meet a good girl like Sonia. I don't know how the two met. Barbara said with a contented face. I don't know, but looking at Miss Su, she is a kind girl. Chen Baogui used to be a civil servant, and he has seen a lot of people of all kinds, so he is very accurate. You said that people are so rich, what do you like about David? Barbara has always been a little worried in the depths of her heart. After all, their family and others are simply wrong. But just when Chen Baogua was about to speak, a man in a suit and leather shoes suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. The man suddenly broke in, causing Chen Baogua to be stunned for a moment. Let me answer you, in fact, Sonia is just playing with David casually. Do you really think that the dignified Miss Su will take a fancy to your David? Don't daydream, you two don't think about it, what does your David have? He's just a poor boy who graduated from an ordinary university and has been in prison. If it was your daughter who fell in love with this kind of person, would you agree? It's just that your family's David saved Sonia's father by mistake. So Sonia is so enthusiastic to repay her kindness. Do you really think the two of them will get married? I'm Sonia's real boyfriend, and we've known each other for many years. The Green family and the Bamboo horses are in the same household. I advise you to give up early. Don't you know the virtues of your son? After the man finished speaking, he sneered at Chen Baogua and Barbara, his eyes full of ridicule and disdain. After Barbara and Chen Baogua heard the man's words, their faces turned red and then white. but they were speechless to refute. After all, what they said was the truth. Their family was just an ordinary family, and David was just an ordinary family. People who have been in prison, who would want to marry their daughter to such a person. Seeing the reactions of Barbara and Chinbaugua, the man was very satisfied, and he took out a stack of money from his bag and threw it in front of the two of them. Take the money and move out of here quickly. If you wait for the time to drive you away, you don't blame me for being ruthless. After the man finished speaking, he turned around and left, then got into a sports car outside the courtyard and walked away, leaving only Barbara and Chinbaugua sitting there blankly. The two seemed to be knocked down from the sky to the mortal world at once, and returned to reality. After a while, Chinbaugua sighed heavily, got up and started to pack his things. They are not worthy of living here. Barbara's eyes were slightly red, and tears kept rolling in her eyes. Chinbaugua simply tidied up, stepped forward and patted Barbara on the shoulder lightly. Let's go, wait for David to come back, talk to him well, let him recognize the reality. He and Miss Sue are not the same after all. Chinbaugua and Barbara left and returned to their original house. Barbara, I heard that you followed David to live in a big villa. Why are you back? Just returned to the original house, a middle-aged woman asked curiously. Her Aunt Wang, isn't she used to living here, so she moved back? Barbara heard that the other party was her old neighbor Wang Changfeng, so she smiled awkwardly. This Wang Changfeng is also not easy. When the child is in her teens, her husband dies, and she has brought her daughter up by herself. It's good to move back, our old neighbors can still chat. David just got out of prison. How can there be such a good thing? Let him live in the big villa. Be careful not to let people use it. When the time comes, I will go in once. Life is ruined, Wang Changfeng said indifferently. Although the words are not good, but they do not have bad thoughts. They belong to the kind of knife-mouthed tofu-hearted. Understood, Barbara smiled and nodded. Chapter 54. In the Regal Hotel at this time, the banquet was over and everyone had already left. Gu Wenyan left David behind and said, Mr. Chen, you asked me to find the spirit pen and cinnabar, because it is true that the Taoist priest went out to ask for it. Doctor, it will take a while to come back. It's okay, you have been working hard, David said with a slight smile. My mother's eyes have been so long, I don't care about waiting a few more days. After all, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Mr. Chen, what are you talking about? In the future, as long as Mr. Chen is useful, just speak up, Gu Wenyan said boldly. After a few greetings, David planned to leave, but was stopped by Tang Long, and then Tang Long suddenly knelt down in front of David. Mr. Chen is talented and talented. I hope Mr. Chen can accept me as a disciple. Tang Long just saw David's strength and wanted to defeat David as his teacher. David grabbed Tang Long's shoulders and lifted Tang Long with a little force. With my little ability, how can I be qualified to be a master? You think too highly of me. David practiced Faju, and following Tang Long and the other warriors were not the same thing, so there was no way to teach him anything. Could it be that he had to be taught mentality? Mr. Chen? Tang Long, okay, since Mr. Chen said so, don't force it. Gu Wenyan stopped Tang Long. Although Gu Wenyan himself is not a warrior, but he also understands some of the things inside, how can he easily teach others his own skills? Seeing this, Tang Long could only step aside and stop talking. Brother Tang, if you have anything, we can communicate and be your master, but I absolutely don't have the qualifications. David smiled apologetically. Thank you, Mr. Chen, Tang Long said with joy on his face. When David left the hotel and returned to the Pinehurst villa, he found that his parents were not there. Taking out his mobile phone, David called his parents. When he learned that Chinbaugua and Barbara had returned to the original house, David hurried back. Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? Are you not used to living in Pine Bay? The air is better there and the environment is better, isn't it better than here? David asked in confusion. Chinbaugua glanced at David, didn't say anything, went straight into the bedroom, but Barbara sighed. David, you just got out of prison. Don't always think about getting rich overnight. Sonia is a good girl, but you can't take this as a threat because you saved someone's father's life. You are not the same people, and it is impossible for you to come together. In the future, you can find a job in a down-to-earth way, and don't think about anything. Mom, did someone say something to you? David frowned slightly. Don't worry about it, I said. You don't have to deal with Sonia anymore, and the house in Pine Bay is still given to others, and your dad and I will not go there either. I don't ask you to be rich, you just need to find a good share. Work, just marry a daughter-in-law and pass on the lineage. Barbara's tone was a little heavy, and it looked like she was angry. Seeing that his mother was angry, David didn't dare to say anything, so he could only nod his head. Mom, I'll listen to you. Over the years, my mother has cried and blinded her eyes for herself. I don't know how much she has suffered. David doesn't want to make his mother angry anymore. Seeing David being so happy, he agreed. Tang Hong said in a softer tone, I asked your father to contact your uncle Zhang, go see tomorrow, and see if he can help you find a job. Han has also graduated. I heard that he has found a good job and earns a lot of money. You two have known each other since childhood. Although Barbara can't see with her eyes, she has always been thinking about big and small things in her heart. Chapter 55. What to say if the two children agree? I have no opinion. After all, I also watched David grow up. It's not a problem for him to be imprisoned. At this time, Wang Changfeng walked in with a large bowl. This is the sauce I made myself, you can try it. Aunt Wang. When David saw Wang Changfeng walking in, he hurriedly reached out and took the bowl. Since David came to Horrendal when he was a teenager, he has been a neighbor with Wang Changfeng's family, so the two have a very good relationship. Aunt Wang, you are too polite, Henin's child. I have also grown up from childhood, sensible and beautiful. If our two families can really be a case, that would be great. Barbara got up and pulled Wang Changfeng to sit down together. Barbara, my family Henin really came to your house and I'm relieved. After all, I'm just such a daughter, and I have to count on her when I'm old, so I don't want her to marry away. I'll call Henin tonight, let her go home and let's have dinner together. Wang Changfeng said happily. It can be seen that she is also very satisfied with David. Okay, but I heard that Henin has found a good job and earns a lot of money. Barbara nodded happily. I earn a lot of money, but if I don't go home all day, it's hard for me to see her once. Wang Changfeng said, picked up the phone and called his daughter. Soon the call was connected, and Wang Henin's lazy voice came. Mom, why are you calling me at this hour? I'm still sleeping. You child, it's already afternoon. Why are you still sleeping? Don't you have to go to work? Wang Changfeng was stunned. Oh, I have to work overtime tonight, so take a nap in the afternoon. What's the matter? Wang Henin asked hurriedly. Oh, your brother David has been released from prison. I want to tell you to go home at night, and let's have a meal together. Wang Changfeng said. Mom, I don't have time, wait a few days, these 2 days are too busy. After speaking, Wang Henin hung up the phone. Wang Changfeng looked a little embarrassed listening to the busy tone on the phone. Aunt Wang, since Henin is too busy, let's change it another day. It's not worse than 1 or 2 days. Barbara was afraid that Wang Changfeng would be angry, and hurriedly persuaded her. Hey, now that the child is older, it's really not obedient at all. Wang Changfeng sighed. Wang Changfeng stayed at David's house until the evening, while David had nothing to do and planned to go out for a walk. At this moment, Lin Tianhu called and wanted to invite David to a meal. David was Lin Tianhu's boss at the scene. Of course, Lin Tianhu wanted to curry favor. Originally David wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, if he went home for dinner, Wang Changfeng was still at their house, and it was estimated that they would have dinner together. At the dinner table he would definitely nag him with his parents, so David said promised. Lin Tianhu wanted to pick up David, but David refused, took a taxi and headed towards the restaurant that Lin Tianhu said. In the past few years when David was imprisoned, Horrendal developed very fast. There are dozens of bars and KTVs in a small city. At night, the bright neon lights flashed, and the streets were full of handsome men and beautiful women. Just when David's taxi passed a Fengyue bar, he suddenly saw a familiar figure, dressed in beautiful clothes, walking into the bar with a few girls. Wang Henin. David frowned slightly. Calling in the afternoon, this Wang Henin also said that he worked overtime at night. Why did he suddenly appear in the bar? Could it be that this Wang Henin has been working in the bar? In order to find out, David stopped the taxi, and after paying the fare, He followed Wang Henin all the way in. Chapter 56. At this time, the lights in the bar are very lively, and the flashing lights make people feel dizzy. David saw that Wang Henin followed a few girls into the bar, and was taken directly behind by two waiters. When David wanted to follow him, he was stopped. "Sir, I'm sorry, this is our backstage, guests can't enter." David glanced inside and found that Wang Henin was no longer there, so he found a corner and sat down. He wanted to see what Wang Henin was doing here. Soon, Wang Henin and a few girls came out, but at this time, they were only wearing S3XY underwear, and a large amount of snow-white skin was exposed. Several people walked quickly to the stage in the middle of the bar, and in an instant, several strong lights hit a few girls, making the people in the bar instantly boil, shouting and whistling. Wang Henin and a few girls twisted their bodies, and it could be seen that Wang Henin's movements were still a little stiff, not as flexible as other girls, but Wang Henin was also twisting hard, trying to squeeze a smile on his face. Others could also see Wang Henin's jerkiness, and they all set their sights on Wang Henin, and some even picked up the money and threw it at Wang Henin. David frowned and looked at Wang Henin on the stage. He couldn't believe his eyes. He never imagined that Wang Henin, who had always been shy and well-behaved, would come to the bar and become a dancer. Looking at the money on the stage, Wang Henin kept bending over to pick it up, and then stuffed it into his chest. Under the stage, a group of men with red eyes were staring at Wang Henin's body, like hungry wolves. Seeing this, David got up and walked to the edge of the stage. After taking out a stack of banknotes, he threw them directly on the stage. There were thousands of dollars. Seeing that someone had lost so much money, Wang Henin immediately smiled. "Thank you, big brother." But when Wang Henin's eyes touched David's, Wang Henin's body shook slightly, and the expression on his face became obviously unnatural. Withdrawing his eyes hastily, Wang Henin pretended not to see David, bent down and hurriedly picked up all the money, and then still twisted on the stage, but there was no smile on his face. David's actions caused many people to look over, but after seeing David dressed in ordinary clothes and covered with street goods, all of them showed sarcastic smiles. "Dude, with your outfit, I'm afraid you won't be able to surpass 200 yuan, right? You can't control the little girl on this side, so let's go quickly. You can't earn a few thousand yuan a month, and you'll have to pay for it in a while. It's still on here." At this time, a middle-aged man patted David on the shoulder and said. David ignored him, but looked at Wang Henin with his eyes fixed. He couldn't understand, can a person really change so much in just 3 years? Wang Henin turned around, not facing David, but in the other direction, twisting vigorously, while the other girls on the stage came over. "Handsome man, let's get to know you." A dancer squatted down, stretched out her fair arm, and touched David's face. David is the favorite of these dancers. Even if you don't have much money, once you catch it, you can hand over your monthly salary obediently. David turned his head slightly and ducked, not letting the dancer touch him, and his eyes never left Wang Henin's body. "Beauty, let me meet you." There was a man on the side with a wicked smile, suddenly grabbed the dancer's hand, and suddenly pulled down. Chapter 57. The dancer didn't pay attention and was pulled off the stage. The men around were like hungry tigers rushing towards the dancer, touching them with their hands up and down. At this time, I want to come forward to take advantage of it and eat some tofu. "Fuck me away, do you want to die?" At this time, a woman wearing professional attire and heavy makeup came over and yelled, and behind the woman were 4 strong men with 5 big and 3 thick men. Seeing this, the men who were crazy just now scattered, and all ran back. "Sister Yen." The dancer who had just been dragged off the stage stood up and shouted to the woman with a look of grievance. At this time, the dancer's body was covered with traces of being touched, and even the underwear on her body was deformed by pulling. "Get off!" Sister Yen frowned slightly and yelled at the dancer. The dancer was terrified and hurried to the backstage. Sister Yen glanced around, and then looked at David, who was the only one standing on the edge of the stage. She didn't say anything, but said to Wang Henin on the stage, "Henin, come down." Hearing her calling, Wang Henin hurriedly stopped and walked off the stage. "Sister Yen, what's the matter?" The big boss is here, let you go and accompany you. Sister Yen said directly. I saw Wang Henin's body trembled slightly, with a very reluctant expression on his face, but he didn't dare to say anything, so he could only follow Sister Yen away. When passing by David, Wang Henin deliberately lowered his head and did not dare to look at David. Henin. As soon as David shot, he grabbed Wang Henin's arm. You know him? Seeing David holding Wang Henin, Sister Yen frowned slightly and asked Wang Henin. No, don't know. Wang Henin hurriedly shook his head, then looked at David and said, Who are you? Let me go, I still have to go to work. Wang Henin broke free from David and followed Sister Yen towards the backstage. That Sister Yen glared at David and left without saying anything. Henin, the big boss is very serious about you. You can't make trouble at this time, especially if you can't find a boyfriend. If you can follow the big boss, don't talk about your loan sharks. Don't worry, I will follow you in the future. On the way, Sister Yen said to Wang Henin. Wang Henin's face was not very good looking, but she still tried her best to squeeze out a smile. Sister Yen, how could the big boss like me, but the big boss takes great care of Yen's sister. Wang Henin didn't want to follow the big boss of this bar, a big bald fat man, looking a little disgusting, although she couldn't help it, she didn't want to degenerate to the point of being a mistress for others. I am old, and it will be the world of your young people from now on. As Sister Yen said, she looked at Wang Henin with envy and jealousy. In their line of business, age is capital. Once you get older, you will have no advantage at all. If you don't get swept out of the house, it's already very good. Soon, the two came to a large and luxurious office. After entering the door, a bald middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa with a bottle of red wine in front of him. Seeing the middle-aged man, Sister Yen bowed slightly and said, Boss, Henin is here. Well, haven't you received a guest? The middle-aged man asked. No, the boss explained it. How dare I not listen? Sister Yen hurriedly shook her head. Go out, the middle-aged man waved his hand. That Yen's sister backed out, not forgetting to wink at Wang Henin, and closed the door. Wang Henin's body trembled slightly, facing the big boss alone. Wang Henin was very scared. Chapter 58. Boss. Wang Henin shouted timidly. The middle-aged man looked up at Wang Henin, his eyes showed a bit of lust, and he grinned. Don't be nervous, I won't eat you, come and sit. The middle-aged man patted the sofa beside him. Although Wang Henin was very scared, he didn't dare not to listen, so he could only move over step by step and sat beside the middle-aged man. Looking at Wang Henin, who was fair-skinned and exuded a girly fragrance, the middle-aged man's eyes became more lustful. He picked up the red wine in front of him, poured 2 glasses, and handed it to Wang Henin. Come, have a drink with me. But I don't know how to drink. Wang Henin didn't dare to accept it. Once it is born and cooked twice, won't it be good after drinking it today? The middle-aged man's mouth raised slightly. Seeing this, Wang Henin could only take the wine glass, closed his eyes and drank all the red wine in his stomach. Seeing Wang Henin drinking, the middle-aged man laughed out loud. I heard Yenzi say that you owe a lot of usury? The middle-aged man asked. Wang Henin nodded. 1 million? 1 million? It's quite a lot, the middle-aged man said, took out a check, wrote 1 million directly on it, and pushed it in front of Wang Henin. Stay with me tonight, make me feel comfortable, this million is yours. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Henin with confidence. He has done this kind of thing not once or twice. Under the temptation of money, no girl can control it. This method has been tried and tested. Looking at the check in front of her, Wang Henin's breathing became rapid. This is 1 million. If she had this 1 million, she wouldn't have to be threatened by those who lend her money, and she wouldn't have to be a dancer in a bar all day. Every day I am worried, for fear of meeting an acquaintance. Wang Henin's heart was frantically entangled, and she slowly stretched out her hand, but she retracted it again. She knew that as long as she picked up this check, her life would be completely ruined. Although I am a dancer now, I still have a complete body. When I pay off the money, I can still find a boyfriend to marry. I am not sorry for the other party, But I really want to be someone else's mistress, even if I can find a trustee for my whole life in the future. The man, Wang Henin himself, will feel guilty for the rest of his life. At this time, she suddenly thought of David. She remembered that when she was a teenager, David protected her very much. At that time, Wang Henin always shouted that she wanted to marry David. Personally, there are fewer contacts. In addition, David has found Delia, a girlfriend, and he has reached the point of talking about marriage. Wang Henin has never contacted David. But who knows that the world is impermanent? David's marriage was not completed, but he was sent to prison. Wang Henin, who was still in college at the time, wanted to go to the prison to see David, but because he went to school, he has been unable to go. Today, when David saw her like this, Wang Henin was extremely distressed, and she was afraid that David would tell her mother about it. If that happened, her mother would not be angry. My father died early, and my mother raised her with hard work. If she was told that she was a dancer in a bar, she would definitely be mad. If she was someone else's mistress, I am afraid that her mother would definitely not recognize her as a daughter. Thinking of this, Wang Henin shook his head firmly. Boss, thank you for your love, but I don't have such thoughts. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Wang Henin to refuse, and was very surprised. You must know that he has tried this method many times, and no one has rejected him. Some girls jumped up with joy. In this society, money is paramount. Chapter 59. Is it because you don't have enough money? I can give you more, and I'm buying you a house. As a love nest for the two of us, you can do whatever you want, and I won't interfere too much in your private life. You only need to accompany me 4 or 5 times. My current body is not suitable for putting too much energy on women, which can earn more than you as a dancer, and you don't have to be eaten by those stinky men. Middle-aged men are still seducing Wang Henin slowly. Wang Henin has made up her mind. She can't be someone else's lover. She doesn't want to exchange her life for this short-lived comfort. When she looks at the bald man in front of her, she is disgusted. Boss, I really can't do it, you should find someone else. Wang Henin shook his head again. Seeing that Wang Henin was still rejecting him, the middle-aged man turned his face and said, When you come to me, do you still have a choice? There is no woman I can't get enough of. Seeing this, Wang Henin was so frightened that she got up in a hurry and wanted to run out, but just stood up. She felt the world was spinning and she was dizzy. Haha, you can't leave, you drank my wine, do you still want to leave? The middle-aged man laughed. Wang Henin's face turned pale. She wanted to scold, but she couldn't open her mouth anymore, seeing the middle-aged man getting more and more blurry. At the end, he fell on the sofa with a thud, and the whole person could not move, and gradually fell asleep. At the same time, in the bar lobby, Sister Yen was smoking a cigarette and looked at the young and beautiful dancers on the stage with envy. Once upon a time, I was so young and beautiful, and I was very beautiful on the stage, and I was also appreciated and cared for by the big boss. But now, she has become a pimp who finds a woman for the big boss. She doesn't know what will happen to her in a few years. Sister Yen, that Wang Henin has been spotted by the big boss, and now he is going to flourish. A waiter beside Sister Yen asked in a low voice. Of course, you should be careful when you meet that Wang Henin in the future, but don't provoke her, or you won't have any good fruit to eat. Sister Yen spit out a chimney. No, but Wang Henin's figure and skin are simply amazing if this makes me. Shut up, you don't want to live? With your virtue, even the woman of the big boss dares to think about it. Before the waiter could finish speaking, Sister Yen said angrily, Sister Yen, I'm talking nonsense. The waiter slapped himself twice in a hurry. Forget it this time. If there is another time, I will deduct your salary for 1 month. Sister Yen said sharply. Thank you, Sister Yen, thank you, Sister Yen. The waiter hurriedly thanked, stretched out his hand, and squeezed gently on Sister Yen's butt. Look at how dead you are. Sister Yen smiled and pulled the waiter away. Sister Yen is getting older, although the big boss doesn't like it, but none of the young and strong waiters in the bar can escape her palm. The two talked very quietly at any time, but they were still heard by David. Hearing that Wang Henin was found by the big boss, it was for this kind of thing, David's face was extremely cold. David got up and walked towards the backstage. As soon as he walked to the door, he was stopped by two waiters. Before the two could make a sound, David directly knocked the two people unconscious. Entering the backstage, David didn't know where Wang Henin was. There were rooms everywhere, and there was no way to find it, which made David anxious. Just when David was passing a bathroom, he suddenly heard a burst of gasping sounds. Chapter 60? What? I saw that in the compartment. Sister Yen was fighting with the waiter just now, and it seemed that it was just the beginning. When the waiter saw someone rushing in, just as he was about to shout, he was stunned by David's palm, and then grabbed Sister Yen's collar. Where did you take Henin? You fkyuking. Seeing that it was David, Sister Yen immediately yelled at her. But just as he spoke, David grabbed Sister Yen's neck, and Sister Yen suddenly felt difficulty breathing. Her face turned red, and there was fear in her eyes. Yes, in the office. Sister Yen said hurriedly. Take me there. David let go of Sister Yen. Seeing David's murderous face, Sister Yen didn't dare to play tricks. She could only lead the way in front. After bringing David to the office, David kicked the office door open with one kick. The loud noise shocked the middle-aged man. After David rushed in, he saw Wang Henin lying motionless on the sofa, while the bald middle-aged man was walking around Wang Henin with his hands. Court death. David's eyes were full of anger, and one strode forward, directly kicking the middle-aged man out. Henin. David took off his coat and put it on Wang Henin. Seeing that Wang Henin was unconscious, he knew that he must have been drugged, so a spiritual force was transported into Wang Henin's body. Wang Henin slowly opened his eyes, and after seeing David, he shouted in surprise, "Brother David!" Just shouting, Wang Henin fell asleep again. It seems that the effect of the drug is too heavy. The middle-aged man was kicked by David, and he lay on the ground, his whole face turned purple. Boss. Sister Yen hurried forward and helped the middle-aged man up. The middle-aged man glared at David. Boy, you dare to beat me. I think you are tired of living. Who are you? While the middle-aged man was roaring, four thugs in black suits heard the movement and rushed in. Boss, this guy may be Wang Henin's boyfriend. Sister Yen said to the middle-aged man. From David's attitude towards Wang Henin just now, and his angry expression now, what else could it be if it wasn't a boyfriend? I don't care who he is, kill him for me, dare to beat me, I will destroy you. When the middle-aged man saw his man rushing in, he immediately shouted loudly. Seeing this, the four thugs charged directly towards David. David put down Wang Henin, and didn't even look at the four thugs who rushed over. With a wave of his palm, the four thugs flew upside down and slammed heavily on the wall, unable to move one by one. Seeing that David was so powerful, the middle-aged man and Sister Yen were all dumbfounded, with a look of fear on their faces. David looked at the middle-aged man coldly. Scumbag like you, damn. What do you want to do? Seeing David's murderous eyes, the middle-aged man said tremblingly, I can tell you, this bar is covered by Tiger Lord. Do you know who Tiger is? Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, David's cell phone rang. It was Lin Tianhu who called David originally, but he never saw David coming, so Lin Tianhu called David to ask. Mr. Chen, where have you been? Lin Tianhu asked in a low voice. I'm at Fengyue Bar. Fengyue Bar? Lin Tianhu was taken aback. What is Mr. Chen doing at Fengyue Bar? Murder. The short words contained endless murderous aura, which made Lin Tianhu on the other side of the phone tremble with fright. Mr. Chen, Fengyue Bar belongs to Bald Li, and has been paying me the protection fee for Jiateng. I will take someone there right now, and I don't need Mr. Chen to do it himself. Lin Tianhu knew that if David could say the word murder, it must be Fengyue Bar that annoyed David. Okay. David replied with only one word, hung up the phone, and then sat quietly on the sofa and waited. Chapter 61. In the office, there was a dead silence. Sister Yen and the bar owner looked at the calm David, and had a bad premonition in their hearts. Boss, do you think that guy just spoke to Lord Tiger? Sister Yen asked the boss in a low voice. The bar owner didn't answer her, because he didn't know how to answer. The voice that came from the phone just now was very similar to Lin Tianhu's, But such a young man who didn't grow all his hair, and he was selling goods all over his clothes. Like some wealthy son, how could he know Lin Tianhu, and speak to Lin Tianhu in such a wild tone? Seeing that the boss didn't speak, Sister Yen on the side could only comfort herself. It is impossible for Lord Tiger to know such a person, he must be pretending, and the person on the phone just now can't be Lord Tiger, who would dare to use such a tone in Horrendal. Are you talking to Lord Tiger? After hearing this, the bar owner nodded slightly, agreeing with Sister Yan's point of view. Boy, don't pretend to be here, just rely on your virtue. How could Lord Tiger know you? You dare to pretend to be the name of Lord Tiger? This is a capital crime. The bar owner yelled at David. David just glanced at the bar owner slightly, sneered and ignored him. Boss, you give Tiger Lord a call. This kid is making trouble. Ask Tiger Lord to clean him up, just so you can know if it's Tiger on the phone just now. Sister Yen said to the bar owner. The bar owner nodded, took out his mobile phone and was about to call Lin Tianhu, but the phone did ring, and it was Lin Tianhu who was calling. The bar owner hurriedly connected. Master Tiger. Baldly, how the H3L did you provoke Mr. Chin? Now you wait for me, I'll be there right away. Don't open your phone bar. If you have the guts to run away, try it out and see me Lin Tianhu. Can I find you? The bar owner just got on the phone and called out Lord Tiger, and Lin Tianhu's furious voice came over, which frightened the bar owner to the point of being stupid. Now even if he doesn't want to believe it, the facts are already in front of him. It was indeed Lin Tianhu who had just spoken to David, and Lin Tianhu respectfully called David Mr. Chin. Snapped. The mobile phone in the bar owner's hand fell to the ground and shattered instantly. He looked at David like a fool, and finally knelt down with a thud. That Sister Yen was also full of horror, and fell to the ground together. Mr. Chen, I was wrong, I beg Mr. Chen to let me go. The bar owner desperately kowtowed to David. David ignored him and didn't even look at him. At this time, David was sending spiritual power to Wang Henin's body, so that Wang Henin could wake up. I don't know what drug this bar owner used for Wang Henin, but the effect of the drug is so strong, even David used his own spiritual power to waste a lot of time before Wang Henin slowly opened his eyes again. Brother David. Seeing David, Wang Henin shouted in shame. After all, being a dancer in a bar is not a glorious career. Henin, are you feeling better now? Let's go. David helped Wang Henin up from the sofa and said slowly. Well, Wang Henin nodded, but when she saw the bar owner and Sister Yen who were kneeling on the ground, she was stunned. She didn't understand why these two people knelt on the ground. Could it be because of David? Wang Henin looked at David puzzled. After all, in Wang Henin's eyes, David was just an ordinary person, and he was just an ordinary person who had been in prison. Let's go. David did not explain, but dragged Wang Henin out. Chapter 62. In the lobby of the bar, Lin Tianhu had already brought people here and drove all the guests out. All the staff in the bar were surrounded by the corner and squatted on the ground. Wang Henin saw so many people, and they were all holding weapons, and his face was pale for a while, and one hand was tightly grasping David's arm, trembling slightly. Don't be afraid, David comforted Wang Henin softly. Seeing David coming out, Lin Tianhu was about to step forward to speak, but was stopped by David with his eyes. David didn't want Wang Henin to know that he knew Lin Tianhu. After all, Lin Tianhu is not a good person in the eyes of ordinary people. If he let his parents know that he was with Lin Tianhu, he would be very angry. Lin Tianhu instantly understood the meaning in David's eyes, and after a wave of his hand, the person guarding the bar's door immediately got out of the way. David took Wang Henin and walked out under the watchful eyes of dozens of people. As soon as the two walked out of the bar, they heard screams and smashing sounds coming from the bar. After stopping a taxi, David took Wang Henin home. On the way back, Wang Henin looked at David and tried to open his mouth to explain something several times, but every time he couldn't say anything. Why did you come back to work in a place like this? David was the first to speak. Wang Henin lowered her head, rubbed her hands together, bit her lip, and said after a while, Brother David, can you not tell my mother? If you let her know, she will be pissed off. David nodded. Wang Henin sorted out his emotions and then continued, I owe 1,000,000 loan sharks now. If I don't go to work in that kind of place, there is no way to repay the money. If I can't pay it, they will come to me. Mom wants to. Wang Henin said, tears fell down. Why do you owe so much money? David frowned slightly. Wang Henin's family is not very good, so Wang Henin has been very frugal since he was a child, and he never spends money indiscriminately. How could he suddenly owe so much money? When David asked this, Wang Henin cried even more, crying and saying, when I was in college, I met a boyfriend who was 2 years older than me and was my senior. I needed money, so I used my identity to borrow a usury loan, but who knows that after borrowing the money, I will never be able to contact him again. After Wang Henin finished speaking, David instantly understood that she was deceived by the so-called boyfriend. At this moment, the taxi driver sighed. Hey, now this little girl is too simple, too easy to trust people. 1 million is not a small amount. I heard about a little girl 2 days ago. Because of loan sharks, I jumped into a river and committed suicide. Henin, don't cry, I'll help you find a way for this million. David patted Wang Henin's shoulder gently. Wang Henin raised his head and looked at David gratefully. Brother David, I know you have just been released from prison, you don't even have a job, whereas there's so much money, just don't tell my mother, I'll find a way myself, you don't worry, I won't do stupid things. If I leave, my mother will definitely not be able to live. David smiled slightly and didn't say anything, but Wang Henin would definitely help deal with this $1 million usury. Now he still has the card given by Ruben, and there is still 10 million in it. Even if he spends more money, David can follow Lin Tianhu to ask for it. After all, the entire Jiatang is now his own. After returning to the community, the taxi driver did not accept the money from David and the others, but looked at Wang Henin with a smile on his face and said, little girl, if you want to open up, the big things can pass. After speaking, the taxi driver kicked the accelerator and left. Looking at the back of the taxi, David sighed, there are still many good people in this world. Chapter 63. David brought Wang Henin home and found that Wang Changfeng was still chatting with his parents at his own house. Originally, David wanted Wang Henin to stabilize his emotions and then went home, but this time he was discovered directly. Seeing David and Wang Henin go home together, Wang Changfeng and Chen Baoguo were all stunned. Only Barbara couldn't see it, and there was no change in expression, but said lightly, David, are you back? Why is that? Come back late. Chen Baoguo, who was on the side, pulled Barbara's arm. David and Henin are together, they came back together. When he said this, Chen Baoguo's face was full of smiles. When Barbara heard it, she immediately smiled and said, David, you child, you can go to Henin, just tell us directly, and go secretly by yourself. Do you want to surprise us? David was speechless for a while and wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain it. At this time, only Wang Changfeng found that Wang Henin's face was wrong, and he had cried, so he frowned slightly and said, Henin, aren't you going to work overtime? And why did you cry? You still smell of alcohol. Wang Changfeng's series of questions made Wang Henin panic, not knowing how to answer. Aunt Wang, Henin didn't work overtime. She went to drink with her colleagues. As a result, those people kept drinking her. I found out and brought Henin back. David hurriedly made up a lie. Upon hearing this, Wang Changfeng hurriedly got up and looked at Wang Henin's body, her eyes full of concern. What kind of colleagues are you? Knowing that you don't know how to drink, it's too much to drink you. Seeing her mother being so nervous about herself, Wang Henin couldn't bear it any longer, hugged Wang Changfeng and cried again. Wang Changfeng comforted Wang Henin. Henin, if the work is not happy, we will not do it. What a broken colleague. Wang Changfeng thought that Wang Henin was being bullied by his colleagues and felt aggrieved. After all, Wang Henin has not worked for a long time. He is a newcomer, and many companies bully newcomers. Yes, Henin, don't cry. If it's a big deal, we'll quit. Tomorrow, your Uncle Chen will go to the trustee to find a job for David, and ask him to help you ask. We're college students, and we're afraid we won't have a job. Barbara also hurriedly persuaded Wang Henin. Tomorrow I will ask together, it should be no problem after all, this person is my old comrade in arms. Chen Baoguo also spoke up. The more several people persuaded Wang Henin, the more sad Wang Henin cried. Only David himself knew why Wang Henin was crying. Wang Changfeng had no choice but to take Wang Henin home. David, you should go to bed earlier too. I will take you to your uncle's son's house tomorrow and ask him to find a job for you. By the way, I also asked Henin, this child is really suffering, Barbara sighed. You can't bully Henin in the future, be nice to others. The uncle's son mentioned by Barbara is Chen Baogua's comrade-in-arms Sun Fuhai. After he was discharged from the army, Chen Baogua became a civil servant in politics, while Sun Fuhai went to sea with the retirement allowance to do business. Mamai. Okay, go to sleep. Barbara didn't listen to David's words and left. David was a little helpless. He always took Wang Henin as his sister, and he didn't have that kind of relationship between men and women. Now he doesn't know how to tell his parents. After shaking his head helplessly, David also went back to his room to sleep. Pine Bay couldn't go there for a short time. He was afraid that his parents would get angry. Early the next morning, Barbara shouted, David, get up quickly, dress better, don't be sloppy, your uncle's son specially asked for a day off for us. Got it? David opened his eyes and said. After a simple breakfast, the three of them hurried out the door, took a taxi, and headed for Sun Fuhai's house. Chapter 64. Sun Fuhai's family lives in a relatively well-known Phoenix Manor community in Horrendal. The average price of a house here is more than 10,000. A house can easily cost more than 1 million. It is not something that ordinary people in a small place like Horrendal can afford. David, when you get to the place, be sweet and polite. After all, we are asking for help. In your situation, it is difficult to find a job. No company is willing to find someone who has been in prison. You should pay more attention to yourself. In the car, Barbara kept telling David, for fear that David made a mistake. Okay, don't say a few words. What's wrong with being in jail? Is it okay to think that your character is not good after being in prison? I have followed Fu Hai's affection for many years. This is definitely no problem. Chen Baogua turned his head from the co-pilot and said to Barbara. He was afraid that Barbara's nagging would upset David, especially when he mentioned the matter of going to jail. After all, it was enough for David to go to jail. You two are so affectionate. Why haven't you seen him come to see you in the past few years? Don't you know how we've lived in the past few years? Barbara was a little unhappy. David has been in prison for the past few years, and their family's life has plummeted, but Sun Fuhai has not been seen once. Okay, don't blame Fuhai. I didn't tell the situation of our house, and he didn't know the address of our house, how to see it. I didn't jump on him. There is no such person as Sun Fuhai now. Chen Baogua is a relatively strong person, and he was a squad leader back then, so he is like this now, and I am embarrassed to tell my comrades in arms. If it weren't for David's job search, he would not have come to beg Sun Fuhai. Mom, it's not that you don't know my dad's temperament. I will pay attention to it when I get there. When I earn money from work, our family will be better. David said to Barbara. Now David has 10 million in his pocket, but he can't tell his parents. After all, the money can't be explained. If he tells the truth, his parents won't believe it. After all, his 3 years in prison is too legendary. At this time, in a 2-story villa in Phoenix Manor, Sun Fuhai, who was in his 50s, was wearing a very old military uniform and was sorting out in front of the mirror. On the sofa, a girl in her early 20s looks pretty good, with a tall body, wearing plaid pajamas, and half lying on the sofa playing with her mobile phone. Dad, what are you smoking? The broken military uniform from many years ago, and you still wear it. The girl glanced at Sun Fuhai and said, This girl is Sun Xiaoming, the only daughter of Sun Fuhai. Your dad is going to see an old comrade in arms, so he took it out and put it on, but his belly is too big, and the clothes don't fit. A middle-aged woman came out of the kitchen with a plate of fruit. The woman was wearing a black dress with a white shirt inside, a pair of flesh-colored stockings and high-heeled shoes, obviously a professional white-collar dress, and light makeup. The age looks very young. This woman is Sun Fuhai's wife, Li Fengxia, who works as a sales manager in her own company. Old Sun, who is this comrade in arms? I heard that several of your comrades in arms are well developed. You walk around a bit more and let them help. Maybe our company will be able to tide over the difficulties. Otherwise, it will be bankrupt after a period of resistance. Li Fengxia put down the fruit and asked Sun Fuhai worriedly. Don't worry about it, this time it's our old monitor who came to the house. We haven't seen each other for a few years, so please be polite to me. Sun Fuhai said to Li Fengxia impatiently. Old squad leader? Then maybe it's already well developed by now. I remember you mentioned it before and saved your life. Later, after being discharged from the army, you entered politics. Li Fengxia continued to ask. Chapter 65. Well, it's just that I haven't been in touch in recent years, I don't know what's going on. Sun Fuhai nodded. Maybe I've already become a high-ranking official now, I'll be here in a while, you can talk about the past. Li Fengxia looked excited, then looked at Sun Xiaoming on the sofa and said, Go and change your clothes, there will be guests at home, what are you doing like this? And your father, the old class leader, has a son, and when the time comes, everyone will come together, maybe. Oh, Mom, stop talking, I have a boyfriend now, and it's not like you don't know, it's really annoying. Sun Xiaoming stood up from the sofa and walked towards the bedroom impatiently. You girl, I'm not doing it for you, then Cui Ziyuan is just a company sales manager, and the second-generation official came here, can it be the same? Li Fengxia shouted from behind. Sun Xiaoming didn't say anything, but after entering the bedroom, she closed the door with force. This child is so disobedient, Li Fengxia muttered, and then said to Sun Fuhai, Old son, I'm going to wash some fruit, you remember to call to book a hotel, it's better, let's have dinner together at noon. Okay. Sun Fuhai nodded. Soon, David's family arrived. After ringing the doorbell, Sun Fuhai hurried to open the door. When Qin Baogua and Sun Fuhai met, both of them were stunned for a moment, and then hugged heavily. Old squad leader, I miss you so much. You have changed so much over the years, and your hair has turned a lot white. Sun Fuhai laughed. Your kid has also gained weight. With your current body shape, you still dare to wear a military uniform. Chen Baogua laughed and punched Sun Fuhai. Sun Fuhai put his eyes on Barbara and David. When he saw that Barbara had open eyes, but his eyes were dull, as if he couldn't see anything, he was stunned for a moment. Seeing this, Chen Baogua hurriedly introduced, This is my wife, Barbara, who fell ill a few years ago and lost her eyesight. Sun Fuhai hurriedly said to Barbara, Hello, sister-in-law, hurry up and sit in the room. Barbara smiled and nodded again and again. Okay, I often hear Lao Chen mention your things at home. If I didn't have the old monitor back then, I would have been reincarnated now. Sun Fuhai quickly helped Barbara into the door. Uncle Sun, let me come. David stepped forward and supported Barbara. This is my son David, Chen Baogua said. Well, a talented person, the same as your father back then. Sun Fuhai glanced at David and said with a smile. David followed with a smile. Sun Fuhai gave him a good impression, and the smile on his face was sincere and not contrived. But no one noticed that after Sun Fuhai's words, both Chen Baogua and Barbara's expressions changed slightly, but it was only fleeting. Old son, is the old monitor here? Li Fengxia came out of the kitchen with another large plate of fruit and hurriedly greeted her. Old monitor, this is my wife Li Fengxia. Sun Fuhai followed Chen Baogua's introduction. Hello brother and sister. Chen Baogua smiled slightly. Li Fengxia was stunned for a moment. She found that Chen Baogua was wearing ordinary clothes and gray hair, and she did not have the majesty of a high-ranking official. Looking at Barbara who followed David, they were all plain and simple, just an ordinary person. Is it all so simple to be a high-ranking official now? Li Fengxia muttered in her heart. What are you stunned for? The old monitor is talking to you. Sun Fuhai saw that Li Fengxia was stunned, so he pulled a hand and said, Oh, hello brother, hello sister-in-law, sit down, I'll wash the fruit for you. Li Fengxia reacted and hurriedly greeted her with a smile. Chapter 66. Chen Baogua's family sat down on the sofa. Sun Fuhai hurriedly poured tea and water, and he didn't forget to shout to the bedroom. Xiaoming, you Uncle Chen and the others are here, come out quickly. Fuhai, don't be so polite. We're embarrassed to disturb us all of a sudden. Chen Baogua felt very embarrassed when he saw that Sun Fuhai was so enthusiastic. Old monitor, what's so embarrassing about this? We haven't seen each other for many years. When you come to me, just treat it as your own home. I'll book a hotel at noon, and we'll have a good drink. Sun Fu said while pouring tea for Chen Baogua by the sea. At this time, Sun Xiaoming came out, changed into a sportswear, with a hanging tail, looking very youthful and energetic. Sun Xiaoming glanced and set her eyes on David. She found that David was all over the street, and he looked very dirty. Xiaoming, don't call Uncle Chen. Sun Fuhai said to Sun Xiaoming. Hello, Uncle Chen. Sun Xiaoming called out absent-mindedly. The whole person didn't seem to care, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. You child how? Seeing Sun Xiaoming's attitude, Sun Fuhai was about to get angry, but was stopped by Chen Baogua. Okay. Chen Baogua hurriedly stopped Sun Fuhai and nodded to Sun Xiaoming with a smile on his face. The two families sat down and chatted together, and it was obvious that Sun Xiaoming was a little uncomfortable. Brother Chen, I heard my old grandson say that after you retired from the army, you entered politics. After so many years, you should be all bureau-level cadres now, right? Li Fengxia asked Chen Baogua. When Li Fengxia asked, Chen Baogua blushed and smiled awkwardly. No, I've already retired. How old are you to retire? Is it too early? Li Fengxia said in shock. Okay, there's so much nonsense. If you ask questions, check your household registration. Sun Fuhai glared at Li Fengxia. In fact, as soon as Chen Baogua and the others entered the door, Sun Fuhai noticed that something was wrong. He opened a company and dealt with various officials all year round. Chen Baogua doesn't have that kind of official spirit at all. It's just that he didn't point it out, because he knew that his wife was a snob. If he knew that Chen Baogua's family were ordinary people, he would have turned his face on the spot. I just asked casually, just curious, what are you anxious about? Li Fengxia rolled her eyes at Sun Fuhai, and then continued to face Chen Baogua. Brother Chen, at what level did you retire? Seeing Li Fengxia's questioning, Chen Baogua knew that he couldn't hide it, not to mention that he was asking for help, so he didn't need to hide anything, so he smiled awkwardly and said, I was fired. Chen Baogua told everything about his experiences in the past few years. At this time, Chen Baogua didn't think about what to lose. His face was worthless to him now. When Li Fengxia finished listening, the smile on her face disappeared immediately, and she rolled her eyes. On the other hand, Sun Fuhai looked shocked. Old monitor, why didn't you inform me that you've had such a hard time all these years? It's all over, and now David has come out. I don't think I want to ask you a favor to see if I can find him a job. It's okay to be a little bit tired. Chen Baogua asked humbly. Re-education prisoners. Which company dares to ask for it now? Sun Fuhai hadn't spoken yet, but Li Fengxia pouted. Now Li Fengxia's attitude is completely different from the beginning. Sun Fuhai also frowned slightly, and his expression became a little dignified. Chen Baogua said hurriedly, if it's embarrassing, I'll let him go to the construction site to find a job. Chapter 67. Old Squad Leader. To tell you the truth, my company is encountering some difficulties now. If I can't get over it, I'm afraid that I will go bankrupt, and recruiting David will also delay him. Sun Fuhai sighed and said. When Chen Baogua heard this, he immediately said embarrassedly, Fuhai, I'm really causing you trouble. Don't worry about David's work. What happened to your company? What happened? Can you solve it? Li Fengxia sneered. Chen Baogua blushed with embarrassment. Shut up. Sun Fuhai gave Li Fengxia a stern look, and then said apologetically, Old Squad Leader, don't pay attention to these women. My company has some business dealings with Fuyao Decoration, and the result is the payment for the goods. They have detained them and won't give it, and now the capital chain is broken. I'm afraid it won't last long. But about David's work, I asked Xiaoming to go to their company to ask. Their company is a group company, and the benefits are good. Let David go first and slowly start from the bottom. Dad, I'm just a salesman. How can I have any skills? Don't make trouble for me. As soon as Sun Fuhai's voice fell, Sun Xiaoming said unhappily, You don't have the skills. Isn't that Cui Ziyuan a sales manager? Can't he recruit an employee even as a manager? Sun Fuhai asked. Okay, that's it. If that Cui Ziyuan doesn't even have the ability, I don't think you two are suitable. Without waiting for Sun Xiaoming to speak, Sun Fuhai directly threatened Sun Xiaoming. When Sun Xiaoming heard this, she stopped talking and could only pout angrily. Old Sun, Xiaoming lost a lot of energy when she entered that company. Aren't you causing trouble for your child? Besides, it's a large group company. Can prisoners of labor reform enter? Li Fengxia glanced at David, and then very much it was dissatisfied and said to Sun Fuhai. David was very uncomfortable listening to Li Fengxia, one prisoner of labor reform, but Sun Fuhai was a good person, and David couldn't get angry. Dad, I'm putting the ugly word up front. I'm only responsible for bringing it in. It's up to me if I can get an interview or not. Sun Xiaoming rolled her eyes, got up and left, and went back to the bedroom. Old squad leader, this girl has such a temperament, don't take offense. Sun Fuhai explained to Chen Baogua a little embarrassedly. Chen Baogua gave a wry smile. He has reached this point, what else can he blame? Fuhai, I'm sorry to bother you, I still have something to do, so I won't bother. Chen Baogua knew that there was no point in staying any longer, and he couldn't cause conflicts in other people's families. Old monitor, I have already booked the hotel, let's have a meal together. Sun Fuhai said hurriedly. No, you have time. Chen Baogua waved his hand. David also helped Barbara to stand up. Sun Fuhai also knew that the attitude of his wife and daughter was indeed uncomfortable, but he had no choice but to smile apologetically. When I have time, I will have a drink with the old monitor alone. Sun Fuhai sent Chen Baogua's family out, but Li Fengxia had been sitting on the sofa without moving. Uncle Sun, what's the name of the company that owes you money? After walking out of the door, David asked Sun Fuhai. It's called Fuyao Decoration. Does the eldest nephew know anyone there? Sun Fuhai asked suspiciously. David shook his head. No, but I'll try and ask for the account for Uncle Sun. Eldest nephew, Uncle Sun has taken your heart. You finally got out of it. We can't do anything illegal. Be filial to your parents, and don't worry about my affairs. Sun Fuhai thought that David was going to violently ask for the account. After all, David just got out of prison, maybe he knew some gangsters and the like. Chapter 68. David smiled. Uncle Sun, don't worry, I won't be doing stupid things. Sun Fuhai smiled and patted David's shoulder. If you have this heart, Uncle will be happy. Leaving Sun Fuhai's house, Chen Baogua sighed slightly. David, your Uncle Sun is a good man. If you find a job tomorrow, work hard and don't let people look down on you. It can be seen that Chen Baogua was very angry with Sun Fuhai's wife and daughter, but there is no way to do it. Whoever makes himself incompetent has to ask others. Well, I see, David nodded. What about Henin's child? In this situation today, I don't dare to ask for it. Barbara said a little depressed. Originally agreed to help Wang Henin find a job together, but now I didn't mention it to Wang Henin. When Chen Baogua heard this, he lit a cigarette and lowered his head without saying a word. He didn't know how to follow Wang Changfeng. Mom, Dad, don't worry about it, I'll find a way for Henin's work. If I can enter the company, I can bring her in. Seeing this, David comforted his parents. That's the only way. Chen Baogua nodded. He stopped a taxi and headed home. David sat in the car and sent a message to Lin Tianhu, telling him about Sun Fuhai and asking Lin Tianhu to go to Fuyao Decoration to get the money back. After explaining, David put away his phone, closed his eyes slightly and rested. Soon, David and the others returned to the gate of the community. At this time, Wang Henin was walking back and forth at the gate, as if there was something urgent. Henin, what are you doing here? Seeing Wang Henin at the door, David asked strangely. Brother David, Wang Henin was about to say something when he saw that Chen Baogua and Barbara also got out of the car, so he closed his mouth. When Chen Baogua saw Wang Henin at the door, he thought he was waiting for them to ask about work, so he blushed and said to David, David, talk to Henin, I'll go home with your mother first. Chen Baogua didn't know how to explain it to Wang Henin. After all, as an elder, he promised himself yesterday, but he did nothing today. When Chen Baogua and Barbara left, David asked Wang Henin, Henin, is something wrong? Brother David, I'm afraid those loan sharks will come to me, I'm afraid my mother will find out. With tears in her eyes, Wang Henin said anxiously to David, Don't be afraid, Henin, I'm here. they're here, I'll handle it for you. David patted Wang Henin gently and said comfortingly, Brother David? You don't fight, I don't want you to be caught for me. Wang Henin can only rely on David now, but she doesn't want David to fight over her business. Don't worry, I won't fight. David smiled slightly. Just when David was talking to Wang Henin, suddenly an off-road vehicle stopped in front of them, and got out of the car 4 big and 3 thick men. One of them was wearing a big gold chain, with a short head and a fierce look on his face. When Wang Henin saw these people, he was so frightened that he immediately hid behind David. Little girl, how is the money prepared? If you don't pay back the money today, I will move the things from your house. The guy with the gold chain asked Wang Henin. I don't have any money, can I have a grace period for a few days? Wang Henin asked timidly. No, not even for a day. If you don't have anything valuable at home, then you can come with me. Seeing that you are very handsome, you can still be worth a lot of money. After the guy with the golden chain finished speaking, he grabbed Wang Henin directly, ignoring the existence of David. Chapter 69. But just as the guy stretched out his hand, David grabbed it. I'll give you the money she owes you, don't do it. David said lightly to the guy with the golden chain. You give it. The guy looked at David up and down, saw David dressed in ordinary clothes, and his body was no more than 200 and sneered, Do you know how much she owes us? 1 million, David said. 1 million is not enough. The guy with the golden chain snorted coldly. How can it not be enough? You told me last week that as long as I pay back 1 million? Upon hearing this, Wang Henin hurriedly asked loudly. Last week was last week. Don't I need interest on my money? Now it's 1.3 million, not a penny less. The guy with the gold chain raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said contemptuously. When Wang Henin heard it, the whole person was stunned. This week, the price has risen by 300,000. Even if he is a money-printing machine, he is afraid that he will not be able to repay the loan shark. Okay, 1.3 million I'll give you. David said lightly. Seeing David's answer so happily, the guy was stunned for a moment, and even Wang Henin's eyes were wide open, looking at David in disbelief. Brother David, where do you have so much money? Wang Henin knew that David couldn't have so much money. He just got out of prison a few days ago and he didn't have a job. How could he have more than 1 million? The guy with the golden chain heard what Wang Henin said and immediately looked at David fiercely and said, Boy, are you sure you have money? If you dare to play with me, you should know the consequences, right? With that said, the guy took out a dagger and gently scratched his chin. Seeing the other party take out the dagger, Wang Henin's face turned even paler with fright, and he hid behind David tightly. I told you to give it to you, and I will give it to you. Just go to the bank with me to withdraw money. David's face was calm, without the slightest panic. The guy with the golden chain saw that David was so calm, and couldn't help but flash a hint of admiration in his eyes and said, Okay, seeing as you are also a guy, I will believe you and go to the bank with you. After the guy with the gold chain finished speaking, he stepped aside to move out of the way. After a glance, a younger brother immediately opened the car door. Let's go, get in the car. The guy with the gold chain shook his head. Henin, go home, don't tell your mother and my parents, I'll be back in a while. David turned around and said softly to Wang Henin. Brother David. Wang Henin took David's arm with worry in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll be fine. David smiled slightly, then turned and walked towards the car. Looking at the car leaving, Wang Henin burst into tears. She didn't know what would happen after David was taken away. Soon, the car took David to the door of a bank. Remember, don't play tricks on me, we'll be waiting for you outside. The guy with the golden chain threatened David. David ignored him and walked straight into the bank. At this time, many people in the bank lobby were doing business, and David could only wait in line at the back. Sir, if you want to withdraw money, you can go to the ATM so you don't have to queue. A staff member of the bank said very politely to David. I withdraw a lot of money, and the ATM can't get it out. David smiled politely. Sir, how much do you withdraw? The staff asked. More than 1 million. As soon as David's voice fell, Many people in the queue in front of him instantly turned to look at him. After all, more than 1 million is not a small number. Chapter 70. David. At this time, in the front team, a fashionably dressed, a bit coquettishly dressed woman shouted at David. The woman also wore a big sunglasses, covering half of her face. "Who are you?" David frowned slightly and looked at the woman. "It's me, Li Dongmei." The woman took off her sunglasses. David suddenly realized, "It turned out to be you, I don't even recognize it." Li Dongmei was a classmate of David in middle school, and the two of them were still at the same table. Back then, Li Dongmei was sloppy, but not as fashionable as it is now. Li Dongmei glanced at David and then said with a bit of sneer in her eyes, "I heard that you are in prison. When did you come out?" In this kind of public place, the matter of going to jail is even mentioned directly, obviously to make David embarrassed. When the two of them were at the same table, this Li Dongmei also wrote a love letter to David. After all, David's father was in politics at that time, and his family was not bad. Many girls liked David. It's just that David didn't pay much attention to Li Dongmei at all, because Li Dongmei at that time was not outstanding at all. "Just a few days after I came out?" David smiled lightly and answered truthfully. "As soon as I came out, I came to withdraw more than 1 million? It's really rich." Li Dongmei sneered. David just smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "When did you come to Horrendal? I heard that you won't go to school after graduating from junior high school?" "Yes, I didn't go to school after graduating from junior high school, but now I'm much better than your college graduate," Li Dongmei said, pointing to a fat middle-aged man sitting on a chair beside him. The person said, "That's my boyfriend, the owner of a company with tens of millions of assets. I'm going to apply for a car today, and the money will be under my control in the future." Li Dongmei looked smug, although the middle-aged man looked older than her father, but she herself didn't feel anything wrong, as long as the other party had money. David looked at the fat middle-aged man, and just smiled slightly. "Congratulations, I found a rich boyfriend." Although David only smiled slightly, Li Dongmei felt a wave of disgust in her heart. She felt that David was laughing at herself. "Sir, if you withdraw more than 500,000, you need to make an appointment in advance. Have you made an appointment?" After the bank staff knew that David was a reform-through labor prisoner who had just been released, his tone became a little tougher. "I have an urgent need, so I don't have an appointment. Can you accommodate me?" David asked the bank staff. "David, what are you doing in such a hurry with more than 1 million? You don't look like you have 1 million. You won't come over to pretend, right?" Li Dongmei sneered. David ignored her, but took out his card and handed it to the staff of the bank. "I have 10 million in this card, and now I only want to withdraw 1.3 million. Can you accommodate me?" 10 million? What are you kidding me? Do you have 10 million? You are just a prisoner who just got out of prison. How could you have so much money? Li Dongmei sneered, looking at David with disdain. And the staff of the bank was also a little impatient, and said with a cold face, "Even if you have 20 million, this is the bank's rules, you can't." But before the words were finished, the staff of the bank suddenly saw the card in David's hand. Because the bank card was given to David by Ruben, and Ruben is the richest man in Horrendal, his card has obvious special signs. The bank staff can see it at a glance. This is the bank card of the Su family, and if David could hold the Su family bank card, he would definitely not be an ordinary person. Chapter 71. "Sir, sit here for a while, I'll go and ask the manager right away." Seeing the card in David's hand, the attitude of the staff suddenly changed 180 degrees. "Okay." David nodded and sat aside to rest, and the staff member hurriedly went to ask the manager for instructions. This time, Li Dongmei was a little confused. She didn't understand why the staff of this bank was suddenly so polite to David. "David, do you really have 10 million? Seeing that the staff member suddenly changed his attitude, Li Dongmei asked David with some doubts. "What's your business?" David smiled coldly. "David, let me tell you, it is illegal to forge financial documents. You are a prisoner of labor reform. How can you have 10 million? Don't think I don't know. Your family is still living in the old community, and your dad is now sweeping the streets for people. How could you have 10 million? Li Dongmei would never believe that David really had 10 million. If he really had the money, would he still live in such a broken community? And David just got out of jail, and it's impossible to earn 10 million in a few days. She felt that David must have deliberately pretended to be coercive in front of her because of her own reasons. That's why she said this. When other customers in the bank heard what Lee Dongmei said, they also looked at David curiously. These days, they all use the card to withdraw money. If there is any money in the card, they will know after a check. No one is really stupid enough to counterfeit the bank. Card it. After a while, the bank staff who had just left came over with a middle-aged man who was wearing glasses and was in a hurry. "Hello, sir, I'm the manager of this bank. How can I help you?" The middle-aged man walked in front of David and asked politely, "I want to withdraw 1.3 million, but I don't have an appointment. Can I withdraw it?" David said and handed the card to the bank manager. After seeing the bank card, the bank manager's expression changed slightly. "Yes, sir, you don't need to make an appointment, but we don't have that much cash now. I'll send someone to deliver the cash from other places immediately. Sir, come to my office to rest first." "Come down." David nodded and got up to go to the office to wait. Seeing this, Lee Dongmei was dumbfounded. She stopped the bank manager and said, "What's going on with your bank? Why can you withdraw money without an appointment? He's just a prisoner of labor reform. You don't even check if he has any money in his card. Do you agree? If so, I will also take 1 million now." Lee Dongmei roared aggressively, and then said to her boyfriend, "Husband, we also want to take 1 million. Lee Dongmei's boyfriend came over, glanced at David, and also took out a bank card and handed it to the bank manager. "I also have 10 million in this card, and I want to withdraw 1 million now." The bank manager didn't even look at it, and said lightly, "You can't pick it up without an appointment." This sentence can make Lee Dongmei mad. This is simply a double standard scene. David's card has 10 million, and he can withdraw money directly without making an appointment. Their card also has 10 million, but they have to make an appointment. What kind of broken bank are you? I'm going to complain to you. Why can't he make an appointment, but we have to make an appointment? We also have 10 million in our card, can't you hear? Lee Dongmei roared at the bank manager. "This gentleman is the supreme VIP of our bank, so there is no need to make an appointment, and you are just ordinary customers, there is no comparison." The bank manager said indifferently. Lee Dongmei's lungs were about to explode with anger, and her eyes suddenly stared. "He is your supreme VIP? Are you mistaken? He is just a labor prisoner, just a prisoner who was just released." Chapter 72. This gentleman's card is the custom card of the Su family. We only recognize the card and not the person. Do you think you can compare with the Su family? A look of contempt flashed in the bank manager's eyes. The words of the bank manager made Lee Dongmei stunned for a moment, and everyone around them exclaimed. You must know that the Su family is the richest man in Horrendal. No wonder the staff member changed his attitude when he saw the card in David's hand. With the Su family's card, let alone come to the bank to withdraw money in person, as long as a phone call is made, the bank will send someone to deliver the money in person. Customers like this are all the targets of major banks. And when Lee Dongmei's boyfriend heard that David was holding a custom card from the Su family, his face instantly turned pale. If David really had something to do with the Su family, with just one sentence, his small company would soon go bankrupt. No, impossible. How could he have a custom card from the Su family? He must have stolen it, or maybe he picked it up. It's impossible for him to have a relationship with the Su family. Lee Dongmei didn't believe it. David was just an ordinary person who couldn't be in the ordinary. He just got out of prison. How could he be involved with the Su family? Seeing that Lee Dongmei was still shouting, the bank manager's face turned cold. "Security guard, blast them out for me." Soon, 2 security guards came over and chased Lee Dongmei out, and Lee Dongmei's boyfriend was also chased out. "What's going on here? What's your classmate's relationship with the Su family?" Lee Dongmei's boyfriend asked worriedly. "I haven't heard that he has something to do with the Su family. If he has something to do with the Su family, he won't go to jail. It's only been a few days since he came out. How could he have something to do with the Su family? I think he must have picked up the bank card. Yes, this bank manager is a jerk." Lee Dongmei said angrily. "Okay, Don't care if he picked it up or not, let's go. Lee Dongmei's boyfriend doesn't want to be entangled. If David is really related to the Su family, then he will be out of luck. Lee Dongmei and her fat-headed boyfriend had just walked out of the bank. They had been waiting outside for David's guys to see them, and they immediately greeted them. Boss Chiu, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet here. The guy with the gold chain smiled and said, It turned out to be Gangzi, what are you doing here? Lee Dongmei's boyfriend asked. There's a guy who owes us money, and we're not waiting for him to withdraw it. Gangzi said lightly. Oh, then wait, I still have something to do, and have time to drink together. After Lee Dongmei's boyfriend finished speaking, he pulled Lee Dongmei and wanted to leave. After all, these people are not good people, and he doesn't want to have too many intersections with these people. But who knew that Lee Dongmei did not move, but asked in surprise, Is the person who owes you money called David? David? Gangzi was stunned, but quickly reacted, Yes, it seems that his name is David Chen, and he owes us 1.3 million. When Lee Dongmei heard this, she was so happy that she almost jumped up. I said, Why did David have to withdraw 1.3 million today? It turned out that he owed money to others and was trapped in it. Lee Dongmei sneered and then said to the Gangzi, Why does he owe you all? Money. Gangzi didn't answer Lee Dongmei, but looked at Boss Chiu on the other side. That Boss Chiu smiled, This is my girlfriend. When Gangzi heard it, he immediately smiled. Since it's Boss Chiu's girlfriend, I won't hide it from you. It's a woman who borrowed usury from us. It's not that he owes us what this kid owes us. It turned out to be a usury loan, then you can ask for more interest. David has 10 million in his card. Lee Dongmei whispered to the Gangzi. Chapter 73. 10 million? Gangzi was stunned, and then his face flashed with joy. Does he really have 10 million? Look at that kid, he doesn't look like a rich man. Lee Dongmei hurriedly explained, What are you doing to deceive you? He said it himself in the bank just now. After a while, he can actually withdraw 1.3 million. Doesn't that prove that he really has money in his card? Makes sense. Gangzi nodded. Okay, I still have something to do, let's go quickly. Boss Chiu pulled Lee Dongmei hard. What are you afraid of? Let's watch here for a while, wait for David to come out, and then let's go. I want to see if David really has 10 million. Lee Dongmei threw it away. She didn't want to leave, she still wanted to see David's embarrassment for a while. Boss Chiu had no choice but to stand by and wait. 10 minutes later, David came out with a big bag full of cash. Seeing David come out with a big bag in his hand, Gangzi brought someone to greet him immediately. Seeing this, Lee Dongmei also followed. She wanted to see if David really took out the money. When David saw that Lee Dongmei didn't leave, he was slightly taken aback, but he didn't care. Boy, where's the money? Gangzi asked David. David threw the bag in his hand to the ground, and all the white bills in the bag were exposed. Seeing so much money, Gangzi's little brother's eyes are red. Then Lee Dongmei was also a little surprised. 1.3 million, a lot of money, it's all here. David said lightly. Gangzi's younger brother hurriedly wanted to collect the money, but was stopped by that Gangzi. Boy, 1.3 million is probably not enough. Although Gangzi also wanted to take the money, but after knowing that David had 10 million, he wanted to extort more. What do you mean? David frowned. It doesn't make any sense. I just miscalculated the interest, and now it costs 2 million with the principal and interest. The corner of Gangzi's mouth raised slightly. David's face turned gloomy, and there was a bit of killing intent in his eyes. David, don't you have 10 million? 2 million is nothing, just go in and get some. Lee Dongmei looked at David gloatingly and said. David ignored that Lee Dongmei, but said to Gangzi, 1,300,000 if you don't want it, then I will save it again. David bent down to pick up the money and save it again. Boy, this money is no longer yours, you can't move it. Gangzi lifted his foot and stepped on the purse. The two men on the side immediately reached out and grabbed David's shoulder, trying to control David. But the two of them were surprised to find that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't shake David one bit. David's eyes flashed coldly. He stretched out his hand to grab the wrists of the two men, and squeezed gently, there was a sound of bones shattering, and the two men screamed in pain in an instant. People who dare to touch me court death. When the Gangzi saw this, his face sank and he kicked David. Kill him, kill him. Seeing this, Li Dongmei was extremely happy and shouted desperately. But who knows, just as the Gangzi lifted his foot, David also kicked it out, and the latter came first and kicked the Gangzi out. Immediately after David twisted his hands, the arms of the two men were suddenly twisted like a twist, and the painful wailing sound came directly from the mouths of the two. At this time, there was only one younger brother left, who was so frightened that he turned his head and ran away. These thugs have no loyalty at all. David slowly walked towards the Gangzi. At this time, Gangzi's face was pale, and his internal organs were like a knife twisted. Chapter 74. Seeing David walking towards him, Gangzi desperately wanted to get up, but the severe pain made him unable to stand up at all. David's kick was too heavy. What are you going to do? Behind me is the Qilong gang, and our gang leader is Feng Sihai. When Gangzi saw David's gloomy face, he was so frightened that he hurriedly moved out of the Qilong gang. Feng Sihai? David sneered. If you don't say that you belong to the Qilong gang, I can spare you, but now you have no chance. After David finished speaking, he stepped on it with one foot and directly crushed Gangzi's legs. Even the best medical skills could not be connected. What? The severe pain made Gangzi scream desperately, rolling on the ground constantly. Seeing David's ruthless action with a cold face, Li Dongmei was frightened, her body was trembling desperately, and her eyes were full of horror. As for Boss Chiu, he was sweating profusely and his legs trembled slightly. David picked up the money on the ground, but just gave Li Dongmei a cold look, and with that one glance, Li Dongmei slumped on the ground in fright. Seeing Li Dongmei like that, David sneered, walked directly into the bank, and deposited the money again. When David returned home, he found that Wang Henin was still there with Wang Changfeng. Wang Henin saw David back, and hurriedly greeted him excitedly. Wang Henin just wanted to ask David concerned, but remembered that her mother was still there, so she didn't speak. David, where did you kid go? Henin has been waiting for you for a long time. You two go out for a walk and have a good chat. Barbara heard that David was back, so she reprimanded with some dissatisfaction. Mom, I've dealt with something. David explained. Aunt Chin, I followed brother David out for a walk. Wang Henin took David and walked out. She now wants to know how David handled the matter. Okay, let's go, I'm chatting with you, and then we'll have dinner at my house at noon. Barbara nodded happily. David left with Wang Henin, and Barbara said with a look of relief, He is Aunt Wang, I think these two children are a good match. I think the two of them are not bad either, huh? Wang Changfeng also laughed. Brother David, did those people embarrass you? Did they beat you? Walking out the door, Wang Henin asked eagerly. No, you don't have to worry about usury. It's all right. I will work hard in the future. I will go to the interview tomorrow. If I can, I will take you there. I will find a boyfriend in the future, and I will also keep my eyes open. David smiled slightly. Wang Henin nodded, looking at David with a bit of love, but David didn't look at her. David just regarded Wang Henin as his sister and had no other ideas, so he didn't want Wang Henin to misunderstand. Just when David followed Wang Henin downstairs in the community, suddenly the phone rang. It was Sonia. David, where have you been? Why are you not at the Pinehurst Villa? I asked the security guard and said that you are all gone. Sonia went to Pine Bay to find David and found that David was not there. My parents are not used to living there, so I came back to live here. Although it is a bit shabby, there are many neighbors in the neighborhood, and they are all acquaintances. David lied because he didn't know why his parents left Pinehurst Villa. Oh! Sonia snorted, obviously a little disappointed. After a few more chats, David hung up the phone. Brother David, is that your girlfriend? Wang Henin asked in a low voice after David hung up the phone. David was stunned, not knowing how to answer Wang Henin. Whether Sonia is his girlfriend now, David himself doesn't know. After all, the two have not officially established a relationship. Chapter 75. Seeing David stunned, Wang Henin smiled. If you don't want to say it, don't say it, it doesn't matter. David just smiled and didn't speak. After walking around with Wang Henin for a while, the two went back for lunch. At the same time, in Horrendal People's Hospital, Jordan was lying on the hospital bed with some boredom. He didn't want to live in the hospital, he wanted to go home, but his father Xiaoyan didn't agree and insisted on letting him recover in the hospital and go back. After all, with the financial resources of the Xiao family, even if Jordan stayed in the hospital for a year, it would not be a problem. Just when Jordan was bored, the door of the ward was pushed open, and Delia walked in with a lunchbox. "Brother Lei, I have good news for you." As soon as she entered the door, Delia said excitedly, "What good news?" Jordan asked. Then David was kicked out of the Pinerist villa, and he might fall out with Sonia? Delia said excitedly. "Why?" Jordan was also overjoyed. If David is not protected by the Su family, then David will be nothing. He wants to kill David, just a matter of minutes. Why else? I guess that Sonia doesn't look down on David anymore, presumably she is just teasing David. After all, the two are not in the same family, so how could Sonia like him? This morning, the security guard in Pinerist Villa said, David's parents left with their belongings and returned to the original community. Delia said, "Haha, that's great." Jordan laughed loudly. "When I feel better, let's see how I clean up that David. I want to make his life worse than death." The next morning, Sun Fuhai called. He had asked Sun Xiaoming to pick up David and go to Sun Xiaoming's company together. When Qin Baogua heard this, he hurriedly urged David to get up. "David, you have to perform well today. This is a big company. If you really want to be able to work in it and become a department manager in the future, you will be able to settle down in the future." Chen Baogua exhorted David. "Got it, Dad." David nodded, took a piece of clothing and put it on his body. "You're an interview, how can you wear these clothes?" Chen Baogua frowned slightly. "Wear a suit, be quick." "Dad, I don't have a suit." David has no habit of wearing a suit at all, so he has never bought a suit. This is Barbara walking over and said to David, "Nonsense, why not? You forgot to buy a suit for you 3 years ago. It was for your wedding and the result." When Barbara said this, she hurriedly closed her mouth. Today, David's interview, she didn't want to talk about the past. Soon, David put on the suit he bought 3 years ago. Although it was quite old, it was still very new. After all, David had never worn it once. "My son is handsome in a suit, come on." Chen Baogua patted David on the shoulder. "David, come over and let Mom touch." Barbara couldn't see it, so she could only touch it with both hands, feeling the way David was wearing a suit. At this time, downstairs in their house, a red BMW 3 Series parked at the gate of the community. In front of the car, Sun Xiaoming looked at the relatively dilapidated community with some disgust. "What kind of crappy place is this? It stinks to death, and it still lives in it." Sun Xiaoming frowned and pinched her nose. "I really don't know what Dad thinks, but he even asked me to pick him up." Sun Xiaoming muttered, and looked at her watch from time to time. At this time, Sun Xiaoming was wearing a professional attire and her fair legs were exposed, which attracted many people's attention, while Sun Xiaoming was full of contempt. "I simply despise the people who come out of this community." After waiting for a while, seeing David still not coming down, Sun Xiaoming called Qin Baogua. Chapter 76. This is the call that Sun Xiaoming asked for from Sun Fuhai. After Qin Baogua answered the phone, Sun Xiaoming said rudely, "What time is it? How long do you want me to wait?" "I have no concept of time, don't. You forgot that it was your family who begged me, and you asked me to wait." After Sun Xiaoming finished speaking, she hung up the phone without waiting for Qin Baogua to speak. On the other side, after Qin Baogua answered the phone, he was stunned for a moment and his face was a little embarrassed. After all, at his age, he was beaten by a little girl from Sun Xiaoming, and he felt very uncomfortable, but he thought that David had to rely on others. Qin Baogua endured the job introduction. "Dad, who's calling?" David asked. "It's Xiaoming, they're waiting downstairs. You go downstairs quickly, remember to say something nice to them." Qin Baogua urged David to go downstairs. David went downstairs and saw that Sun Xiaoming was waiting at the door, so he walked over and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I kept you waiting." Seeing David, Sun Xiaoming immediately said with a livid face. If it wasn't for my dad's words, I wouldn't be too lazy to pick you up. Look at what you're wearing. Which dynasty's suit is too old-fashioned? David frowned slightly, but still suppressed his anger and said, I bought this 3 years ago, but I haven't worn it, it's still new. The new one has AF.art, who still wears such an old-fashioned suit nowadays. Sun Xiaoming pouted. Then why don't I go and change? David said. Forget it, what time is it, where's the time? Get in the car. Sun Xiaoming opened the car door with a cold face and sat up directly. David wanted to sit in the co-pilot, but just opened the door, but was stopped by Sun Xiaoming. Sit in the back. Can you also sit in the co-pilot? David frowned, and then sat in the back, while that Sun Xiaoming didn't wait for David to sit still, and rushed out with a kick of the accelerator. Fortunately, David has the time to recover, otherwise he will fall down. Remember, you can't say you know me when you arrive at the company, and I don't care whether you can interview or not. It all depends on your own ability. Don't expect me to help you. I'm enough to introduce you to the company for an interview. On the way, Sun Xiaoming followed David to talk a lot. The most important thing was to keep David from saying she knew her, because she was afraid that David would embarrass herself. Okay. David just replied with a good word. Soon, the car arrived at Sun Xiaoming's company, which is a collective company with 12 floors in the entire office. Sinew Daily Chemical Company, Limited? David raised his head, looked at the huge company name, and frowned slightly. This is the Su family's company? If David remembers correctly, this Sinew Daily Chemical Company is also the Su family's business. He remembers that Sonia seems to have mentioned that this is Sonia's birthday, and the company established by Ruben for Sonia is regarded as birthday present. Sonia is the chairman and legal person of this company, but she does not participate in management and rarely comes to this company. Yes, this is the company of the Su family, the richest man in Horrendal. It is a great honor to be able to work here. The various benefits are much better than other companies. Sun Xiaoming said very proudly. David smiled and didn't say anything, but followed Sun Xiaoming towards the company. As soon as I walked to the door, I saw a handsome, tall and handsome young man in a suit standing at the door. This person was Sun Xiaoming's boyfriend Cui Ziyuan. Xiaoming, why did you come today? After Cui Ziyuan saw Sun Xiaoming, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Don't mention it, my dad asked me to pick up that comrade-in-arms son. So later? Sun Xiaoming pouted, a little not very happy. Chapter 77. Cui Ziyuan looked at David behind Sun Xiaoming. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, and then he took Sun Xiaoming's hand and walked forward. David could only follow behind, while Cui Ziyuan and Sun Xiaoming whispered. If you don't want him to work here, I'll just swipe him down during the interview later. Anyway, today is my interview. Cui Ziyuan said in a low voice. Don't be too obvious, or he will tell my dad, and my dad will kill me again. This guy has just come out of prison, so just reject him with this matter. Sun Xiaoming also whispered in Cui Ziyuan's ear. They were afraid that David would hear it, but what they didn't know was that David had listened to every word of the conversation between the two. David's listening ability is not comparable to ordinary people. David in the back laughed coldly. David didn't care about whether he could be interviewed or not. He was just going through the motions. After following Sun Xiaoming and the others to the sales list floor, Sun Xiaoming pointed to Cui Ziyuan and then said to David, You go with him, remember what I told you, don't tell anyone you know each other here. David nodded, then followed Cui Ziyuan to the interview office. At this time, there were already many people waiting outside. These people were all here for the interview. After all, it was a group company with good benefits, so I wanted to come. There are many people, including some students from famous universities. Wait outside, someone will call you later. After Cui Ziyuan said a word, he walked directly into the office, while David found a chair and sat down to rest. Dude, are you also here for the interview? Sitting next to David, a young man with glasses asked David. Yeah. David nodded. What school did you graduate from? I know that many of the interviewees this time are graduates from famous universities. Look at the girl in the skirt. I heard that she is from Qingbei University, and the man with the backpack is from Haida University. Graduated. With an envious expression, the young man followed David. I'm from Beijing Business School. David smiled slightly. Student from Beijing? The young man was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, You dare to come to this company for an interview with your diploma. You are really courageous. Your university is not as good as my Lanxiang Technical School. The young man looked at David with a bit of pride. He finally found someone with a degree not as good as his own. David smiled and did not speak. At this time, a girl in work clothes came over and said to everyone in the interview, Everyone hand over your resume to me, and I will call everyone in for the interview in order. When everyone heard it, they hurriedly handed in their carefully prepared resumes. Only David sat motionless. Sir, where's your resume? Seeing that David didn't move, the girl asked. I didn't prepare a resume. David said lightly. Seeing that David did not prepare a resume for the interview, the girl's eyes flashed with surprise, but she still asked aloud, Sir, what is your name? I will call you later. My name is David Chin. David said. The girl nodded, turned and walked into the office. Everyone looked at David like an idiot. On this occasion, wearing an outdated suit and not preparing a resume, how could he possibly be interviewed? Only the young man who was talking to David just now looked at David a little strangely, and then suddenly whispered, Dude, are you related, and went through the back door? David was stunned for a moment, wondering why the young man asked such a question. Chapter 76. This is the call that Sun Xiaoming asked for from Sun Fuhai. After Qin Baogua answered the phone, Sun Xiaoming said rudely, What time is it? How long do you want me to wait? I have no concept of time, don't. You forgot that it was your family who begged me, and you asked me to wait. After Sun Xiaoming finished speaking, she hung up the phone without waiting for Qin Baogua to speak. On the other side, after Qin Baogua answered the phone, he was stunned for a moment and his face was a little embarrassed. After all, at his age, he was beaten by a little girl from Sun Xiaoming, and he felt very uncomfortable, but he thought that David had to rely on others. Qin Baogua endured the job introduction. Dad, who's calling? David asked. It's Xiaoming, they're waiting downstairs. You go downstairs quickly, remember to say something nice to them. Qin Baogua urged David to go downstairs. David went downstairs and saw that Sun Xiaoming was waiting at the door, so he walked over and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I kept you waiting. Seeing David, Sun Xiaoming immediately said with a livid face, If it wasn't for my dad's words, I wouldn't be too lazy to pick you up. Look at what you're wearing. Which dynasty's suit is too old-fashioned? David frowned slightly, but still suppressed his anger and said, I bought this 3 years ago, but I haven't worn it, it's still new. The new one has AF.art, who still wears such an old-fashioned suit nowadays. Sun Xiaoming pouted. Then why don't I go and change? David said. Forget it, what time is it, where's the time? Get in the car. Sun Xiaoming opened the car door with a cold face and sat up directly. David wanted to sit in the co-pilot, but just opened the door, but was stopped by Sun Xiaoming. Sit in the back. Can you also sit in the co-pilot? David frowned, and then sat in the back, while that Sun Xiaoming didn't wait for David to sit still, and rushed out with a kick of the accelerator. Fortunately, David has the time to recover, otherwise he will fall down. Remember, you can't say you know me when you arrive at the company, and I don't care whether you can interview or not. It all depends on your own ability. Don't expect me to help you. I'm enough to introduce you to the company for an interview. On the way, Sun Xiaoming followed David to talk a lot. The most important thing was to keep David from saying she knew her, because she was afraid that David would embarrass herself. Okay. David just replied with a good word. Soon, the car arrived at Sun Xiaoming's company, which is a collective company with 12 floors in the entire office. Sinew Daily Chemical Company, Limited? David raised his head, looked at the huge company name, and frowned slightly. This is the Su family's company? If David remembers correctly, this Sinew Daily Chemical Company is also the Su family's business. He remembers that Sonia seems to have mentioned that this is Sonia's birthday, and the company established by Ruben for Sonia is regarded as birthday present. Sonia is the chairman and legal person of this company, but she does not participate in management and rarely comes to this company. Yes, this is the company of the Su family, the richest man in Horrendal. It is a great honor to be able to work here. The various benefits are much better than other companies. Sun Xiaoming said very proudly. David smiled and didn't say anything, but followed Sun Xiaoming towards the company. As soon as I walked to the door, I saw a tall and handsome young man in a suit standing at the door. This person was Sun Xiaoming's boyfriend Cui Ziyuan. Xiaoming, why did you come today? After Cui Ziyuan saw Sun Xiaoming, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Don't mention it, my dad asked me to pick up that comrade-in-arms son, so later. Sun Xiaoming pouted, a little not very happy. Chapter 77. Cui Ziyuan looked at David behind Sun Xiaoming. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, and then he took Sun Xiaoming's hand and walked forward. David could only follow behind, while Cui Ziyuan and Sun Xiaoming whispered, "If you don't want him to work here, I'll just swipe him down during the interview later. Anyway, today is my interview," Cui Ziyuan said in a low voice. "Don't be too obvious, or he will tell my dad, and my dad will kill me again. This guy has just come out of prison, so just reject him with this matter." Sun Xiaoming also whispered in Cui Ziyuan's ear. They were afraid that David would hear it, but what they didn't know was that David had listened to every word of the conversation between the two. David's listening ability is not comparable to ordinary people. David in the back laughed coldly. David didn't care about whether he could be interviewed or not. He was just going through the motions. After following Sun Xiaoming and the others to the sales list floor, Sun Xiaoming pointed to Cui Ziyuan and then said to David, "You go with him, remember what I told you, don't tell anyone you know each other here." David nodded, then followed Cui Ziyuan to the interview office. At this time, there were already many people waiting outside. These people were all here for the interview. After all, it was a group company with good benefits, so I wanted to come. There are many people, including some students from famous universities. Wait outside, someone will call you later. After Cui Ziyuan said a word, he walked directly into the office, while David found a chair and sat down to rest. "Dude, are you also here for the interview?" Sitting next to David, a young man with glasses asked David. "Yeah." David nodded. "What school did you graduate from?" I know that many of the interviewees this time are graduates from famous universities. Look at the girl in the skirt. I heard that she is from Qingbei University, and the man with the backpack is from Haida University. Graduated. With an envious expression, the young man followed David. "I'm from Beijing Business School." David smiled slightly. "Student from Beijing?" The young man was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, "You dare to come to this company for an interview with your diploma. You are really courageous. Your university is not as good as my Lanxiang Technical School." The young man looked at David with a bit of pride. He finally found someone with a degree not as good as his own. David smiled and did not speak. At this time, a girl in work clothes came over and said to everyone in the interview, "Everyone hand over your resume to me, and I will call everyone in for the interview in order." When everyone heard it, they hurriedly handed in their carefully prepared resumes. Only David sat motionless. "Sir, where's your resume?" Seeing that David didn't move, the girl asked. "I didn't prepare a resume," David said lightly. Seeing that David did not prepare a resume for the interview, the girl's eyes flashed with surprise, but she still asked aloud, "Sir, what is your name? I will call you later." "My name is David Chin," David said. The girl nodded, turned and walked into the office. Everyone looked at David like an idiot. On this occasion, wearing an outdated suit and not preparing a resume, how could he possibly be interviewed? Only the young man who was talking to David just now looked at David a little strangely, and then suddenly whispered, "Dude, are you related?" and went through the back door? David was stunned for a moment, wondering why the young man asked such a question. "You must have gone through the back door, otherwise why didn't you prepare your resume? And the person who brought you here just now, I see it as an executive in this company, no wonder you are so calm." The young man's face was a little flattering. With a smile, he took out a box of chewing gum from his pocket and handed it to David. David was not polite either. He took it directly and threw it into his mouth. Chapter 78. Dude, if you're really related, can you say something nice to me for a while? If I can be admitted, I'll invite you to a big hotel for a meal. The young man looked at David expectantly. David smiled slightly. Okay, if I succeed, I will give you 2 good words. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. The young man looked happy and kept following David to thank him. Soon, the interviews began. One by one, the interviewers walked in nervously and walked out in frustration. Even those interviewers from the famous universities were unsuccessful. Seeing that the interviewees from the famous universities all failed, the young man beside David became even more nervous. His hands were slightly clenched into fists, and his palms were full of sweat. Next, David. Soon, it was David's turn. When David got up, the young man beside him grabbed him. Dude, you must say something nice for me, I'm counting on you. The boy said nervously. David nodded, and then walked into the office. As soon as he entered, he saw 3 people sitting behind a desk, with the girl who had just collected her resume standing beside her. That Chui Ziyuan was sitting in the middle. Obviously he was the main interviewer for today's interview, and the 2 left and right were just foils. Whether or not he could pass the interview only needed a word from Chui Ziyuan. Chui Ziyuan looked at David and said calmly, "Introduce yourself." Just as David was about to speak, he saw an interviewer beside Chui Ziyuan saying, "Because you don't have a resume, you need to tell me all about your experience in the past few years after graduating from university." David nodded and briefly explained his experience after graduation. Of course, he also said about his imprisonment. He didn't hide it, and there was nothing to hide. It's just that David said that he was in prison, but no one showed surprise to several people. Obviously, Chui Ziyuan has just told a few people, so these people will not be surprised. After hearing this, Chui Ziyuan closed his eyes slightly, clasped his hands on his chest, leaned on the seat without saying a word, and the girl on the side hurried forward to give Chui Ziyuan a gentle massage. Do you know what kind of company we are? Do you know who the boss of our company is? You, a prisoner who just got out of prison, dare to come for an interview. An interviewer smiled contemptuously. Why don't you dare? Does your company clearly stipulate that people who have been in prison are not allowed to interview? Besides, what's wrong with being in prison? Is it a bad person who has been in prison? David smiled lightly. Although our company has no express regulations, but you are a reformed through labor worker. If you enter the company, it will affect our company's image. I believe that other companies will not want you to be released after serving your sentence. You'd better be self-aware. If it were you, I wouldn't even show up. The interviewer looked at David playfully. It seemed that he was deliberately humiliating David, and his voice was very loud. This time, the interviewers outside also heard it, and all of them were surprised, and the young man who just followed David was even more shocked. Damn, it turned out to be a prisoner of labor reform. I wasted a piece of chewing gum in vain. It's really bad. The boy hurried to the bathroom to wash his hands. David in the office was not angry and smiled lightly. If I were you, I wouldn't have the ability to be a man at all. I would have no face to sit here. You have dark circles all over your eyes. Are you looking at your wife at night? But you are not at all. It's useless. Can't sleep all night? David's words made the interviewer stunned and looked at David with a bit of horror in his eyes. He didn't understand. How did David know that he was not capable of a man? Chapter 79. This is his secret, and he has never told anyone. In the eyes of outsiders, he has a happy family and a harmonious husband and wife. Only he knows that at night, he will fall into deep pain. Now David's words hit the sore spot, which made the interviewer suddenly furious, and the blue veins on his forehead bulged. You are talking nonsense. You don't have the ability of a man. I have a wife and children, and my family is very happy. The interviewer roared loudly and deliberately took the child seriously in order to refute David and prove that David is nonsense. David smiled. Even if you have a child, it is not your own, it is not picked up, or your daughter-in-law gave birth to someone else, because your faults have fallen from childhood, and it was caused by an accident and an external force. Make you lose the ability of a man. But just after David finished speaking, the interviewer slapped the table and stood up, glaring at David and said, You kid investigate me? This interviewer was indeed kicked in the crotch by a donkey when he was a child, so he lost his ability to be a man and only picked up a child after marriage. Except for those people in his hometown who knew about these things, no one in Horrendal would know about it. He deliberately stayed away from his hometown for this reason, but he didn't expect to be directly told by David. You're not worthy of my investigation. David smiled coldly. However, the interviewer's words also proved that what David said was the truth. This time, several colleagues on the scene looked at the interviewer with strange eyes. The interviewer also seemed to feel that he had said the wrong thing, and immediately became angry and rushed towards David. Seeing that an interview was about to turn into a fight scene, Chui Ziyuan could only shout angrily, "Enough is enough, sit back for me." The interviewer could only give David a stern look, and then sat back. Chui Ziyuan just wanted to let his subordinates humiliate David and then tell him that it was inappropriate. He didn't expect things to turn out like this, which made Chui Ziyuan a little angry. "Boy, you are not suitable to work in our company. You don't want to show us the door as you are. You better get out. Don't come again in the future." Another interviewer saw that Chui Ziyuan was a little angry and immediately reprimanded David. "There are employees like you in such a large-scale company, it's really time to rectify it." David sneered, got up and walked out. He didn't really want to work here. But just when David got up and was about to walk out, suddenly a tall, stern young man in a suit walked in. The youth carried a bit of majesty on his body, and as soon as he entered the door, he glanced at David. David also looked at the young man, and then prepared to leave. But who knew that he was directly stopped by the young man? "You are David?" David looked at the young man suspiciously and nodded slightly. He didn't know the person in front of him. But if David's parents were there, they would definitely know each other. It was this person who drove David's parents away when they went to the Pinehurst villa. "Mr. Xing." After Chui Ziyuan saw the young man, he ran over flatteringly and then explained, "This person is called David, and he came to apply for the job. Because he didn't meet the requirements of our company, we refused. Leave him." After the young man said a word, he looked at David again, then turned around and was about to leave. "Mr. Xing, he's a reform-through labor inmate who just got out of jail." Chui Ziyuan stopped the young man and said. The young man turned around slowly and looked at Chui Ziyuan with chills in his eyes. "Are you teaching me to do things?" This shocked Chui Ziyuan, shaking his head again and again. "Don't dare, don't dare." Chapter 80. The youth turned and left. Chui Ziyuan and the two interviewers were all stunned, looking at David in disbelief, wondering how David and the general manager of the company knew each other. "David, how did you know me, President Xing?" Chui Ziyuan asked with a puzzled face. "Is he the general manager of this company?" "I don't know him." David shook his head. David didn't know this young man, and he had never met him, but this young man had met David, and he even saw David following Sonia Qingqing me and me. The young man's name is Xing Jun. He is an international student who graduated from Stanford University abroad. After working in the Su Group, he has been reused, and this Xing Jun has also taken a fancy to Sonia and has been pursuing Sonia, but Sonia did not agree. After Ruben gave it to Sonia Company, because Sonia did not manage it, he transferred Xing Jun to be the general manager of Sinew Daily Chemical Company, Limited, and was solely responsible for the operation and management of the company. This Xing Jun does have some strength. In a short period of time, the management of the company is well organized, and it has become the most profitable subsidiary of the Su Group. The reason why Xing Jun worked so hard was to make Sonia look after him, but when he knew that Sonia was dealing with a kid like David who had been in prison, his heart changed drastically, and he wanted to take Sonia from David. Now that David has come to the company for an interview, of course he has to seize this opportunity. As long as David stays in the company, he can have tens of thousands of ways to make David quit despite difficulties, and he can also provoke the relationship between David and Sonia. It's really weird. Chui Ziyuan frowned, but the general manager had spoken. One of his department managers didn't dare to go against it, so he could only say to David, "Go through the onboarding procedures, and then I'll send someone to show you about the company." Now Chui Ziyuan doesn't dare to trouble David for the time being. He doesn't know what the relationship between David and Xing Jun is. David is also a little strange. He doesn't understand what this is, Mr. Xing, why he wants to keep himself. It seems that he knows himself. Could it be that Sonia knew that she was coming to her company for an interview and specifically asked the general manager? David frowned slightly and thought, followed the girl in the office, and was taken to go through the entry procedures. Damn, your kid turned out to be a reform through labor prisoner. I'm really unlucky to have talked to you for a long time. It's too bad. Just like you, you'll never want to apply for a job. As soon as David went out, he was scolded by the young man who had just put on glasses. David looked at the young man. Originally, he felt that the young man was good, but he didn't want to be such a low-key guy. Mr. Chun, please follow me here. I need an ID card for the entry procedure. Have you brought it? The girl who came out with David asked David. Oh, I brought it. David handed the ID card to the girl, and then smiled gratefully. He knew that the girl asked this on purpose, just to tell the boy. Sure enough, when the young man saw that David had succeeded in the interview, his eyes suddenly widened, his face full of incredulity. However, David ignored him, but after sneering, he followed the girl and left. While David was applying for the job, in the sales manager's office, Sun Xiaoming said angrily to Cui Ziyuan, "What's the matter with you? Didn't you say you shouldn't admit him? Now he's been admitted. If you don't bore me to death in the future, my dad will definitely let me take him to work every day. Can you blame me? Who knows what that kid has to do with Boss Xing? He was directly admitted by Boss Xing. What can I do?" Cui Zion was also displeased. Chapter 81. Didn't you tell President Xing that he is a reform through labor prisoner? Sun Xiaoming continued to ask. Of course I said it. At that time, President Xing's eyes almost didn't frighten me to death. If I dared to talk too much, I would not be able to keep my position as manager. Now Cui Ziyuan thinks of Xing Jun's eyes, and he has lingering fears. Does this guy really know President Xing? Sun Xiaoming frowned. Let's take a look and then talk about it. If he really knows President Xing, we really can't target him in the future, and you have to coax him. Cui Ziyuan exhorted Sun Xiaoming. It's up to you. Sun Xiaoming rolled her eyes and walked out. At this time, more than a dozen people in the sales department already knew that the general manager had spoken in person and recruited a prisoner who had been in prison. This kind of thing spreads very quickly in the company, especially this kind of gossip. This David must have something to do with Mr. Xing, or else he won't be wanted. People who have been in prison come with us. Why do I feel so infiltrating? We'll all be careful when people come here. If this guy really has something to do with Mr. Xing, if we're not careful, we'll be out of luck. The people in the sales department gathered around and discussed. What are you doing? Don't you have to work? Sun Xiaoming came out of the office and saw everyone gathered around discussing, so she shouted with a cold face. Although Sun Xiaoming is just an ordinary salesperson in the sales department, he is always showing his authority. After all, Cui Ziyuan is the department manager. No one dares to provoke Sun Xiaoming. When Sun Xiaoming shouted like this, everyone dispersed. Only a short-haired girl walked towards Sun Xiaoming. This girl's name is Wang Lanlan, and she has a good relationship with Sun Xiaoming. Xiaoming, did you hear that our sales department recruited a prisoner of labor reform? I heard that it was recruited by President Xing's words. It is estimated that it has something to do with President Xing. Wang Lanlan whispered to Sun Xiaoming. Fuck, if he has something to do with President Xing, and he has something to do with President Xing, it's just luck. Sun Xiaoming doesn't believe that David really has anything to do with the general manager. Wang Lanlan was taken aback. Do you know the one named David? Sun Xiaoming found that she had said something wrong, and hurriedly shook her head. I don't know the prisoner of labor reform, I just think this guy just came out of prison. How could he know Mr. Xing? Don't spread the word. I will ask Manager Cui to ask Xing later. Always no. About an hour later, David's entry procedures were completed, and he went to the sales department after receiving a badge. When David arrived at the sales department, everyone looked at him like a giant panda, which made David a little overwhelmed. David, congratulations on joining our sales department. You will cherish this opportunity in the future. Cui Ziyuan said to David in a calm tone. Chui Ziyuan didn't dare to target David until he didn't know if David had a relationship with Xing Jun. David nodded slightly. Tongjian, come here. Chui Ziyuan shouted at a boy with glasses and a young face. Soon the boy ran over and said to Chui Ziyuan, Manager, are you calling me? You will take David with you in the future. You too, remember to teach him more? Chui Ziyuan said to the boy. The boy looked at David with an embarrassed look on his face. Why, are you not happy? Chui Ziyuan stared. The boy hurriedly shook his head and said, Yes, yes. Seeing the boy's agreement, Chui Ziyuan smiled slightly and said to David, Go with him, your workstation is next to him. After Chui Ziyuan finished speaking, he turned around and went back to the office. The other colleagues in the sales department looked at David with a playful smile, and that Sun Xiaoming also secretly smiled and sat back in his seat. Chapter 82. Big brother, my name is Zhang Tongjian, I hope you can take care of. Back at the workstation, Zhang Tongjian stretched out his hand nervously and said to David. David could see that Zhang Tongjian was very afraid of himself, which surprised David. My name is David Chin, you should take care of me. David stretched out his hand and smiled slightly. No, I've only been here for a few days. Let's work together, Zhang Tongjian said hurriedly. David has long seen that Zhang Tongjian is not like an old employee. You seem to be afraid of me? David asked Zhang Tongjian in confusion. No, don't be afraid. Zhang Tongjian shook his head, but he didn't dare to look directly at David. Do you know something? David knew that Zhang Tongjian must know something, so he was afraid of himself. Zhang Tongjian hesitated for a while, and finally nodded. Brother, why are you in jail? You don't look like a bad person. When David heard this, he immediately laughed. It turned out that Zhang Tongjian knew that he had been in prison, so he was a little scared. After knowing why Zhang Tongjian was afraid of himself, David didn't hide anything and told Zhang Tongjian about his own affairs. It didn't take long for the two to get to know each other, and that Zhang Tongjian was no longer afraid of David. Brother Chen, you're wronged enough, but now that you're out, let's do it well. It's just, Zhang Tongjian said, and began to hesitate. Just what? David asked. Brother Chen, it's just that you were assigned to my group. It is estimated that neither of us can work very long. Zhang Tongjian sighed and said, What's going on? David was surprised. Zhang Tongjian opened a folder from the computer, and then said to David, Brother Chen, these are the accounts that our group needs to recover. The previous salesman left the accounts and left, and now we need to collect them. If we don't come up, we won't be able to do it. David looked at the dense accounts on the computer and frowned slightly. How many people owe my wife money? Brother Chen, what did you say? Zhang Tongjian was taken aback. Oh, I said why so many people owe money. David hurriedly changed his mind. That's right, it's hard to do any business now. I've analyzed it a long time ago. Those who owe money are some difficult customers. It is estimated that the two of us will not be able to collect it. Zhang Tongjian sighed heavily. David finally understood at this time why after he was assigned to a group with Zhang Tongjian, many people secretly laughed. Don't worry, the money will not be less, we can get it. David patted Zhang Tongjian's shoulder and encouraged. You must know that this company belongs to Sonia. The money owed to the company is the money owed to Sonia, and the money owed to Sonia is the money owed to him. David will not let anyone owe him money. Well, let's work together. Encouraged by David, Zhang Tongjian nodded his head hard. David began to be familiar with all the arrears in the company, and he would have to get back a lot of this money. Soon a day passed. David stretched his waist and couldn't help muttering, This is too much debt. What does the general manager of the company eat? Brother Chen, don't talk nonsense. If you are overheard and report your words, it will be troublesome. When Zhang Tongjian heard David complaining about the general manager, he was so frightened that he hurriedly reminded him. Is it so serious? It's just a general manager, and he was hired. Do you really consider this place your own home and an emperor? David did not expect that the employees were so afraid of Mr. Xing. You must know that Xing Jun is just a professional manager. He was hired by the Su family with money, and he has not yet reached the point of covering the sky with one hand in the company. It's just that Sonia rarely comes to the company and never participates in the company's affairs, which makes Xing Jun's power more and more powerful. Chapter 83. David, the company stipulates that new employees should invite everyone to have a meal. Where do you plan to arrange everyone? After Sun Xiaoming got off work, she found David and asked. At this time, everyone in the office looked at David, ready to eat David, because every new employee would be eaten hard. And this rule? Is the board ruled by the board? David was slightly taken aback. Brother Chen, there is this rule. When I came, I invited everyone to have a meal. It cost me nearly 10,000. Zhang Tongjian reminded David in a low voice. David, since you have come to my sales department, you must abide by the rules of the sales department. This rule was set when I was a manager. Cui Ziyuan came over and said to David, "The rules you set?" David smiled coldly. "I'm sorry, I don't have money. If you want to eat, then pay for it yourself. You are not beggars. Can you beg me for a meal?" After David finished speaking, he turned around and left without ignoring Cui Ziyuan's already angry face. This David is too much. What the H3L? Is it because he has something to do with Mr. Xing? He is so defiant and ignores Manager Cui. Wang Lanlan jumped out and spoke for Cui Ziyuan immediately. That is, even if he is related, he can't talk to Manager Cui like this. He even compares us to beggars. Who the H3L cares about his meal? It seems that he still doesn't know how powerful our sales department is. Let him look good tomorrow. A group of people in the sales department were all talking indignantly. That Zhang Tongjian didn't dare to speak at all, and he was extremely depressed. David's actions today will definitely attract revenge. When they are in a group, he can't hide himself. Hey, he has a F.art relationship. I have already asked President Xing. The reason why President Xing left him is just to make him embarrassed. Cui Ziyuan's eyes flashed coldly. He has already asked Xing Jun in a side-by-side manner, and Xing Jun's instruction to him is to make David embarrassed in the company. Although Cui Ziyuan didn't know why Xing Jun did this, he dared not listen to the general manager's words. Since David didn't treat the guests, the people in the sales department also left. Just when Cui Ziyuan said goodbye to Sun Xiaoming and was thinking about leaving, Sun Xiaoming's cell phone suddenly rang. The call was from Sun Xiaoming's mother, Li Fengxia. Seeing her mother calling her, Sun Xiaoming hurriedly answered. "Xiaoming, let me tell you the great news. All the debts owed by Fuyao Decoration have been returned to us, and our company has survived." Li Fengxia's voice was filled with excitement. Really? Sun Xiaoming was also excited. Then why did Fuyao Decoration suddenly pay back the money? We asked for it many times and didn't give it. Your dad has inquired about it, and it was Lord Tiger who spoke, so frightened that Fuyao Decoration immediately gave the money. Li Fengxia said. Lin Tianhu? Sun Xiaoming was stunned. It doesn't matter if our family follows him, we don't even know him, so why does Lord Hu help us? I'm also wondering. I remember you said that Ziyuan used his relationship to help us think of a way. I think whether Ziyuan knew Hu Yi or his friend, so I called you to ask, if Ziyuan is really helping, then you can call him tonight and let's have a meal together. Li Fengxia asked. I'll ask him, hang up first. Sun Xiaoming hung up the phone. What's wrong? Do you think you're happy? Cui Ziyuan asked Sun Xiaoming's excited face, so he asked suspiciously. Chapter 84. Ziyuan, did you ask Tiger Lord to help our family to get the account? All the money from Fuyao Decoration has been returned to our family, and our family's company has been saved. My dad said that Tiger Lord personally spoke. Sun Xiaoming looked at Cui Ziyuan expectantly and asked. She really hoped that Cui Ziyuan really did this, so that his parents would not reject the two of them, and in front of his parents, Cui Ziyuan's status would be improved a lot, and he could get to know people like Lin Tianhu. That is very honorable. Master Tiger? Cui Ziyuan was stunned for a moment, but his eyes rolled, and he quickly reacted, I talked to Master Tiger, but I didn't expect Master Tiger to be so efficient. Since he gave the money, then I'm relieved too. Ziyuan, I didn't expect you to really know Tiger Master, you're amazing. Sun Xiaoming jumped on Cui Ziyuan excitedly. said Chui Ziyuan fiercely, and said, "My mother said, I'll call you tonight. Let's have dinner, now I want to see, can my dad look down on you?" Sun Xiaoming happily held Chui Ziyuan's arm and walked towards the parking lot together. David on the other side, after returning home, Barbara asked eagerly, "David, how was the interview? What position has been arranged for you?" "Mom, the interview was successful, I became a salesperson and the treatment was good." David smiled lightly. "Hey, it's really great to be a salesperson directly. This is due to Xiaoming. When we have time, our family will go and thank them. You have a formal job and I'm relieved." A satisfied smile appeared on Barbara's face. Seeing his mother's happy appearance, David didn't say anything. "David, take a shower, change your clothes, we'll go out to eat in a while. Your uncle's son called and asked us to have a meal together." Chen Baogua walked in from the outside with his mobile phone and said after seeing David, "Baogua, why did Fu Hai invite us to dinner? It stands to reason that people have found a job for David, so we should invite them." Barbara asked inexplicably. "It seems that the arrears of Fu Hai Company have been paid off, and the company has survived." Chen Baogua said, "That's really good, it's really good people get good rewards." Barbara was also happy for Sun Fu Hai when she heard it. After David heard it, he smiled slightly and went into the room to change his clothes. He originally wanted to call Lin Tianhu and ask, but he didn't expect this kid to be very efficient in his work. It seems that the debts that are so heartfelt will be asked by Lin Tianhu. It's all his own money. Sun Fu Hai was very happy at the Regal Hotel, so he specially reserved a table here. You must know that Sun Fu Hai has not eaten here for a long time, because the price is too expensive, and the company is full of debts, so he has no intention to come here. This Regal Hotel is stylish. Is it my first time to eat here? Sun Xiaoming looked at the magnificent hotel in front of her, and she was so excited that she almost jumped up. This is also the property of the Su family. Speaking of which, we are all bosses. When I eat here, I can get a 20% discount with my work permit. Chui Ziyuan said with some pride. Yes, we come here to eat, and it can be regarded as generating income for the boss. Sun Xiaoming took Chui Ziyuan's hand and walked in. When they came to a private room, the two pushed the door and walked in. At this time, Sun Fu Hai had arrived with Li Fengxia. "Good uncle, good aunt." Chui Ziyuan greeted Sun Fu Hai and Li Fengxia politely after seeing Sun Fu Hai and Li Fengxia. "Okay," Li Fengxia hurriedly stood up. "Xian, come and sit down, it's all your family, why are you being polite?" Chapter 85. At this time, Sun Fu Hai also smiled slightly. "Ziyuan, come and stand next to me, and my father and I will have 2 more drinks in a while. My company's affairs are all thanks to you." Sun Fu Hai's attitude towards Chui Ziyuan changed 180 degrees, which made Chui Ziyuan swell up instantly. "Uncle, why are you being polite to me about this trivial matter? It's not just a matter of words, and we are a family," Chui Ziyuan said and sat beside Sun Fu Hai. Although this was not done by Chui Ziyuan, since everyone thinks that he did it, then he will follow the flow and show his strength. "Xian, I really don't know that you know Tiger Master. Don't you know that the boss of Fuyao Decoration Company sent me money, and he looked like a grandson, so he almost knelt down for me. It's so cool now." When Sun Fu Hai remembered that scene, his whole person was extremely excited. He has worked for so many years, pretending to be a grandson for others, and he has never been treated like a grandfather before. I am afraid that this feeling will never be forgotten in his life. "Uncle, if there is anything going on in the company in the future, just tell me. Don't look at me as a small department manager. There is nothing I can't handle in Horrendal." Chui Ziyuan spoke shamelessly and was not afraid not to expose it, because none of the people here knew Lin Tianhu and had never even seen him. Who could expose him? Ugh. "From now on, my uncle's company will depend on you, and I will be a daughter. Everything in the future will be yours." Sun Fu Hai now recognizes this Chui Ziyuan from the bottom of his heart. "Don't worry, uncle, I will definitely treat Xiaoming well." Chui Ziyuan nodded vigorously, excited inside. "Okay, I'm hungry, you guys are talking, I'm going to starve to death, hurry up and eat." Sun Xiaoming interrupted the conversation between the two and said with a pouted mouth, "Wait a minute, I informed you Uncle Chen's family, they should be here soon. Sun Fuhai stopped Sun Xiaoming. Let's have dinner together as a family, what do we ask them to do? It's annoying. When Sun Xiaoming heard that the David family was coming, her face suddenly became ugly. You child, how can you say that Uncle Chen also saved Dad's life? Sun Fuhai glared at Sun Xiaoming, and then continued, how was David's interview today? Uncle, David's test was successful. As a department manager, I can still handle this trivial matter. Cui Ziyuan directly took the credit for David's successful test to himself. Zun, I'm really bothering you. Sun Fuhai gave Cui Ziyuan a grateful look. At this moment, the box door was pushed open and David's family walked in. Sorry, it's a little late. Seeing that Sun Fuhai and the others had already arrived, Chen Baogua said apologetically. Old monitor, it's okay, we just arrived, hurry up and sit. Sun Fuhai hurriedly greeted Chen Baogua and the others to sit down. And David felt a little surprised after seeing that Cui Ziyuan was there, but he didn't say anything. However, Cui Ziyuan looked at David with a playful face and said with a cold smile, David, we met again and asked you to treat yourself, but you ran away. Do you know how difficult it is for me and Xiaoming to do this? After Cui Ziyuan finished speaking, Chen Baogua immediately looked at David with a question in his eyes. Barbara asked, David, what's going on? Sun Fuhai also looked at Cui Ziyuan with a questioning expression on his face. This David, the interview was successful. There is a rule in our sales department that new employees should treat guests to dinner, but he said that he had no money and ran away, which made me and Ziyuan humiliated. Sun Xiaoming looked at David angrily and said, Chapter 86. David, is that so? Chen Baogua asked with a cold face when he heard this. Dad, I am. Shut up for me. Chen Baogua interrupted David and shouted vigorously, Our family is poor, but we can't afford a meal. If someone helps you, you have to abide by their rules. Don't you understand the etiquette? How can you still work in the company in the future? Chen Baogua roared, and David didn't say a word. Old monitor, this child David is also trying to save money. It's a big deal. If you don't ask, please don't ask. Today's meal is congratulations to David for his successful exam. Sun Fuhai hurriedly tried to smooth things out, and he couldn't let Chen Baogua and David quarrel. Uncle, in fact, Xiaoming and I are not different from David's meal. The main reason is to let him increase his relationship with his colleagues and start work in the future. Cui Ziyuan said this, making David even more stingy. Yes, this is David's fault. I will ask him to make it up tomorrow. The company's rules cannot be broken from us. Chen Baogua looked at Cui Ziyuan apologetically. I think so, there is no need for tomorrow. After dinner, I will contact a few colleagues in the company. Let's go to sing and sing together. The money will be released by David. I will explain it to the people in the company. Cui Ziyuan said, All right. Chen Baogua nodded again and again. Xin, the conditions of your Uncle Chen's house are not very good, but you should watch it, but you can't spend more. Sun Fuhai said to Cui Ziyuan, Don't worry, Uncle, it won't cost 200 or 300. Cui Ziyuan smiled slightly. Fuhai, this is Xiaoming's object, right? He is a talented person, and he does everything well. Chen Baogua followed Sun Fuhai and praised Cui Ziyuan. No, all the debts from my company have to be returned. Thanks to him, Ziyuan got to know Lin Tianhu from Horrendal, and Lin Tianhu got the money back in one sentence. Sun Fuhai is also full of smiles, and he is quite satisfied with Cui Ziyuan, his son-in-law. After David heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't know when the credit for Sun Fuhai's company came back to Cui Ziyuan. Lin Tianhu? Chen Baogua was taken aback for a moment. Is that the biggest gangster in Horrendal? It's better not to know this kind of person. Don't look at the prestige now, sooner or later you will be unlucky. Chen Baogua used to be a civil servant, so he looked down on little gangsters. Uncle Chen, what you said is wrong. It is a supreme honor to know Tiger Lord in Horrendal. How can you say that? Just like your son, I am afraid that you will never have the chance to know Tiger Lord in your life. In the future, you don't say such things so as not to cause trouble. Cui Ziyuan was very angry at Chen Baogua's words, so he said coldly. After Chen Baogua listened, he closed his mouth and stopped talking. Old class leader, society is different now, and we have to keep up with the situation in some things. Sun Fuhai said lightly. Chen Baogua still didn't speak, but in his heart, he just didn't like people like Lin Tianhu. This is why David did not dare to let his parents know that he knew Lin Tianhu. If his parents knew about it, they would not even want his son. At the wine table, Cui Ziyuan has been drinking with a proud attitude, feeling the feeling of being touted by others. It's just that David didn't drink alcohol from the beginning to the end, and he didn't respect Cui Ziyuan for a drink, which made Cui Ziyuan feel a little uncomfortable. David, a big man, why don't you drink? Cui Ziyuan asked David slightly sarcastically. David smiled slightly. It's not that I don't know how to drink it, because for me, there is no difference between wine and tea. It is better to drink tea and save some money. Chapter 87. Cui Ziyuan was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. What do you mean, you can drink well, don't you? I haven't been drunk yet, David said lightly. This time, Cui Ziyuan instantly became interested. Well, let's compete against each other. I've never met an opponent when I drink, and I just had a good time today. Cui Ziyuan said, and asked the waiter to bring up a box of liquor. David, when will you be able to drink, Baijio? Don't talk nonsense. Is there any outsider here? What can you do? Barbara frowned slightly. Mom, don't worry, I'm measured, David comforted his mother. Chen Baogua also wanted to speak out to stop it, but Sun Fuhai grabbed him. Old squad leader, young people are very brave. You forgot that we often fight wine in the army. Let them play. When Chen Baogua saw this, he couldn't say anything, so he could only glance at David helplessly. Xin, you're a big drinker. Let David order it, but don't drink too much. It's just lively and lively. Sun Fuhai knew that Cui Ziyuan was a big drinker. Once, when Cui Ziyuan drank more than a pound of white wine, he could take a taxi home by himself. Don't worry, uncle. I'll have 2 drinks. Just let him have one. Cui Ziyuan opened the bottle and started pouring wine into the glass. This cup is too small. Bring 2 big bowls. David said to the waiter. Cui Ziyuan was stunned for a moment, and looked at David in surprise. You can't drink from a bowl, can you? David asked with a faint smile. How is it possible? Even if I blow it with a bottle, I am the same. Cui Ziyuan sneered. In his opinion, David was deliberately pretending to frighten himself. The more David was like this, the more proof he couldn't drink. Soon, the big bowl was brought, and a bowl of wine was full of a bottle. Tell me, how do you drink it? Cui Ziyuan asked David provocatively. I'm afraid of trouble, so I did. After speaking, David actually drank a bowl of white wine in one go. Seeing this, everyone was taken aback. Chen Baogua frowned slightly, and his eyes were full of distress. David, are you drinking? What's the difference between this and suicide? Don't be brave. Dad, I'm fine. David smiled at Chen Baogua, then turned the bowl upside down, looked at Cui Ziyuan and said, It's your turn. Cui Ziyuan frowned. He really didn't expect David to dare to drink all the wine in one breath. Although he has a good amount of alcohol, this way of drinking is really afraid of ruining his body. If you can't drink, don't drink it. What's the comparison? Chen Baogua saw that Cui Ziyuan was a little embarrassed, so he gave Cui Ziyuan a step to speak. It's okay if you don't drink, then it proves that you are cowardly. David looked at Cui Ziyuan provocatively. Cowardly? Cui Ziyuan suddenly became angry when he heard this. I've never been counseled when I drink. After speaking, Cui Ziyuan closed his eyes and drank a bowl of wine. After drinking it, Cui Ziyuan's face instantly turned red. David picked up the wine bottle and poured 2 more bowls of wine. David, enough. Seeing this, Chen Baogua got up and shouted at David. David didn't speak, but looked at Cui Ziyuan directly, with a strong provocation in his eyes. Don't worry, let's continue drinking. At this moment, Cui Ziyuan only felt his anger rising and shouted loudly to Chen Baogua. David's eyes narrowed slightly. He picked up the wine and drank it again. When these liquors arrived in David's stomach, there was no difference with water, and the spiritual power in David absorbed these liquors. Seeing David drinking another bowl of white wine, everyone was shocked. Sun Xiaoming pulled Cui Ziyuan and said, If you can't drink it, we won't drink it. He's barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes, so let's not compare him. Chapter 88. That's right, Vizim, we don't drink anymore, our lives are precious, so why are we fighting him? At this time, Li Fengxia also stood up and persuaded Cui Ziyuan. They are really afraid that Cui Ziyuan will eat a bowl of wine and the whole person will be in trouble, then it will be troublesome. At this time, Cui Ziyuan's eyes were a little red, and he looked at David with a little dizziness. Seeing that David's eyes were full of provocation, he gritted his teeth, picked up the bowl and drank it. After 2 bowls of wine, Cui Ziyuan's face has turned from red to white, and the whole face looks a little hideous. Seeing Cui Ziyuan like that, David sat back with satisfaction. Drinking it, Cui Ziyuan would definitely die of drinking, and his parents would definitely not let him drink anymore. Why did you sit down? Drink if you can, drink again. When Cui Ziyuan saw David sitting down, he immediately shouted. But just after he finished speaking, a burst of blood suddenly surged up, and he spit it out in one mouthful, directly spraying Li Fengxia all over her body. What? Li Fengxia screamed, looking at the filth on her body. She almost vomited herself. Seeing this, Sun Fuhai frowned tightly, and his face was ugly. Chen Baogua glared at David, then quickly got up and said, Fuhai, hurry up and send Ziyuan home, we're leaving too, these 2 children are real, what are they called? Sun Fuhai could only nod his head. It was all done like this, and there was no way to stay and chat. But just when Chen Baogua wanted to leave with David, Cui Ziyuan stopped him directly. Can't go. Cui Ziyuan's eyes were hazy. How can you just leave after you agreed to sing? Are you afraid of spending money? Zing, you've been drinking too much, wait until another day. Sun Fuhai persuaded Cui Ziyuan. No, I have to go today. I've already made reservations with everyone in the group. If I don't go, I'll lose face. Cui Ziyuan shook his head. He must let David sing. This time, Sun Fuhai looked at Chen Baogua with some embarrassment. Dad, you go back first, I'll ask them to sing. David said to Chen Baogua. Chen Baogua couldn't say anything at this time. He could only tell David, don't be too late, don't drink anymore. As Chen Baogua said, he took out a stack of money from his pocket. There were parts and pieces, and it was more than 300 yuan. You take this money, I know it costs a lot to sing. Chen Baogua put the money into David's hands. David wanted to refuse, but he knew that with his father's character, he couldn't refuse, so he simply collected the money. At this time, Sun Fuhai also took out his wallet, took out 1,000 yuan and handed it to David. David, I'll give you a little more and prepare for emergencies in case the money is not enough. Dad, you usually don't give me money so generously. Sun Xiaoming snatched the money from Sun Fuhai's hand and said, You kid, hurry up and give the money to David. Sun Fuhai said to Sun Xiaoming, It's not the same when I take it. He won't have enough money by then, so I'll just make it up. Sun Xiaoming put the money in her pocket. Uncle Sun, I have enough money, it's really not enough, I can make it up to Xiaoming. David smiled at Sun Fuhai. Sun Fuhai sighed, that was the only way. The group walked out of the box. Sun Fuhai was about to settle accounts. Cui Ziyuan followed him staggeringly. I have a work permit here, and I can get a 20% discount. Cui Ziyuan photographed his work permit on the front desk, but the cashier lady at the front desk didn't even look at it. Sir, for your consumption, this hotel has already waived the bill, you don't need to pay. The cashier lady at the front desk politely said to Sun Fuhai. Chapter 89. Sun Fuhai was stunned all of a sudden. He didn't understand how he could be exempted from the bill. Cui Ziyuan, who was on the side, immediately laughed when he heard it. I didn't expect my work card to be so useful. After I took it out, it was actually free of charge. The Su family is really particular about it. Hearing this, Sun Fuhai couldn't help but nodded. He also thought that Cui Ziyuan's work certificate played a role. After all, Cui Ziyuan also worked for the Su family. Only the cashier looked at Cui Ziyuan with contempt and said nothing. The reason why the order was waived was for David. Almost all the staff in the Regal Hotel knew about the relationship between David and Sonia. Seeing David over for dinner, of course, the order will be waived. Who dares to accept the money from the future uncle of the Su family? The group walked out of the hotel, and Sun Fuhai followed Chen Baogua to say goodbye to each other. Okay, don't talk about it, my body stinks to death. It's all to blame for this David. Did he drink like that? He gave Yuan too much. Li Fengxia muttered and stared at David angrily. David did not speak, while Chen Baogua followed Li Fengxia apologetically and left with Barbara. Sun Fuhai also followed Li Fengxia home, leaving only David, Cui Ziyuan and Sun Xiaoming. David, you are drunk. Take a taxi by yourself, don't dirty my car. Sun Xiaoming gave David a cold look and said. David drank Cui Ziyuan like this. Sun Xiaoming is still angry now. David, we're going to Dynasty KTV, don't run away halfway. After Cui Ziyuan finished speaking staggeringly, he was pulled into the car by Sun Xiaoming, and then disappeared without a trace. Looking at the speeding car, David's eyes were filled with chills. This Cui Ziyuan was finding fault one after another, and David should teach him a good lesson. And that's Sun Xiaoming. If it wasn't for Sun Fuhai's sake, David wouldn't be accustomed to her. Reaching out to stop a taxi, David wanted to rush towards Dynasty KTV, but at this moment the phone rang. It was Wang Henin who called, and David hurriedly connected. Brother David, where did your family go? My mother made some dumplings and brought them to you, but found no one at home. Wang Henin asked. We came out to eat. David explained. Oh, are you finished eating now? I think the house is too boring and I want to go out for a walk. Wang Henin's meaning is obvious. She wants David to accompany her around. David hesitated and said, I'm going to go to KTV now. I succeeded in the interview today. I sing along with my colleagues. Oh, then forget it. Wang Henin's tone was a little lost. Where are you? Shall we go together? David said suddenly. He was about to bring Wang Henin to the company, and he happened to follow these people to get acquainted. Is this suitable? Wang Henin wanted to go, but was a little embarrassed. What's wrong with this? I want to take you to the company tomorrow. There's nothing wrong with getting to know you first. I'll pick you up. After David finished speaking, he asked the taxi to go to their community to pick up Wang Henin before rushing to Dynasty KTV. At this time of Dynasty KTV, Cui Ziyuan and the others have arrived and opened a big private room. What's going on with this David? He hasn't come for so long, so he won't run away, right? He's so poor, I'm really afraid he can't pay. Wang Lanlan muttered. Everyone else also agreed, for fear that David would not come, so who will pay for the private room today? Tongjian, if David doesn't come, you will be together, and you will pay for today's consumption. Cui Ziyuan leaned on the sofa and said to Zhang Tongjian, who was sitting in the corner with blurred eyes. Zhang Tongjian nodded reluctantly. Although he was reluctant, he did not dare to refuse. Chapter 90. Seeing that someone has paid for it, the others are excited and start ordering fruit plates and beer. Zhang Tongjian is praying that David must come, otherwise he will be bleeding again today, and his credit card is almost out of limit. Cui Ziyuan was lying on the sofa, let Sun Xiaoming press his head, and drink some water. The drunk state was obviously better, but his head was still dizzy. I tell you, it's fine if David doesn't come. If he comes after a while, you give me a hard drink. Whoever gets him drunk will double the bonus this month. Cui Ziyuan said to the crowd. As soon as they heard the prize doubled, everyone was immediately excited. Don't worry, Manager Cui, I promise to let David go out lying down. If he dares to come, he can't find Bay for what I want to drink. All of them are gearing up. If so many people want to drink David, David will definitely get drunk. Even Zhang Tongjian is moved when he hears that the bonus is doubled, but he will not really drink David. Just as everyone was drinking and singing, the box door was pushed open, and David led Wang Henin to arrive. Seeing David coming, everyone was a little stunned, especially seeing Wang Henin beside David, which made many men's eyes bright. Even Cui Ziyuan, who was dizzy and squinted, saw after Wang Henin, her eyes widened instantly. Although Sun Xiaoming is also beautiful, she has a youthful vibe on Wang Henin. Although Wang Henin has worked as a dancer in a bar, her heart is still very conservative. David, I thought you were afraid of spending money, so you won't come? Cui Ziyuan glanced at David, then continued to look at Wang Henin and asked, Who is this little girl? Hello everyone, my name is Wang Henin. I'm Brother David's neighbor, I hope I didn't disturb everyone. Wang Hanin introduced himself politely. No interruptions. Sit down quickly. Eat fruit, there is fruit here. A bunch of men are trying their best to be courteous, but no one cares about David. Then Chui Ziyuan also coughed slightly. My name is Chui Ziyuan, and I'm David's manager. When Wang Hanin heard that Chui Ziyuan was the manager, he stretched out his hand nervously and said, Hello, Manager Chui. Hello. Chui Ziyuan's eyes glowed with silver light, and he tightly grasped Wang Hanin's hand. Everyone could see that Chui Ziyuan looked straight at Wang Hanin, which made Sun Xiaoming angry. Miss Wang, where are you now? Chui Ziyuan didn't feel Sun Xiaoming's angry eyes at all, and still asked Wang Hanin with a smile. I don't have a job, Wang Hanin said a little embarrassedly. Hearing this, Chui Ziyuan smiled even brighter. He took out a business card from his pocket. This is my business card. If Miss Wang is interested in our company, she can come to work in our company. Really? When Wang Hanin heard this, his eyes widened in surprise. Of course, I'm a department manager, so I still have this right. Chui Ziyuan said proudly. Chui Ziyuan. Sun Xiaoming couldn't take it any longer, so she roared. Only then did Chui Ziyuan think of Sun Xiaoming, and hurriedly followed Wang Hanin to distance himself. Sit down. Wang Hanin seemed to see something, walked over to David with a slight smile, stepped on David's arm skillfully and said, Brother David, can you introduce me to these colleagues of yours? David was frightened by Wang Hanin's skilled movements. In front of so many people, Wang Hanin's movements were too intimate. But Wang Hanin did this on purpose, in order to make these men here give up on him, and to prevent Sun Xiaoming from being jealous. Chapter 91. Sure enough, seeing Wang Hanin and David's intimate actions, many men were instantly disheartened, and Chui Ziyuan also looked at David with jealousy in his eyes. David introduced Wang Hanin one by one. When introducing Dao Sun Xiaoming, David said, This is Uncle Sun's daughter Sun Xiaoming. Her father and my father are comrades in arms. When Wang Hanin heard it, he immediately understood that Chen Baoguo wanted to ask someone to find a job at that time, and it should be Sun Xiaoming's father. So Wang Hanin enthusiastically stepped forward and took Sun Xiaoming's hand. Sister Xiaoming is so beautiful. I have heard Brother David and Uncle Chen mention you for a long time, but I have never seen it. Wang Hanin's enthusiasm also made Sun Xiaoming smile. Sister Hanin, you are also pretty. This is Zhang Tongjian. We are in the same group. David pointed to the corner. Zhang Tongjian with glasses said, Hello. Wang Hanin smiled and stretched out her hand. Hello. Zhang Tongjian's face flushed instantly, and he gently shook hands with Wang Hanin. Seeing Zhang Tongjian like that made everyone burst into laughter. Soon, everyone became acquainted and began to sing and drink, and everyone began to attack David one after another, toasting David one by one. Seeing this, Wang Hanin stood in front of David. You toast like this, Brother David will be drunk in a while, I will drink with you. Wang Hanin took a glass of beer and drank it. Wang Hanin took the lead for David. Of course, these men would not refuse. In their opinion, Wang Hanin can get away with just 2 bottles of beer. But soon, these people knew that they were wrong, how outrageous they were. I saw Wang Hanin drinking with everyone, but he didn't even look like he was about to get drunk, and his face didn't even change. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. Even David looked at Wang Hanin in disbelief. No one could have imagined that a girl who looked so weak could actually drink so much. At this time, there were more than 30 empty bottles at Wang Hanin's feet. Wang Hanin was fine, while the others were all blushing, and some people were crooked. Okay, let's sing, don't drink all the time. Seeing this, Chui Ziyuan could only stop everyone from drinking. If he was drinking, Wang Hanin would be fine, and it is estimated that everyone else would be drunk. Sister Hanin, you can drink too much? Sun Xiaoming said to Wang Hanin with envy and surprise in her eyes. Wang Hanin smiled. I don't have anything else, I just can drink. Sister, you are too good. If I have your drinker and drink in the future, I see who dares to compete with me. Wang Lanlan also sat with Wang Hanin and said with admiration, Sister Lanlan, you can also practice this amount of alcohol. I'll teach you another day, Just for the name of the two of us, it's just fate. Wang Henin said with a smile. I have to say that Wang Henin is really good at communication. It didn't take long for the three women to become good friends who can talk about everything. Sister, you said that you are good-looking and have a good temper. Why do you like David? When I look at David, he looks like a big tail, which is annoying. Wang Lanlan also drank some wine and said to Wang Henin without shyness. David sits by himself, doesn't sing, doesn't drink, and occasionally says a few words to Zhang Tongjian. It really seems a little out of place. Sister Lanlan, in fact, Brother David is a good person. We have been together since we were young. Maybe you are not familiar with him. Wang Henin wasn't angry either, just explained lightly. Seeing Wang Henin say this, Wang Lanlan couldn't help belittling David, so she picked up the microphone and said, Let's go, let's sing a song. Chapter 92. Wang Henin not only looks good, but also sings first class. Her voice is no different from the original singer. This time, it made many men jealous of David, especially Cui Ziyuan, who looked at Wang Henin with more and more hot eyes. But Sun Xiaoming was present, and he didn't show too much enthusiasm. With Wang Henin singing, the atmosphere in the entire private room almost reached its peak, and everyone was dizzy and jumping. Zhang Tongjian was also poured a few cups. At this time, his face was red and he stood up and jumped along with him. Only David sat alone in the corner, watching quietly. Just when everyone was having a good time, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a bald middle-aged man walked in with a glass of wine, followed by two bodyguards in suits behind the middle-aged man. Seeing that someone suddenly broke in, everyone stopped and looked at it in confusion. Wang Henin also put down the microphone in his hand. The middle-aged man's eyes were a little blurry, his face was flushed, and he was obviously drinking too much. After breaking in, he glanced at the people in the private room and raised his mouth. It turned out to be a bunch of raw melon eggs, who just sang it. It's pretty good, I'll sing 2 songs in the private room with me. The words of the middle-aged people made everyone look at each other in dismay, and no one dared to make a sound. It was obvious that these middle-aged people were not ordinary people, and their group were just wage earners, but no one dared to mess with them. Seeing that no one was talking, the middle-aged man turned his attention to Wang Henin. Wang Lanlan followed the 3 girls Sun Xiaoming, because only the 3 of them had the microphone in their hands. The 3 chicks are all good, take the 3 of them to my private room. As the middle-aged man spoke, he took out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and threw them at the 3 girls. The 2 bodyguards behind him walked over. This frightened the 3 of them, and they were so frightened that they retreated again, and Cui Ziyuan stepped forward with a somewhat ugly face and stood in front of him. Now there is only his high status here. If he doesn't show up at this time, he will be laughed at, not to mention that Sun Xiaoming is still his girlfriend. How can I watch my girlfriend being taken away? But I am indifferent. This gentleman, who are you? We are just here to sing and relax. The 3 of them are our friends, not accompanying singers. Cui Ziyuan said to the middle-aged man. It doesn't matter if I sing with you. I give you money. Don't you feel ashamed when you come to this kind of place and only dare to order beer? Let the 3 little girls sing for me, and I will order you a few bottles of Lafite. The middle-aged man stepped forward and patted Cui Ziyuan's face. The actions of the middle-aged man can be described as not very harmful and highly insulting. This is to treat Cui Ziyuan as a little boy. Cui Ziyuan got angry and pushed the middle-aged man away, almost preventing him from falling down. As soon as he pushed it away, Cui Ziyuan regretted it. He didn't know who the other party was. Damn, push me? The middle-aged man said angrily, beat him for me. After that, the 2 bodyguards rushed towards Cui Ziyuan, which scared Cui Ziyuan enough. When they saw that the other party was about to make a move, the others didn't care about being afraid, and grabbed the wine bottle and stood with Cui Ziyuan. After all, Cui Ziyuan was their manager, and now is the time to show their loyalty. There are only 3 people on the other side. With so many of them together, they will definitely be able to beat each other. When the 2 bodyguards saw this, they were all stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that this group of young people was actually quite united, and the 2 bodyguards didn't dare to do anything for a while. At this moment, Cui Ziyuan was very happy. Seeing that the two bodyguards did not dare to do anything, he immediately stepped forward and kicked one of them. Get out of here now, and I'll just pretend that this never happened. Chapter 93. When the bald middle-aged man saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly, but when he looked at the crowd, they were all stunned. Wait for me, report your name if you have the ability, and see if I won't kill you. My name is Chui Ziyuan, and I'm waiting for you here. Do you think my brothers are vegetarians? At this moment, Chui Ziyuan felt like a big man on the Tao, and that feeling was refreshing. Good, good, good. The middle-aged man said 3 good words in a row, turned around and left with 2 bodyguards. After the middle-aged man left, Chui Ziyuan felt very happy. He had never felt this way before. Manager Chui is too good. With that kick just now, the other party didn't even dare to give a F.art. Manager Chui was like that just now. Those who didn't know it thought it was the eldest brother on the road. Manager Chui is awesome. I doubt whether Manager Chui has ever been on the road. A group of people touted Chui Ziyuan one after another, which made Chui Ziyuan go to heaven. Chui Ziyuan was proud in his heart, but he pretended to be lighthearted and said, "It's all up to everyone to support me. Since the brothers are interesting enough, I can't be stingy today. Chui Ziyuan, this time I will serve a few bottles of Lafite. How many brothers try it all?" Brilliant! Long live Manager Chui. When everyone heard Lafite, they all shouted excitedly. You must know that migrant workers like them rarely drink this kind of wine. Zing, let's go. If the other party really asks someone to come, it will be troublesome. Sun Xiaoming persuaded Chui Ziyuan. At this time, Chui Ziyuan used his drunkenness and so many people to support him. How could he be afraid of the bald middle-aged man? Don't worry, Xiaoming, with me here, you don't have to be afraid. Chui Ziyuan patted his chest and said, Manager Chui, I heard that this KTV is the store of Jiateng, which is run by Lin Tianhu. We just had a fight, will it be? An employee said cautiously. I'm afraid I know Lin Tianhu very well, don't worry. Chui Ziyuan waved his hand and said cooingly. When Sun Xiaoming heard that it was Lin Tianhu's store, she immediately relaxed and said, since it's Lord Tiger's store, it's easy to handle. Ziyuan is very familiar with Lord Tiger, and my company's external account is just a word from Ziyuan. Tiger Lord helped to come up. Sun Xiaoming's words immediately made everyone look at Chui Ziyuan with admiration. It would be awesome to know the underground emperor in Horrendal, but he could show off for a lifetime. Manager Chui is so secretive, he actually knows him even with Master Tiger. Since we know Tiger Master, then we are still afraid of a ball. If the other party dares to come, he will cry and call his mother. Let's drink with Manager Chui here, who dares to provoke us. Hearing that Chui Ziyuan knew Lin Tianhu, these guys became even more reckless. David sat in the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and he smiled faintly. It seems that this Chui Ziyuan doesn't suffer, and he always lives in his dreams. Why are you smiling? You still have a smile on your face. That old guy was going to take us away just now. You were so frightened. Wang Henin is your girlfriend. You can't even protect your own girlfriend. What kind of man are you? Laugh out loud. Seeing David sitting in the corner laughing, Wang Lanlan immediately rebuked with dissatisfaction. Yes, is he still a man? His girlfriend was about to be taken away, and he turned a blind eye. If Manager Chui hadn't come forward, you would have been cuckolded today. And this Zhang Tongjian, who doesn't dare to move while sitting, has no backbone at all. Everyone began to criticize David and Zhang Tongjian one after another. After all, they just sat there and didn't move. Chapter 94. David knew that he didn't have to move, and that Zhang Tongjian was really too scared to move. Okay, ignore these two cowards, go out and ask for Lafite, let's drink. Chui Ziyuan waved his hand and said. Soon someone went out to ask for a drink, while others gave David and Zhang Tongjian a cold look, and no one paid any attention to them. At this time, in the office of the general manager of Dynasty KTV, the bald middle-aged man was inside with 2 bodyguards. The office decoration is very luxurious. Behind a desk that is more than 3 meters long sits a man in a Chinese tunic suit. Behind the man stands a girl, wearing a cheongsam, the hem of which is open to the waist, revealing fair skin and a face. With thick makeup on it, he is pressing his head for the man in the tunic suit. This man in Zhongshan suit is Ho Chunlei, the KTV manager of the dynasty, and he is also Lin Tianhu's right-hand man. Otherwise Lin Tianhu would not have handed over this KTV to him. Boss Qian, what made you angrily find me here? Ho Chunlei half squinted his eyes and asked lightly. Manager Ho, your dynasty KTV is too messy. Just now, a bunch of Lengtaoking actually beat my people, and now there are clear footprints on my people. The bald money boss pointed to one of his bodyguards and said, there is also a clearly visible footprint on the bodyguard's belly. Is there such a thing? Ho Chunlei opened his eyes and sat up straight. Who is the other party? Did Qilong help? In Ho Chunlei's view, only the guys from the Qilong gang dare to make trouble here. It doesn't look like it, it's just a bunch of young people. I heard that some girls in their private room sang well, and I wanted to take them to my private room to sing 2 songs, but I didn't expect these guys to dare to do it. Boss Qian's eyes flashed with chills, and he gritted his teeth and said, I see that this is Lord Tiger's place, so I came over and told Manager Ho. If Manager Ho doesn't care, then I will find someone myself. Manager, don't blame me. It's just a bunch of little boys. Why is Boss Qian angry? I'll send someone to follow Boss Qian. Ho Chunlei said, and shouted towards the door, Binzi. At this time, a man with a fierce face and tattoos on his arms walked in. Brother Ho, Na Binzi shouted respectfully. Someone was making trouble at KTV just now. You can follow Boss Qian to see if you don't kill anyone. Recently, Lord Tiger has spoken, let's keep a low profile. Ho Chunlei ordered to that Binzi. I know Brother Ho. Binzi nodded. Manager Ho, thank you very much. Boss Qian bowed his hands to Ho Chunlei. Boss Qian is being polite. If you are angry with me, of course I have to take care of it. In the future, Boss Qian will just take care of my business. Ho Chunlei smiled lightly. Soon, Boss Qian took Binzi to the private room where David and the others were, followed by more than a dozen KTV thugs. In the private room at this time, Cui Ziyuan and the others were drinking Lafite, all of them flushed and shouting excitedly, when suddenly the door was kicked open. Everyone was stunned. When they saw that it was the bald middle-aged man who brought them back, they all showed panic on their faces. For all that, Boss Qian, who moved the hand just now? Binzi asked Boss Qian. Boss Qian kept saying to Cui Ziyuan, it's him, this kid beat me up. Binzi glanced at Cui Ziyuan, then glanced around, and immediately knew that these people were ordinary people, not just on the road. You just beat up Boss Qian's person? Binzi asked indifferently as he walked up to Cui Ziyuan. Seeing Binzi's face and the tattoos on his body, Cui Ziyuan was a little scared, but with the strength of the wine, Cui Ziyuan nodded. Yes, I beat him, they bullied my girlfriend. Were more than a dozen people behind the other party this time, and they all looked fierce. Chapter 95. Binzi saw that Cui Ziyuan actually admitted it directly, but he was a little surprised. He looked Cui Ziyuan up and down and said, you have the talent, you dare to act, and I will not embarrass you. Now go to your knees and apologize to Boss Qian. Today it's over. When he heard that he was asked to kneel, Cui Ziyuan would agree, shook his head and said, let me kneel for him. That's impossible, it's him who provokes us first. When Binzi saw Cui Ziyuan's rejection, his face suddenly turned cold. No one dares to reject my words. With that said, Na Binzi suddenly shot, grabbed Cui Ziyuan's collar directly, and lifted Cui Ziyuan up. When the others saw this, although they wanted to go up and help Cui Ziyuan, they were all cowardly when they saw the dozen or so thugs who were staring at Boss Qian behind him. Ziyuan. Sun Xiaoming saw that the other party actually made a move, and immediately shouted and rushed over. Let him go, my father is Sun Fuhai, and we are the employees of the Su family's heart. Sun Xiaoming tried hard to break Binzi's hand, but no matter how hard she tried, Binzi didn't move at all. At this moment, Cui Ziyuan's face turned red, his breathing began to be difficult, his eyes were wide open, and his mouth was wide open. The fear of death haunts him constantly. Seeing Cui Ziyuan like this, Sun Xiaoming was very anxious, and continued to shout, this is Lord Tiger's territory. You are in Tiger Lord's territory. Tiger Lord will never let you go. He knows Tiger. As soon as Sun Xiaoming's voice fell, Binzi's expression changed slightly, his brows furrowed, and his hand was released. Cough, cough, cough. After Cui Ziyuan was released, he coughed hard and gasped for breath. Ziyuan, are you all right? Sun Xiaoming asked with concern. Others saw that Binzi heard Tiger Lord and immediately let go, thinking that Binzi was very afraid of Lin Tianhu, so they shouted, "Our manager Cui and Tiger Lord are very familiar, you dare to touch him, Tiger Lord. I can't forgive you. Let me tell you, if our manager Cui said a word, then Lin Tianhu should be obedient. Just yesterday, our manager Cui only made a phone call, and then Lin Tianhu went to help and ask for the account right away. If you messed with manager Cui, just wait to die." Those people in the sales department under Cui Ziyuan, knowing that the other party was afraid of Lin Tianhu, started shouting one by one, blowing Cui Ziyuan into the sky. After David in the corner heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. These ignorant guys, the more he said this, the more he pushed Cui Ziyuan towards the brink of death. When Cui Ziyuan heard that these guys were touting him indiscriminately, he was so frightened that he could not wait to scold these guys fiercely. Listening to everyone's words, Binzi's face became more and more ugly, and the killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Although Ho Chunlei told him not to kill people, but these guys were bluffing outside in the name of Lord Tiger, how could he bear it? Seeing Binzi's face getting more and more ugly, Cui Ziyuan's group thought they were afraid, and they all became proud. You know what you're afraid of? Get out now. If we call Lord Tiger, none of you will be able to leave. Sun Xiaoming also followed Binzi with a proud face. Shut up, shut the fuck up. Cui Ziyuan yelled at Sun Xiaoming. Only he himself knew that he didn't know Lin Tianhu at all, and he hadn't even seen Lin Tianhu. Seeing Cui Ziyuan yelling at him suddenly, Sun Xiaoming was stunned, wondering what happened to Cui Ziyuan, but he didn't dare to speak. You know Tiger Master? Binzi asked Cui Ziyuan gloomily for a moment. Cui Ziyuan is now being held up by everyone, and there is no way to do it. If he admits that he does not know him at this time, he will be laughed at by everyone. Chapter 96. Gritting his teeth, Cui Ziyuan could only nod his head. I've met Tiger Master. Cui Ziyuan's words were ambiguous. After all, he had seen Lin Tianhu, but he did not necessarily know Lin Tianhu. Originally, you only need to kneel down and apologize, but you don't want you to be swindling outside with the name of Tiger Lord. Since that's the case, then none of you want to leave today. Binzi's words were tinged with chills, which made these guys who didn't know the heights of the sky felt a chill. Haha, you be 5 tards, do you know who this is in front of you? He is the #1 thug of Brother Ho, under the command of Lord Tiger, and you are bragging in front of him, saying that you know Lord Tiger. Look. Come on, you've come to the end of your life. The money boss burst out laughing. These people are just ordinary guys who can't be ordinary. How could they know Lin Tianhu? Boss Qian knew that they must be pretentious. Sure enough, after hearing what Boss Qian said, Cui Ziyuan's forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. He didn't expect that he was pretending to be forced and bumped into the muzzle of the gun. It's just that other people under Cui Ziyuan didn't think so. They thought that Cui Ziyuan really knew Lin Tianhu. That Sun Xiaoming has always believed that Cui Ziyuan must know Lin Tianhu. Even if Cui Ziyuan doesn't know him, his friends must know him. Otherwise, why would Lin Tianhu come up with the debts of his family? Boss Qian, our brother also drank a little wine just now. Now my brother is not with you. I hope Boss Qian. Cui Ziyuan was discouraged and started to apologize to Boss Qian. It's just that the words were not finished, but Binzi interrupted directly. Dare to borrow the name of Tiger Lord, this is not as simple as an apology. Can you survive, you see fortune? After Binzi finished speaking, he waved his hand directly to his subordinates and said, take everyone away, and let Brother Ho go and deal with it. Soon, more than a dozen vicious thugs directly surrounded them, making Cui Ziyuan and Sun Xiaoming's faces change with fright. Zhang Tongjian in the corner was trembling even more at this time. His pants were wet, and his hands were tightly grasping David's sleeves. He is just a college student who has just graduated and not long ago. I have never seen such a scene before, and now I am scared to death. Seeing Zhang Tongjian like that, David patted him on the shoulder and said, "Relax, it'll be all right." Soon, Chui Ziyuan and the others were taken to Ho Chunlei's office. At this time, Ho Chunlei was closing his eyes slightly, enjoying the secretary's massage, when he suddenly saw Binzi brought back a group of people, and all of them were little hairy children. The more he frowned and said, "Binzi, bring a group of little hairy children." "What is the child doing?" "Brother Ho, this is the group of people under the money boss." Binzi said, "Didn't I let you deal with it? What are you doing with my office?" Ho Chunlei looked a little unhappy. "Brother Ho, this guy said he knew Lord Tiger, and he was very familiar with him, so I brought it here to let Brother Ho go down." Binzi hurriedly explained. "What?" When Ho Chunlei heard this, he sat up straight, then looked at Chui Ziyuan coldly. "Do you know Tiger Master?" I, Chui Ziyuan stammered. "My friend knows." "What's your friend's name?" "I've been with Lord Tiger for many years, and I know the names of all his friends." Ho Chunlei continued to ask. This time, Chui Ziyuan was stopped. He didn't know Lin Tianhu's friends at all. With his level, how could he have a relationship with Lin Tianhu? Snapped. Suddenly, Ho Chunlei slammed the table and stood up. "You guys are so bold, you dare to use the name of Lord Tiger?" Chapter 97. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed suddenly, and Chui Ziyuan was even more sobered up by a cold air that went straight to the top of his head. He never imagined that he was vain and pretended to know Lin Tianhu, but he didn't want to cause trouble. Seeing Chui Ziyuan's reaction, Boss Qian sneered, stepped forward and gave Chui Ziyuan a slap in the face. "Aren't you very good? People who dare to beat me, dare to use the name of Tiger Lord, I see that you are impatient to live." Boss Qian slapped that Chui Ziyuan into reality, and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Boss Qian, I was wrong, I don't dare anymore, I don't dare anymore." Chui Ziyuan's begging for mercy also brought those under him and Sun Xiaoming back to reality in an instant. They knew that Chui Ziyuan didn't know any Lin Tianhu at all, he was just bragging. At this moment, everyone began to tremble. If Chui Ziyuan didn't know Lin Tianhu, what else would they have to rely on? "Wrong." Boss Qian sneered. "It's useless to admit my mistake now, just wait to die." Hearing this, Chui Ziyuan couldn't hold it any longer, and knelt to the ground with a thud. "Brother Ho, I don't dare to use the name Tiger Lord anymore, please, please forgive me." Chui Ziyuan was already crying bitterly at this time, and he regretted it to death. Chui Ziyuan is already like this, and the other people are even more ashen, and Sun Xiaoming looks at Chui Ziyuan in surprise, not knowing what he is thinking. Looking at Chui Ziyuan, who was on his knees begging for mercy, and at a group of panicked young people, Ho Chunlei looked at Boss Qian and said, "Boss Qian, this matter started because of you, how do you deal with it?" This is Ho Chunlei's face to sell the money boss. After all, the money boss is a major KTV customer. You help Lung Tuqing, it doesn't matter even if it's abolished, let them all get out. Boss Qian waved his hand. When Chui Ziyuan heard this, he kept kowtowing and thanking him, but when everyone was relieved, Boss Qian glanced at Wang Henin and Sun Xiaoming with silver eyes and said, "Men can go, but the 3 women must stay with me." Upon hearing this, Wang Henin and Sun Xiaoming's expressions suddenly changed, and Chui Ziyuan's expression became very embarrassed. After all, Sun Xiaoming is his girlfriend, he can ignore Wang Henin and Wang Lanlan, but he can't ignore Sun Xiaoming. After all, Sun Fuhai just recognized him. "Boss Qian, this is my girlfriend, can I take her away, and she will stay with you? My girlfriend and I have been living together for more than a year, so I think Boss Qian doesn't like it." Chui Ziyuan pointed to Sun Xiaoming, and then said with a smile. In fact, he never touched Sun Xiaoming at all, but he just wanted to use this to get Sun Xiaoming out of danger. Sun Xiaoming glanced at Chui Ziyuan, but didn't say anything. After all, at this time, it was most important to get out first. Sure enough, when Chui Ziyuan said this, a bit of disgust flashed in the eyes of Boss Qian, and then he waved his hand and said, "Go away, leave those 2 women behind." Seeing this, Chui Ziyuan desperately followed Boss Qian to thank him, then turned around and left. "Manager Chui, don't leave me, don't leave me." Wang Lanlan panicked and hurriedly pulled Chui Ziyuan's arm. And Wang Henin also looked panicked and looked at David helplessly. At this time, she could only ask David for help. After all, she was not familiar with these people, and no one would offend these people in front of her for her. Lon Lon, just drink 2 glasses of wine with Boss Chen. I'll be fine. I'll come back to pick you up later. Cui Ziyuan pushed Wang Lanlan away. Wang Lanlan suddenly became desperate, and Wang Hanin, with tears in her eyes, lightly grabbed David's clothes. She wanted David to go, but she didn't want to stay by herself. She was very contradictory. Chapter 98. Don't worry, I won't leave. David smiled at Wang Hanin. Brother Chen, let's go? Zhang Tongjian rushed out of the room first, then turned back and shouted at David. That Sun Xiaoming also looked back and found that David was motionless, so he also shouted, David. Boss Chen also saw that David had no intention of leaving, so he said with a cold face, Why, I can't bear my little girlfriend, don't you want to leave? As Boss Chen said, he reached out to Wang Hanin and touched Wang Hanin's face. At this moment, Wang Hanin was so frightened that his face was pale, and he didn't even dare to dodge. But just when Boss Chen's hand was about to touch Wang Hanin, David suddenly grabbed the Boss Chen's wrist. I didn't even think about leaving, David said, exerting a little force, only to hear the sound of a bone crack, and David's wrist was suddenly broken by David. The severe pain caused Boss Chen to howl instantly. The heart-piercing howl sounded very intimidating. Paralyzed, my hand is broken, let go, or I will kill you and even play with your girlfriend. Boss Chen roared loudly with a grim expression on his face. But David kicked it out, kicked Boss Chen's lower body directly, and kicked Boss Chen out directly. And that Boss Chen lay hunched on the ground, his face turned purple. David's kick directly made Boss Chen lose his ability to be a man. When Ho Chunlei saw this, his anger immediately rose, and he dared to beat his guests in front of him, which made Ho Chunlei feel shameless. Kid, you dare to do something in front of me, you are really kind. Ho Chunlei's face was terrifyingly cold, and he waved his big hand, close the door, no one is allowed to leave. Cui Ziyuan and the others, who were about to leave, were all driven back and locked in the office again. This time, everyone was waiting for David angrily. If David hadn't pretended to force him, they would have left now. David, what the H3L are you pretending to be? We can't leave now. Cui Ziyuan roared at David. Now that David has beaten the Chen boss like this matter must not be let go. You said that everyone has let go, but this guy David is pretending to be a woman, and now even they are implicated. David, if you want to die, please pull us up. That's right, what are you pretending to be? If you can fight, go to the street and fight. It's over, I'm going to be killed now. Everyone is accusing David. Even Wang Lanlan was no exception. Although she was the one who was left behind, she would have a glass of wine with her, and if she couldn't, she would sleep with her, and it might have passed, but now, she beat people like this. I'm afraid it can't be solved by sleeping. Only Wang Hanin looked at David worriedly, with tears in his eyes. Brother David, I'm sorry. Wang Hanin knew that if it wasn't for himself, David would not have done it, and now David might have to go to jail, or even lose his life. It'll be fine, don't worry, David smiled lightly. Seeing that David seemed to be nothing, the others were even more angry this time, and the accusations and insults against David were even more difficult to sound. And that Ho Chunlei's face became more and more gloomy. Binzi, let this kid be abolished. Binzi nodded, and he rushed towards David with a vigorous step, and his fist as big as a sandbag swung towards David's head. If this punch hit David's head, it would definitely burst his brain on the spot. Seeing this, everyone was so frightened that they dodged, for fear that they would be splashed with blood. Only Wang Hanin's eyes were firm, and he stood in front of David with clenched teeth. Chapter 99. Since David is for herself, Wang Hanin also intends to risk her life. She can't watch David be beaten to death in front of her. A huge strong wind was blowing towards Wang Hanin, so scared that Wang Hanin closed his eyes and pulled David with one hand, leaving David behind him. Hanin! Sun Xiaoming couldn't help shouting. Although I just met with Wang Hanin, Sun Xiaoming felt that Wang Hanin was a good person, knowledgeable and reasonable. Seeing Binzi's fist in front of Wang Hanin even felt the breath of death, but after a gust of wind blew, there was no more movement. When she slowly opened her eyes, she found that Binzi's fist was there. A few centimeters away in front of his eyes, and David's hand directly grabbed that Binzi's fist, preventing him from moving forward. This time, everyone's eyes widened, feeling incredible, and that Binzi's expression also changed, with a deep shock in his eyes, because he could feel that from David's body, there was a steady stream of power in the burst. No matter how hard he tried, it was of no avail. If you weren't Lin Tianhu's subordinates, you'd all be corpses now. David gave it away slightly, and that Binzi's body suddenly stepped back, and finally sat on the ground. Seeing Binzi like this, Ho Chunlei suddenly became popular. Damn, trash, can't even handle a little kid? Ho Chunlei kicked that Binzi fiercely. Binzi got up in a hurry and lowered his head in embarrassment. Although he fell, Binzi was not injured. David was merciful. After all, these people are his own. Let us go, today's business is over, or you will regret it. David said to Ho Chunlei. Regret? Ho Chunlei sneered. I never knew what regret was. After Ho Chunlei finished speaking, the door was opened, and dozens of people rushed in with machetes, directly surrounding David and the others. There were just a dozen people around, and they were only bare-handed. Although they were all fierce, but Cui Ziyuan and the others were all able to control their own bodies. But at the moment, surrounded by dozens of people holding bright machetes, and feeling the chill on the machete, Cui Ziyuan and the others were all frightened. Several people fainted from fright on the spot, and many people urinated directly. Even Cui Ziyuan was not spared, the pants got wet. Boy, today I can chop you into minced meat, do you believe it? Ho Chunlei said grimly. I seem to have heard that Lin Tianhu doesn't let you fight and kill, and let you do business seriously, but you are making such a big deal today. Why don't you ask Lin Tianhu for instructions? David asked calmly. Ho Chunlei was stunned for a moment. After glancing at David, he hesitated for a moment, and then said to his subordinate, Take care of them, one is not allowed to let go. I went to Tiger Lord to call. After Ho Chunlei finished speaking, he took out his phone and walked out. Seeing Ho Chunlei go to ask Lin Tianhu for instructions, Cui Ziyuan and the others rolled their eyes in horror. You must know that Lin Tianhu's reputation in Horrendal is very bad. He is a murderous and ruthless master. If Lin Tianhu was really disturbed, none of them would be able to survive. Not only would they not survive, but they would be tortured to death. David, you are paralyzed, we are all going to die now, don't even think about living, you have to recruit Tiger Lord, we are all finished. Cui Ziyuan saw that Ho Chunlei went to call Lin Tianhu, so he stared at David and cursed. Chapter 100. David frowned, and a cold glow appeared in his eyes as he looked at Cui Ziyuan. Cui Ziyuan suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and was so frightened that he quickly closed his mouth. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, Dad. Dad. Sun Xiaoming cried with fright, mumbling like she was crazy. For a while, many people began to cry, and the whole room was screaming. On the other side, Ho Chunlei called Lin Tianhu. He wanted to ask Lin Tianhu how to deal with these troublesome little boys. If it was normal, Ho Chunlei would call the shots himself, and David and the others would do it, just a few ordinary young people. Even if they disappeared, it would not cause any sensation. But now it can't be done. Lin Tianhu has clearly ordered them not to fight and kill them, and they will kill people indiscriminately. Ho Chunlei can only ask Lin Tianhu what to do. At this time, Lin Tianhu was already asleep. After receiving the call from Ho Chunlei, he yawned and said, Monkey, it's so late, did something happen to KTV? Master Hu, there are a few little hairy children making trouble at KTV and hurting Binzi. It's too arrogant. I want to ask Master Hu if you can get rid of these guys. Ho Chunlei asked cautiously. Little boy. Lin Tianhu frowned. Who are they? Are they from the Qilong gang? With Lin Tianhu's reputation in Horrendal, no one dared to make trouble in his territory unless it was a member of the Qilong gang. After all, Feng Sihai was just injured by David some time ago. Now, it is not impossible for the Qilong gang to find trouble with their jiateng. No, it's just a bunch of stupefied youths who say they work in some company of the Su family. There's a guy named David who injured Binzi. Ho Chunlei said. Hearing David's words, Lin Tianhu jumped off the bed. Monkey, I'll rush over now, you're not allowed to do it for me, just wait for me. After Lin Tianhu finished speaking, he hung up the phone and ran out. Ho Chunlei heard Lin Tianhu's anxious voice. His face was full of doubts, but Lin Tianhu had spoken, he had to listen. When I returned to the office was already stinking. Depend on. Ho Chunlei pinched his nose. Open the window, what a bunch of stuff. Soon the window was opened, and fresh air blew in, which blew out the stench in the room a lot. Lin Tianhu said that he should wait honestly, but Ho Chunlei could only wave his hand and let the men with the knife withdraw to avoid being seen by Lin Tianhu. I've already informed the Tiger Lord, and the Tiger Lord will be here in a while. If you have any last words, you can leave first. Ho Chunlei looked at David and the others coldly, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. When they heard that Lin Tianhu was coming, this time Cui Ziyuan and the others were stimulated again. The scene that was a little quiet just now turned into howling and howling in an instant. Who is Lin Tianhu? The entire Horrendal, even a 3-year-old child knows, that is the devil who kills without blinking an eye. Brother Ho, it's all David's hands, it has nothing to do with us, let us go. Cui Ziyuan knelt down to Ho Chunlei again. Everyone else also knelt down and begged for mercy, one by one kept kowtow. On the other hand, David held Sun Xiaoming with one hand and Wang Henin with the other, and did not let them both kneel. No matter how much Sun Xiaoming thinks about herself, after all, Sun Fuhai is a good person and takes good care of David's family. David can't ignore Sun Xiaoming. Seeing David not kneeling, Ho Chunlei wanted to scold him angrily, but when he remembered Lin Tianhu's advice, Ho Chunlei swallowed the words. When Lord Tiger comes, you'll look good, and then I'll see if you're still majestic. Ho Chunlei thought to himself. Chapter 101. The waiting time was long. Cui Ziyuan and his group knelt on the ground, their knees were in great pain, but no one dared to get up, just wait like this. After 20 minutes, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Tianhu hurried in. Master Tiger. Ho Chunlei hurried up to meet him. When Cui Ziyuan and the others heard that Lin Tianhu was coming, they looked up one by one. When their eyes fell on Lin Tianhu, they were all so frightened that they almost fainted. Few people have seen Lin Tianhu, but when they saw him now, the bloodthirsty aura on Lin Tianhu's body immediately made them tremble with fear. Lin Tianhu ignored Ho Chunlei, but his eyes fell directly on David. However, David gave Lin Tianhu a wink, but Lin Tianhu did not come forward to recognize him. Wang Henin and Sun Xiaoming are all here. If they know that David knows Lin Tianhu, then David's parents will also know. Lin Tianhu looked at Cui Ziyuan who were kneeling on the ground, then turned his face coldly, slapped Ho Chunlei fiercely and said, "How did I tell you? Didn't I tell you to wait honestly?" Ho Chunlei was slapped and immediately blinded, while Lin Tianhu crouched down and helped Cui Ziyuan up. It's my poor discipline, please bear with me. After Lin Tianhu finished speaking, he looked at Ho Chunlei and said, "What happened today?" Ho Chunlei didn't dare to hide it, so he could only tell everything about it. When he heard that it was Boss Qian who caused it, Lin Tianhu's face turned cold, and he glanced at Boss Qian who was still hunched on the ground. Master Tiger. Boss Qian felt Lin Tianhu's cold eyes, and stood up with gritted teeth, wanting to explain. Break his limbs and drag him out, he will not be allowed to step into the Dynasty KTV in the future. Lin Tianhu didn't listen to Boss Qian's explanation, but ordered someone to cut off Boss Qian's limbs and threw it out. Listening to Boss Qian's screams, Cui Ziyuan and the others were frightened and wet their pants again, and Lin Tianhu's brutality made them tremble with fear. Everyone, today is because my subordinates are not strict in discipline. All your consumption is free of charge. Everyone, go back and continue to play. I am sending someone to deliver a few bottles of good wine. Lin Tianhu said with a smile. Lin Tianhu's sudden change of expression made Cui Ziyuan and the others bewildered. They didn't know what medicine was sold in Lin Tianhu's gourd. They stood there dumbfounded, and no one dared to move. Then we will thank Lord Tiger for his kindness. Seeing that no one spoke or moved, David could only speak. It's my lax discipline in this matter today. Lin Tianhu said humbly. David pulled Wang Henin and Sun Xiaoming, who were still shocked, out of the office and walked back to the private room. When Cui Ziyuan and the others saw this, they all walked back like corpses. Master Tiger, these people are... snapped. Without waiting for Ho Chunlei to finish speaking, Lin Tianhu slapped that Ho Chunlei in the face again. Do you know who that David is? Lin Tianhu asked coldly to Ho Chunlei after finishing the fight. Ho Chunlei shook his head. I don't know. He is our hall master, our immediate boss. Lin Tianhu's words suddenly changed Ho Chunlei's face. As Lin Tianhu's right-hand man, Ji Hall is a hall under the command of Taipei Hall. Ho Chunlei knew it, and Lin Tianhu also told him that the hall master of Taipei Hall had appeared. But he never imagined that the hall master was today's David, a character who looked inconspicuous. Then, that Feng Sihai was defeated by him? Ho Chunlei asked in shock. Chapter 102. What do you think? Lin Tianhu gave Ho Chunlei a cold look. Today, if you can survive, just burn incense and worship the Buddha, and quickly order to go down and have a few more bottles of good wine, and you can deliver it yourself, but remember, the hall master, I don't want to reveal my identity. I know, Tiger Lord. Ho Chunlei shivered and turned around to make arrangements. At this time, after David and the others returned to the private room, the entire private room was dead silent. Everyone's eyes widened, and no one could believe that the person with the humble face just now would be Lin Tianhu, the famous underground emperor in Horrendal. Crack! Cui Zun suddenly slapped himself fiercely. The severe pain made him grin. This is true, not a dream. How is this possible? Cui Ziyuan couldn't believe it. What just happened was true. Others are also stunned, and their eyes are blank. David, do you know that Lin Tianhu? Sun Xiaoming looked at David in disbelief and asked. David's performance just now showed no fear at all, and even beat Lin Tianhu's people, but Lin Tianhu was not angry at all when he came. When Sun Xiaoming asked such a question, everyone turned their attention to David. If David really knew Lin Tianhu, would they still have any good fruit? You must know that they humiliated David just now. I don't know. David shook his head. Seeing David shaking his head, Sun Xiaoming felt very puzzled. Since you don't know each other, why is Lin Tianhu being so polite to us? I see, it must be that Lin Tianhu knew Manager Cui. Didn't he see that Lin Tianhu politely helped Manager Cui up first after he came in? At this moment, someone said loudly. Yes, he must know Manager Cui. I also found that Lin Tianhu smiled at Manager Cui. Because Cui Ziyuan lost face just now, these people also saved their own lives. Now that the matter is over, of course they have to find a way to help Cui Ziyuan regain face. Otherwise, after going to work, these people will not think about it anymore. Ziyuan, what's going on here? Do you know Lin Tianhu? Sun Xiaoming was stunned. If Cui Ziyuan really knew Lin Tianhu, he wouldn't be so frightened that he knelt down and even urinated his pants at first, which obviously doesn't look like a pretense. But if he didn't know him, then why would Lin Tianhu help to get his family's foreign debt back? And just now, Lin Tianhu really helped Cui Ziyuan personally, and he apologized frequently. What exactly is going on? Not only Sun Xiaoming was dumbfounded, but everyone else was dumbfounded too. The reason why they put the credit on Cui Ziyuan was simply to curry favor with Cui Ziyuan. Seeing this, Cui Ziyuan rolled his eyes, and then said, To tell you the truth, I have never met Lin Tianhu, but I have a friend who said that he is very familiar with Lin Tianhu, and the two often eat together. Maybe my friend is there. Lin Tianhu mentioned me before, or saw my photos, so after seeing me, Lin Tianhu recognized me at a glance. Now Cui Ziyuan can only explain like this, otherwise he really can't explain his kneeling and peeing his pants. After Cui Ziyuan explained this, everyone suddenly became enlightened. But although the matter has passed, these people are not in the mood to play anymore. After all, they all pissed their pants, and they can't play with their pants wet. Just when Cui Ziyuan wanted to take someone away, Ho Chunlei suddenly led someone to open the door of the private room. Seeing Ho Chunlei coming, Cui Ziyuan's expression changed with fright, and everyone else retreated. Seeing this, Ho Chunlei hurriedly explained, Everyone, it was my fault just now, I didn't ask the reason clearly, I came here to apologize. Here are 2 bottles of Louis XIII, you can try them all, if you need anything, you can call at any time. Chapter 103. Ho Chunlei looked condescending and looked at David secretly. David had long noticed that Ho Chunlei was peeking at him, so he quietly waved his hand and let Ho Chunlei go out. Seeing Ho Chunlei walking back, the inside of the private room burst into flames. "I'm sorry, Louis XIII, this is a famous wine. I heard that a bottle costs 100,000. I never dreamed that I could drink such a precious wine by myself. It's great, we've all dipped in the light of Manager Chui, otherwise how could we drink a bottle of wine of 100,000? I dare not drink this wine, one sip is my monthly salary." Everyone gathered around Louis XIII, and their eyes were about to pop out. After all, these working-class people didn't have this opportunity today, and they were afraid that they would never be able to drink such good wine in their lifetime. At this time, Chui Ziyuan's eyes were also slightly red. Although his salary was tens of thousands a month, he didn't dare to drink a bottle of red wine of 100,000. This was too extravagant. But Chui Ziyuan can't be too eager, otherwise it's too shameless. "Okay, what are you doing around here? They all look like they're worthless, aren't they just Louis XIII? There's nothing to make a fuss about," Chui Ziyuan said with a look of pretense. "I'll be drinking with my friend. I often drink this kind of wine, including Remy Martin, all of them." Chui Ziyuan pretends to be forceful now, and can only rely on his unwarranted friend. After all, with his current strength, he is not rich enough to drink Louis XIII often. "Manager Chui, what kind of business does your friend do? He's too rich, isn't he? He has a lot of face, and he actually knows Lin Tianhu." Someone asked Chui Ziyuan. My friend is," Chui Ziyuan stammered. This is a friend he made up, how could he say it all at once? "My friend is in import and export trade and often goes abroad." Suddenly Chui Ziyuan's eyes lit up and explained. "As a result, these people want to see Chui Ziyuan's friends, but I'm afraid they won't be able to see them easily, after all, they are often abroad." After everyone heard it, they praised Chui Ziyuan for a while, and blew Chui Ziyuan into the sky. When Louis XIII was opened, Chui Ziyuan poured a small cup by himself, but David did not. Just now David glared at him and was startled. David drinks such a good wine, and one sip is thousands of yuan. David didn't care either, looking at a group of big men with wet crotch, when they were having a good time with wine together, David almost didn't laugh out loud. "Henin, it's getting late, let's go back?" David said to Wang Henin. Wang Henin looked at the time, then nodded. David followed Wang Henin, and Chui Ziyuan didn't care. After all, David was superfluous here. "Xiaoming, don't play too late, or Uncle Sun will be in a hurry." Before leaving, David told Sun Xiaoming. Sun Xiaoming suddenly showed displeasure and said, "Is it your control? Are you my father, my mother, or my elder? What time is it when I want to play? The dog is meddling with the rat." "David, you'd better send your girlfriend home. My girlfriend doesn't need you to worry about it. It's a lot of work." Chui Ziyuan snorted coldly at David. David was not talking, he had reminded Sun Xiaoming. Since Sun Xiaoming didn't want to leave, David didn't care. After David and Wang Henin returned home, Wang Changfeng was still waiting for Wang Henin in the courtyard of the community. Seeing that Wang Henin came back with David, Wang Changfeng suddenly smiled and said, "Henin, you go out with your brother David to play, and don't tell me a word, I worry about it for nothing." Chapter 104. Aunt Wang, I called Henin to attend a colleague's party together. I'll take Henin to our company for an interview tomorrow. David hurriedly explained to Wang Changfeng. "You don't need to explain to me. I can rest assured about what you are doing with Henin. Even if the two of you spend the night outside, I won't say a word to Aunt Wang." Wang Changfeng looked at David with deep meaning in his eyes. This made David a little embarrassed, and Wang Changfeng dared to say it. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Wang Henin blushed and hurriedly dragged Wang Changfeng away. After taking 2 steps, Wang Henin did not forget to look back at David. After today's incident, Wang Henin's love for David has increased a lot. The next morning, David and Wang Henin went to the company together, but it was time for work, but no one came. David and Wang Henin waited for more than half an hour before seeing employees coming one after another. One by one his eyes were dark, and it seemed that he played too late last night, so he couldn't get up this morning. As for that Chui Ziyuan, he waited until after 10 o'clock before yawning. As soon as he sat in the office, he made himself a cup of tea. What time is it now? Is this how you work? David pushed open the door and walked into the office, and asked Chui Ziyuan. This company belongs to Sonia, so it is his own. Of course, David is not happy if these people are late for work. Chui Ziyuan was stunned for a moment, and then burst into anger. David, what are you? Don't forget that I'm the manager. You actually take care of me and don't urinate to take care of yourself, hum? Just as Chui Ziyuan was yelling, Sun Xiaoming walked in with Wang Henin. What are you doing? Get angry early in the morning? This David doesn't know how high the sky is, and it's a joke that I'm late. Chui Ziyuan raised his mouth. David, your task today is to get 1/3 of your group's accounts up. If you don't come on, work overtime at night. Chui Ziyuan is using his position to give David a slap in the face and let David know how powerful he is. David smiled coldly, turned around and walked out. Not to mention 1/3 of the accounts, David wanted to pay up all the debts. He didn't like others owed him money. When David went out, Sun Xiaoming asked Chui Ziyuan to go through the onboarding procedures for Wang Henin, and also assigned Wang Henin to his own group. It can be seen that Sun Xiaoming likes Wang Henin very much. In fact, Sun Xiaoming's people are not very bad, but they have a little temperament of a young lady, and some look down on others. But from Sun Xiaoming's attitude towards Wang Henin, it can be seen that Sun Xiaoming is not bad. After Chui Ziyuan dealt with Wang Henin's entry, he fell asleep on the office chair. They played until the early morning last night, and when they got home, they washed their wet pants and went to bed very late. While Chui Ziyuan was sleeping, Xing Jun, the boss of the company, pushed the door and walked in. Seeing Chui Ziyuan sleeping, Xing Jun's brows were slightly wrinkled. Don't you know how to knock on the door when you enter the office? Chui Ziyuan, who was sleeping, was awakened by the sound of the door opening. In the sales department, he is the emperor, so don't be afraid of anything. After Chui Ziyuan finished speaking, seeing that no one answered, he opened his eyes and saw Xing Jun looking at him, so frightened that Chui Ziyuan fell off the chair at once. President Xing, you? Why are you here? Chui Ziyuan looked panicked. Xing Jun rarely came to the sales department. I don't know why he came suddenly today. Xing Jun just glared at Chui Ziyuan, did not scold him, but looked at the people working outside through the office window, but Xing Jun's eyes were only on David. Chapter 105. At this moment, Wang Henin had something to look for David, and he followed David closer. He looked very familiar. Xing Jun frowned and said, Manager Chui, who is this girl? Chui Ziyuan looked quickly and found that Xing Jun was talking about Wang Henin, and hurriedly said, Mr. Xing, David's girlfriend at this time, Wang Henin, just joined the job today. David's girlfriend? Xing Jun was shocked. Seeing Xing Jun's expression, Chui Ziyuan was startled and nodded slowly. Yes, it's his girlfriend. Soon, a sneer appeared on Xing Jun's surprised face. Look for an opportunity to take some intimate photos of the two of them, but take them secretly and send them to me. Got it? Chui Ziyuan nodded. Xing Jun left happily, while Chui Ziyuan was stunned. He didn't know when Xing Jun had such a hobby. Brother Chen, the one who owes the most money in our group is this boss Meng. He owes nearly 1 million and he owes it for 2 years. Several salesmen have gone to ask for it, but none of them have come. I heard that the salesperson was beaten out. Zhang Tongjian sat at the workstation, pointed to a batch of arrears on the computer and said. David looked at the time, then nodded and said, then use him for surgery. Let's go and ask for it now. If we want to come back, it won't affect the meal. Let's go for it? Zhang Tongjian asked in surprise. Of course, otherwise how many people will go? David was stunned. Brother Chen, Zhang Tongjian was frightened, his face full of doubt. Brother Chen, I heard that Boss Meng used to be a socialist, but now he has been cleaned up and started a company, but he still has a lot of people. If we just go there, we will definitely be beaten. Many salespeople have been beaten, and I heard that there is also a female saleswoman who went there, and she got a big belly. Are you afraid? David looked at Zhang Tongjian and asked seriously. Zhang Tongjian didn't know how to answer. He was really afraid. With this kind of customer, who wouldn't be afraid? That's what you do. If you're afraid, don't do it. If you haven't tried some things, you never know if you'll succeed. After David finished speaking, he directly printed out the information of Boss Na Meng and walked out. Brother David. Seeing that David was gone, Wang Henin chased after him. She knew that Cui Ziyuan had given David a task. At this time, David was definitely going to ask for the account, so Wang Henin planned to help David ask for it. David's temperament is a little impulsive, and Wang Henin is afraid that he will conflict with others. Are you going to ask for the account? Wang Henin caught up with David and asked. Yeah. David nodded. Let me see. Wang Henin took the information in David's hand and looked at it. The two are very close to each other, as if hugging each other, looking very ambiguous. Seeing this, Cui Ziyuan in the office hurriedly took out his mobile phone and secretly took a few pictures and sent them to Xingjun. Brother David, I'm afraid this is a dead account. It hasn't been paid for 2 years, and it has to be passed many times. Looking at the information, Wang Henin frowned slightly. This is the biggest sum, no matter how difficult it is, you have to try it. David smiled slightly. Well, I'll accompany you. Wang Henin nodded. I'll go by myself, you don't have to accompany me. David quickly waved his hand and said, Your temper is too impatient, so let me accompany you. After all, we women have an advantage in getting accounts. As Wang Henin said that, he pulled up David's arm and walked out. Upon seeing this, Cui Ziyuan immediately stole a few more photos and passed them on to Xingjun again. Just after David followed Wang Henin out of the company, Zhang Tongjian also ran out, caught up with David and said, Brother Chen, we are a group, I can't watch you take risks by yourself, if it's a big deal, I'll go too. Chapter 106. Zhang Tongjian wanted to understand, so he chased after him. Seeing that Zhang Tongjian was going with him, David's face showed a touch of relief. He patted Zhang Tongjian's shoulder and said, Don't worry with me, you won't be beaten. Zhang Tongjian just smiled helplessly. He decided to go with David just to keep his job. He and David were in the same group. If David went by himself, Zhang Tongjian was afraid that the above would know and he would be fired. Soon, David and the others found Boss Meng's company according to the address on the information. The company is not big, only 2 floors, and the signboard at the door is very old. This company won't be yellow, will it? Are there still people in it? Wang Henin looked at the sign at the door and said worriedly, If the company goes down and people run away, then the account is dead. Go in and have a look. After David finished speaking, he walked in first. As soon as I walked into the company, I heard the sound of shouting and drinking, and the smoke was lingering, and the choking people were a little breathless. In the lobby of the company, 7 or 8 shirtless men with tattoos were smoking and playing cards, all with red eyes. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tongjian regretted it instantly and gently pulled David's sleeve. Brother Chen, why don't we come back another day? Wang Henin's face is also a little ugly. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a company, but more like a bandit den. Since you are here, why do you have to meet the boss before leaving? David said disapprovingly. At this time, someone found David and the 3 of them, so he got up and walked over. What are you 3 doing? We are from Sinew Daily Chemical Company, come to find Boss Meng. David said lightly. Do you want an account? When the man heard it, he immediately knew what David and the others meant, and frowned slightly. Brother Meng is not here, hurry up and don't interfere with our playing cards. After speaking, the man was about to go back to continue playing cards, but just after taking 2 steps, a girl in enchanting dress and heavy makeup came down from the 2nd floor. The girl was not very old, but she was wearing rouge and vulgar powder. The innocence of a girl. Liangzi, Brother Meng let them go up. The girl said to the big man who had just stopped David and the others. The big man nodded. You guys go up. After finishing speaking, the big man went to play cards without looking back, while the girl glanced at Wang Henin and said, Come with me. David and the others followed the girl upstairs. Zhang Tongjian trembled with fright and almost fell down the stairs. At this time, in an office on the 2nd floor, Boss Meng was holding a cigar. His feet were on the desk, and he was humming a little song leisurely. There were also a lot of toilet paper scattered on the floor of the office, and the air was also full of there is a smell of erosion, and you don't need to guess what happened here just now. Soon, the girl took David and the others into the office, and Boss Meng was still holding a cigar, but his eyes were always on Wang Henin. My heart is raining? Boss Meng asked indifferently. Yes. David nodded. I owe you the money, I've already prepared it. With that, Boss Meng winked, and the girl who had just brought David and the others up immediately opened the safe beside her. I saw banknotes neatly placed inside, more than 1 million. Seeing that Boss Meng was so refreshing, Zhang Tongjian and Wang Henin instantly became excited. They didn't expect things to go so smoothly, and Boss Meng didn't pay the bills, as the data said, and even called someone who wanted the bills. Only David's mouth was slightly raised. He knew that Boss Meng could not give money so readily. Chapter 107. Sure enough, after revealing the banknotes, Boss Meng put his feet off the desk, looked at Wang Henin with silver eyes, and said, I don't like dealing with men, you can have money if you want. The woman stays, you two get out, I promise to repay your arrears. When Wang Henin heard this, he was so frightened that he hurriedly hid behind David. Seeing Wang Henin's frightened look, Boss Meng suddenly burst out laughing. It's just and righteousness to pay off debts, whoever wants it, you have to give it. David said coldly. It's just right. Boss Meng looked at David like a fool. Are you new here? Didn't your colleague tell you the consequences of coming to me to ask for the account? I told you, but I don't believe it, so I want to try. David nodded. Oh, after so many years, this is the first time I have encountered such a kind. Since you want to try it, then I will fulfill you. With that said, Boss Meng swung a punch at David's nose. Wang Henin was behind David. Seeing Boss Na Meng's shot, he pulled David nervously, wanting to pull David away so as not to be hit by Boss Na Meng, while that Zhang Tongjian hurriedly took 2 steps back, for fear of hitting him. But Wang Henin couldn't pull David. David looked at Boss Meng with a sneer. Just when Boss Meng's fist reached David, David suddenly shot and grabbed Boss Meng's fist directly, followed by a cracking sound. Boss Meng only felt that his fist was clamped by a vice, and then the severe pain hit, making Boss Meng scream. When the girl who brought David and the others up saw this, she turned her head and ran out. It was obviously called someone. Tongjian, you and Henin are going to get the money. You don't want any more, but you don't want to owe us any less than a cent. David controlled Boss Na Meng and said to Zhang Tongjian. Zhang Tongjian was too frightened to move for a long time, but Wang Henin glanced at David and hurriedly walked to the safe to start taking money. Soon, more than 1 million was filled in a bag. Wang Henin said to David anxiously, Brother David, the money is in hand, let's go. As soon as Wang Henin finished speaking, a burst of noisy footsteps came, and the 7 or 8 tattooed men below had already rushed up and directly blocked the door. Boy, let Brother Meng go quickly, dare to do something to Brother Meng, you are courting death. When Liangzi saw that David was controlling Boss Meng, he shouted loudly, Get your people out of the way. David ignored that Liangzi, but exerted a little force, and Boss Meng's hand made a sound of bone cracking again. Boss Meng was sweating profusely from pain at this time. Although his eyes were full of anger, he had no choice but to shout loudly, Get out of the way. Very open, dodge away, David said to Zhang Tongjian and Wang Henin, You two take the money back to the company. Brother David? Won't you come with us? Wang Henin wondered. You go first, I'll go back later. David said. Wang Henin looked at David worriedly, but Zhang Tongjian pulled him directly and said, Let's go quickly. Staying here is also causing trouble for Brother Qin. Zhang Tongjian took Wang Henin and ran out, but after running out of the company, Wang Henin gave Zhang Tongjian the money and asked him to bring him back to the company, while she was waiting across the road, and David, who didn't look, came out. She was worried. After Zhang Tongjian and Wang Henin left, David released Boss Na Meng. Boss Meng, who was freed, was instantly furious. Boy, I must kill you today. Chapter 108. David ignored him, but looked at the big cigar on the desk, picked up one and sniffed it gently. Such a good cigar, what a waste. After finishing speaking, David lit one, took a light breath, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. David's expression seemed to be enjoying himself. Seeing David's indifference and intoxicated look on his face, everyone went crazy. "Boy, you hurt Brother Meng, I want your life today." As that Liangzi said, he punched David with a punch. The punch was very powerful, and there was a slight sound of breaking the air. Obviously, this Liangzi was a trainer. In the face of Liangzi's punch, David still looked like he didn't care, took another puff of cigarette, and then spit it out at Liangzi, who was rushing over. Originally, Liangzi, who had come at an extremely fast speed, was shot by David with a puff of smoke, and the whole person seemed to have been immobilized, and suddenly stopped moving, and the fist was only a few minutes away from David. Cm distance. At this time, everyone looked at it in disbelief, and in the eyes of everyone in disbelief, David kicked out and kicked the Liangzi directly out, and the huge body flew directly out of the office, and fell heavily on the ground. "Liangzi!" Boss Meng's expression changed, and he hurriedly ran over to check. You must know that Liangzi is the best player here, and has practiced Sanda for more than 10 years. When Boss Meng ran up to Liangzi, he was stunned, only to see Liangzi's chest sunken, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes wide open, lying on the ground motionless, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Kill him for me." Boss Meng is angry. He has never been bullied like this before, and now he is going to tear David to pieces. After getting the order, the remaining people rushed towards David together. They didn't believe it. No matter how much David could fight, in this small space, he could still beat their group. Court death. David snorted coldly, and then his body rushed into the crowd like a whirlwind. David's speed was extremely fast, and those people couldn't see David's shadow at all, and they were knocked to the ground one after another. In just a few seconds, the floor of the office was full of mourning people. Although David didn't kill them, he also broke his hands and feet and was seriously injured. This time, Boss Meng was dumbfounded, and the girl beside him was even paler than powdered. He really could not have imagined that with so many of his own people, he couldn't even beat a guy who seemed to be weak. "Who do you say you owe money to?" "You owe me money. I hate people who owe me money the most." David walked towards Boss Na Meng with a sneer on his face. "For you, I owe Sinew Rihua money. Are you not Sinew Rihua's employee?" Boss Meng looked at David in panic and asked. "Of course, Sinew Rihua is the company of the eldest Su family, Sonia, and Sonia is my woman. So, don't you just owe me money?" David said with a playful smile. "Your woman?" Boss Meng looked confused, but then his pupils began to dilate, and his eyes showed panic. "You are the one." Boss Meng opened his mouth wide, and in the end he was so frightened that he even released his voice. This Boss Meng has also been involved in the Tao. Although he is not qualified enough to participate in the banquet held by Gu Wenian, he knows a lot of news. Of course, he has heard about David, but he has never been there at all. Think about that. The person who defeated Feng Sihai, even Gu Wenin and Lin Tianhu respected, turned out to be this unremarkable young man in front of him. Chapter 109. Boss Meng couldn't believe it, but he couldn't help it. Boss Meng couldn't support it, and knelt directly in front of David. "Mr. Chin, I have no eyes. I beg Mr. Chin to spare my life." Boss Meng desperately kowtowed and begged for mercy. If David was just Sonia's boyfriend, he wouldn't be so afraid. After all, if he dared to owe the Su family money, he wouldn't be afraid of the Su family. Although the Su family was the richest man in Horrendal, it was only a business family after all. Mixing in the underground, not afraid at all. But David is not only Sonia's recognized boyfriend, but also a guest of Lin Tianhu and Gu Wenin. This is not something he can provoke. Looking at the appearance of Boss Meng, David sneered and walked directly past Boss Meng. David walked back, and Boss Meng slumped on the ground. Under him, he was already wet. When David walked to the street and was about to take a taxi back to the company, he suddenly saw Wang Henin running over from across the road. "Brother David." Seeing David coming out, Wang Henin ran towards David excitedly. When David saw that Wang Henin hadn't left and was still waiting for him, he was immediately moved. But just as Wang Henin was crossing the road, a speeding car rushed over. Seeing this, Wang Henin was so frightened that he froze on the spot, and his mind went blank for a while. When the driver saw someone rushing onto the road, he also desperately stepped on the brakes. The harsh braking sound and the smoke from the friction of the tires made the whole atmosphere instantly tense. Seeing this, David, with luck in his dantian, rushed out at once, directly blocking Wang Henin. His hands firmly resisted the speeding car. Soon, the car stopped, and Wang Henin was still standing dumbfounded, her eyes full of terror. "Henin, it's all right." David took Wang Henin and walked across the road. "Blind, how do you walk?" The driver rolled down the window and cursed loudly, apparently frightening him too. After David pulled Wang Henin away, the driver got out of the car and looked at his car. When he saw a pair of deep palm prints in front of the car, the driver was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly got into the car and ran away. "Henin, why didn't you go back to the company?" David asked with concern. At this time, Wang Henin had recovered, and she herself did not know why she was not hit by a car. Seeing David asking herself, Wang Henin hurriedly said, "I was worried about you, so I waited for you outside. Brother David, are you all right?" Wang Henin looked at David with concern. "It's okay. Those guys are just bullying the soft and afraid of the hard. Let's go back." David stopped a taxi and followed Wang Henin towards the company. At this time, in the company's sales department, a group of salesmen sat around and discussed in a low voice. Then David is so courageous that he dares to go to Boss Meng's to ask for the account. He doesn't know that the people who asked for the account before were beaten up. No, why did Wang Henin follow? That Boss Meng is so sensual. She wants to sleep when she sees a beautiful girl. The saleswoman who asked for an account last time in our company left her job after getting the account back. I heard that she was pregnant later. That's Boss Meng's. Let's wait and see. David will definitely come back with a bruised face after a while. These people were discussing in a low voice, while Sun Xiaoming frowned slightly, worrying about Wang Henin. She doesn't worry about David, even if David is maimed. She doesn't worry. But Wang Henin is a little girl who hasn't been recruited yet. It would be a pity if it was ruined by that Boss Meng. Now Sun Xiaoming is a little regretful, and she had stopped Wang Henin and prevented her from going with David. Chapter 110. It's not time to get off work, so what are you talking about if you don't work? Do you want to deduct your salary? At this time, Cui Ziyuan came out of the office and yelled at a group of salesmen. When everyone saw this, they hurriedly returned to their workstations. At this time, a salesman said to Cui Ziyuan, "Manager Cui, David took someone to ask for the account from Boss Meng." When Cui Ziyuan heard this, he was stunned for a moment and immediately said with a look of schadenfreude, "This guy, in order to express himself, even wants his life. If he can get the money back, I will drain the toilet water." As soon as Cui Ziyuan finished speaking, Zhang Tongjian came back with a sweaty face and a black plastic bag in his hand. Seeing Zhang Tongjian's return, Sun Xiaoming hurriedly asked, "Tongjian, where is Henin?" Zhang Tongjian grabbed the water on the table and drank the bottle in one breath. Then he took a breath and explained everything one by one. When everyone heard that there was 1,000,000 in arrears to be returned in the bag, they were all surprised. Then Cui Ziyuan even tore open the bag, and the white bills were scattered all over the floor. This time, Cui Ziyuan's face became very ugly. He didn't expect David to actually ask for the money back. He just said that David could get the money back, so he drank the toilet water. "Henin, this girl is too infatuated, and I don't know what's so good about David." When Wang Lanlan heard that Wang Henin actually stayed and waited for David, she immediately said a little puzzled. Sun Xiaoming is also a little worried about Wang Henin. As for David's life and death, no one cares. Just when everyone felt sorry for Wang Henin, David came back with Wang Henin. Seeing that David's body was intact, everyone was surprised. "David, you didn't get beaten?" Cui Ziyuan asked strangely. "It's only natural to pay off debts. Why did they beat me?" "It's almost like I beat them," David said with a cold smile. And Sun Xiaoming walked up to Wang Henin. "Henin, are you all right? Seeing that your face is not good, don't go out with him in the future." "Miss Xiaoming, I'm fine." Wang Henin smiled. "David, since you can ask for the account so much, then the company's debt will be handed over to you in the future. You are only responsible for asking for the account. At this time, Cui Ziyuan handed over all the arrears of the entire sales department to David. David didn't refuse. Even if Cui Ziyuan didn't give it to him, David would have to come up. All of it was his money. Seeing that David did not refuse, Cui Ziyuan was a little surprised, but he was very happy in his heart. If all these arrears could be paid, his commission as a sales manager would definitely be indispensable. At noon, a Western restaurant near Sinew Daily Chemical Company. In a position by the window, Xingjun is waiting for someone with joy. Soon, Sonia walked into the Western restaurant with her bag on her back. Seeing this, Xingjun hurriedly stood up and waved, "Sonia, here?" Sonia walked over with a bit of indifference on her face and sat opposite Xingjun. "What's the matter with me?" "Sonia, I just feel like I haven't seen you for a long time, so I want to invite you to dinner," Xingjun said flatteringly. "If it's all right, I'm leaving," Sonia said, getting up. Something. Seeing this, Xingjun hurriedly stopped Sonia. "Sonia, you know how I feel about you. I have never liked another girl for so many years, can you?" "Can't." Before Xingjun finished speaking, Sonia interrupted directly. "Xingjun, I hope you can understand who you are. You are just the manager hired by my Su family. I can take you at any time. Remove and replace. You'd better focus on your work. Don't spend any time on me." Sonia's face was cold, and the tone of her speech was also cold, which made Xingjun's face change slightly. Chapter 111. "You mean I'm not worthy of you?" Xingjun asked. "What do you think?" Sonia asked back. Xingjun suddenly laughed at himself. "Yes, I'm not worthy of you, my status is low, but why would you rather find a prisoner who has been in prison rather than give me a chance? I'm rarely better than that prisoner." Xingjun suddenly became excited, and his tone became a little more serious. Seeing Xingjun say this, Sonia frowned. "Who am I looking for? It has nothing to do with you, and you are not qualified to ask. Do you know who that David is? Not only is he a reform-through labor prisoner, he is also a man who cares. He already has a girlfriend, you know? You were deceived by him." Xingjun said, took out his mobile phone, and showed Sonia the photos of David and Wang Henin together. Sonia looked at the photo, her face became more and more ugly, and in the end her whole brows were twisted together. Seeing Sonia's expression, Xingjun secretly delighted in his heart, and immediately hit the railroad while it was hot. "This girl is called Wang Henin, she is David's girlfriend, they have known each other since childhood, and the two are childhood sweethearts, and now they both work in Sinew Company, and the job is what David found for this Wang Henin." Sonia didn't speak, and quietly looked at the two people in the photo. "Sonia, I am sincere to you, I will never deceive you. What does this David have? How can he be better than me?" Xingjun continued to reveal his heart. Snapped. Just as Xingjun finished speaking, Sun Yadenli gave him a slap in the face. This slap directly blinded Xingjun. Looking at Sonia with an incredible look on his face, he didn't understand why Sonia hit him. "Xingjun, do you dare to be afraid of David? Do you think that I will accept you? You are wrong, very wrong. I believe that David will not deceive me, and you don't need to use these photos to follow what did I say. Don't you want to know how David is better than you? I can tell you that you are not even as good as one of his little fingers." After Sonia finished speaking, she got up and left with her bag on her back. Xingjun touched his flushed face, and there was a terrifying light in his eyes. "Sonia, you forced me, you forced me?" Xingjun gritted his teeth and said word by word. After Sonia walked out of the Western restaurant, her brows furrowed together again. Although she said she believed in David and didn't care at all, but when she saw David's intimate appearance with Wang Henin, she was about to explode. Women are very jealous animals. How could she look at her man and other women so close and indifferent? Taking out her mobile phone, Sonia called David directly. Sonia has been looking for medicinal herbs for the past few days, and she has not contacted David actively, but she does not want this guy to carry himself and other women behind his back. At this time, David was eating lunch with Wang Henin and Sun Xiaoming. Because the lunch break was short, he could only have a bite at the food stall near the company. Seeing Sonia calling him, David hurriedly got up and answered the phone. "Where are you?" Sonia asked directly. I'm at home. David didn't want Sonia to know about her work in her company, and David didn't work for long. After he collected the medicinal materials, found the spirit pen, and cured his mother's eyes, David would not be working anymore. He has to put his energy into cultivation, otherwise July 15th is getting closer and closer. If David can't reach his strength, he won't be able to go to Wooming Island. At home. Sonia pressed the anger in her heart. Okay, stay at home. After speaking, Sonia hung up the phone directly. Chapter 112. David felt inexplicable for a while, so he could only go back to eat again. Not long after going to work in the afternoon, David was sorting out the bills. He planned to send it to Lin Tianhu and let Lin Tianhu handle it. If there was something Lin Tianhu couldn't handle, he would come forward. If he came forward in person, it would be a waste of time. But when David was sorting out the documents, there was a sudden commotion in the sales department, and then a group of people looked in the direction of the office and talked in low voices. David was a little curious, so he asked Sun Xiaoming, "What happened?" Sun Xiaoming glanced at David and said coldly, "Go back to work hard. Director Su came just now, but she didn't have time. I don't know what to do with our sales department this time. Now she's in the office. You have some eyesight, but don't offend Su Dong. You are implicated in me." Su Dong. David frowned slightly. Is Sonia here? When David said a word, everyone immediately turned to look at him, and Sun Xiaoming glared. You want to die? Can you call Su Dong's name too? Don't hurt me. Others also followed David to distance themselves, for fear that what David said would offend Sonia and implicate them all. Brother David, go back to work. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Henin took David back to work. At this time in Cui Ziyuan's office, Cui Ziyuan, who had drunk some wine at noon, closed his eyes, and was about to squint for a while, heard the door of the office and did not open his eyes. At this time, he knew that except for the people in the sales department, no one will come to him. And the only person who dared to walk in without knocking on the door was Sun Xiaoming. If the others dared not to knock on the door, they would definitely be punished. Xiaoming, you came just in time. Come and press my head hurts a little. Cui Ziyuan closed his eyes and said. Sonia looked at Cui Ziyuan with a bit of gloom on her face. Are you asking me to press your head? As soon as Sonia finished speaking, Cui Ziyuan suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw that Sonia was standing in front of him, looking at him with a gloomy expression, Cui Ziyuan's expression changed instantly. But, frightened, Cui Ziyuan got up in a hurry. Because he was too flustered, he fell directly to the ground. Enduring the severe pain, Cui Ziyuan got up and walked humbly to Sonia. Su Dong, why are you here? If I don't come, do you want to turn this place into a club? Sonia said coldly. No, I don't dare. I don't dare. I beg Su Dong's forgiveness. Cui Ziyuan was so frightened that he shook his head again and almost knelt down. Sonia didn't say anything, but walked behind the desk. Seeing this, Cui Ziyuan hurriedly pulled the chair out for Sonia. After Sonia sat down, she said to Cui Ziyuan, Go and call David. David? Cui Ziyuan was taken aback. He didn't understand how Sonia knew about David. What to do with David? What? You didn't hear me? Sonia frowned. Oh, I'll go right away. Cui Ziyuan was so frightened that he hurried out. When the people in the sales department saw Cui Ziyuan coming out, they hurriedly dispersed and went back to their workstations to pretend to be busy, but their eyes kept staring at Cui Ziyuan. They wanted to know what Sonia was going to do when she suddenly came to the company. I saw Cui Ziyuan walking to David's station and said to David, David, Su Dong is looking for you. After you go, don't talk nonsense. David got up and walked towards the office. He knew that Sonia must have come to find him, so it was not surprising. What is Su Dong looking for this David? It's really strange. Does Su Dong know this David? Why did he look for him as soon as he came? Could it be because David asked Boss Meng to owe money, and Su Dong came to him because of this? Come on, let's pull it down. Manager Cui hasn't reported the matter to the account yet. How could Director Su know? Everyone whispered, wondering why Sonia was looking for David. Chapter 113. Henin, do you know if David knows Su Dong? Otherwise, why would Su Dong find him? Sun Xiaoming asked Wang Henin curiously. After all, Wang Henin and David have known each other for a long time. Maybe Wang Henin knows something about David. But Wang Henin shook his head. I don't know either, but brother David just came out of jail not long ago, so he probably doesn't know a big man like Su Dong. Sun Xiaoming was right when she thought about it. David had been in prison for 3 years. How could he know Sonia, the eldest miss of the Su family? I hope this guy doesn't talk nonsense when he sees Su Dong. It will hurt us all. Sun Xiaoming said worriedly. For some reason, she always felt that David was unreliable. Brother David will not talk nonsense. Wang Henin was very at ease with David. In the office at this time, David pushed the door open a little embarrassedly and walked in. Seeing Sonia sitting on the chair, David grinned. Didn't you say you were at home? Sonia asked with a cold face. I'm at home. I consider the company my home now. David rolled his eyes and said, Who is Wang Henin? Sonia asked straight to the point. I said she was my sister. Do you believe it? David looked at Sonia and asked back. Sonia sneered. Do you think I believe it? David smiled awkwardly and could only tell his relationship with Wang Henin one by one. I and Henin have only been neighbors for many years, not the kind of relationship you imagined. After listening to David's explanation, Sonia was relieved a lot. In fact, she still trusts David, but she just wanted to hear David say it herself. I imagine. What is your relationship? What is your love relationship? It's none of my business. Self-motivated? Sonia rolled her eyes, but she was already happy inside. David also saw that Sonia was no longer angry, so he asked, How did you know I was here? How did you know about Wang Henin? David was a little curious. How did Sonia know that she came to work in the company? After all, David is just an ordinary employee. It is impossible that after joining the company, the information will be passed on to the chairman of the board, Sonia. If this is the case, her chairman will be exhausted. Don't worry about it. Sonia stood up. If you want to go to work, tell me directly. I will give you the position of the general manager of the company. What are you doing as a salesperson? And besides, you are not short of money? I'm not a general manager, and I don't have time to take care of it. I just come to work to deal with my parents. Otherwise, they will always worry about me. I still have a lot of things to do, and I can't stay in the company for a long time. David waved his hand quickly. He didn't want to be chained to the company. By the way, why don't uncles and aunts live in Pinehurst Villa? Isn't the environment there very good? Sonia recalled that David's parents insisted on leaving the villa, so she asked inexplicably. I don't know either. David shook his head, and now David didn't know why his parents had to leave Pine Bay and said those words to him. But I feel like someone said something to my parents and that's why they left. As soon as David's voice fell, Sun Yadenli understood. I know. It must be that guy Xing Jun. It's too much. He thought that I would be able to like him. He is too sinister. Xing Jun? David was taken aback. Is this the general manager? David now finally understands why Xing Jun suddenly appeared during the interview and left himself behind. It turned out that he knew about himself and his relationship with Sonia. Chapter 114. Yes, it's him. This guy has been pursuing me for many years. But I can't despise him. Sonia's eyes were full of disdain when she mentioned Xing Jun, and then continued, Otherwise, I will follow my uncle and auntie when I have time. Explain. After all, Pine Bay has a good environment and is suitable for retirement. Forget it, my parents are doing fine now, and there are some old neighbors chatting. We'll talk about it later. David intends to talk about it later. Sonia nodded, and was about to leave with her bag on her back. She just walked to the door, but suddenly turned around and said, If someone bullies you, don't be ashamed to tell me. If it doesn't work, I'll fire that Xing Jun. Do you think someone can bully me? David smiled lightly. Sonia also smiled, opened the door and left. David beat even Feng Sihai. With such a good skill, of course no one can bully him in this company. After Sonia left, Cui Ziyuan immediately rushed back to the office and asked David, David, what did Director Su talk to you just now? David gave Cui Ziyuan a cold look. I don't want to tell you. After finishing speaking, David walked out of the office and made that Cui Ziyuan furious. Okay, David, don't think that you can ask for the account. So don't take me as a manager, I will make you look good, Chui Ziyuan yelled. After David walked out of the office, he was instantly surrounded by a group of people who wanted to know what Sonia said to David, but David ignored them. In the afternoon, David sorted out the outstanding documents and sent them to Lin Tianhu, asking him to collect all the accounts. When it was about to get off work, Xing Jun suddenly visited the sales department, which made everyone in the sales department ready to get off work nervous. They were all afraid that Xing Jun would let them work overtime. Mr. Xing. When Chui Ziyuan saw Xing Jun coming, he hurried up to meet him. Xing Jun glanced at the people in the sales department, and after a moment of looking at David, he turned to Chui Ziyuan and said, Manager Chui, your sales department has performed well recently, so after get off work, I will invite everyone to a meal, you guys. All the sales departments must be present, no one can be missing, and the location is in Zion Hezwing. After Xing Jun finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving only Chui Ziyuan standing there dumbfounded. Xin, did I hear it right? President Xing wants to invite us all to dinner? He also said that our sales department is doing well. Seeing this, Sun Xiaoming hurried to Chui Ziyuan and asked. Chui Ziyuan nodded suspiciously. What happened to Xing always today? Did you take the wrong medicine? You must know that Xing Jun has never invited all of their sales department to dinner, and because of the arrears, Chui Ziyuan was scolded every time he held a meeting. Today's sudden change made him a little overwhelmed. Manager Chui, President Xing invited us all to eat together. It's a good thing, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and tell me. Wang Lanlan said to Chui Ziyuan with excitement. Exactly. Chui Ziyuan hurriedly reacted and immediately notified everyone, for fear that someone would leave the company directly after seeing that it was time to get off work. Xing Jun told me that no one in the sales department should be left behind. Everyone, Mr. Xing just came over to praise our sales department, and we also want to invite all the staff of our sales department to dinner. In Xian and Zhuang, everyone must be there and are not allowed to be absent. As soon as Chui Ziyuan finished speaking, everyone in the sales department suddenly screamed. Damn it, Xian and Zhuang are too good. This is the best restaurant in Horendal, as famous as the Regal Hotel. What's wrong with Xing today? Have mercy. I'm going to dress up quickly, but I can't embarrass President Xing. For a while, everyone in the sales department began to prepare, especially some girls, went straight to the bathroom and started dressing up. Chapter 115. Ziyuan, you have to behave well this time. If you please President Xing, maybe you can be transferred to the purchasing department as a manager. That's a bad job. Sun Xiaoming reminded Chui Ziyuan. Well, don't worry, I will work hard and buy a house in Pine Bay to be our wedding house. Chui Ziyuan nodded. When Sun Xiaoming heard this, a happy smile appeared on her face. David frowned slightly after hearing that Xing Jun suddenly invited the sales department to dinner. He knew that the meal was definitely aimed at him. But no matter what means Xing Jun has, David is not afraid. Soon, everyone in the sales department is ready to walk out of the company and go to Zion Hezwing. Because these people come to work by car, only David and Wang Henin are taking taxis. Henin, get in the car. Sun Xiaoming was driving and beckoned to Wang Henin. Wang Henin got into the car and smiled at Sun Xiaoming. Thank you, Sister Xiaoming. You're welcome to me, sit down. After Sun Xiaoming finished speaking, she stepped on the accelerator. Hey, Miss Xiaoming, Brother Chen hasn't gotten on the bus yet? Wang Henin thought that Sun Xiaoming was pulling with David, but who knew that he drove away? I don't want to pull him, what should I do if my car gets dirty? There are so many cars behind, let him ride someone else's. Sun Xiaoming said in disgust. Wang Henin stopped talking, thinking that there were many people driving behind him, and whoever David was in would be the same. But just after Sun Xiaoming left, the people behind also drove past David, but no one stopped and let David get in the car. After Zhang Tongjian drove his second-hand Cherry past David, he wanted to stop the car and take David, but Chui Ziyuan behind him desperately honked his horn, urging Zhang Tongjian. Seeing this, Zhang Tongjian could only glance at David helplessly, and then drove away directly. When Chui Ziyuan drove past David, he stopped the car, rolled down the car window and looked at David with ridicule. David, look at your popularity, how messed up, no one is pulling you? David just smiled coldly and didn't say a word. Seeing that David didn't speak, Chui Ziyuan said even more proudly, just take a taxi, you can take the invoice and ask me for reimbursement tomorrow. Seeing Chui Ziyuan's smug look, David sneered, there is no need for reimbursement, maybe I will be in front of you in a while. Cut, unless you fly over, do you still want to get ahead of me? Chui Ziyuan smiled disdainfully, stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out quickly. He didn't want to follow David's nonsense. Looking at Chui Ziyuan, who had already left, David transported the spiritual energy in his dantian to the soles of his feet. Although he couldn't fly yet, he would definitely be faster than a car if he performed sprint walking. But just when David was about to run away, suddenly a Bentley stopped in front of David, and Lin Tianhu opened the door and walked out. When David saw that Lin Tianhu had come, he couldn't help but say a little strangely, Lin Tianhu, do you have something to do with me? Palace Master, as soon as I notified some of the debtors, I was so frightened that they all had to pay back their money, but your company's finance has already been off work, and there is no way to collect the money, so call me the money, and I will bring it to you. It turned out that after Lin Tianhu received David's receipt, a phone call scared those who owed money back, because Sinew Daily Chemical Company's finance company got off work early and could not receive the money. These people could only call Lin Tianhu. When David heard it, Lin Tianhu made a special trip for this, and couldn't help but smile. No hurry, you can just transfer to the company tomorrow. Chapter 116. Palace Master, where are you going? I'll take you? Lin Tianhu asked. Going to Zion Hezwang for dinner, just in time for you to send me there? In this way, David doesn't have to run over by himself. After all, there is a lack of spiritual energy, and it is not easy to cultivate a little spiritual energy. Go to Zion Hezwang for dinner? Lin Tianhu was stunned. Palace Master, that is the property of the Qilong gang. You hurt that Feng Sihai, be careful they will retaliate. David didn't expect the Xian and Zhuang to be the property of the Qilong gang, but David was not afraid, and said lightly, just have a casual meal, nothing will happen. If they really want revenge, then if something happens it will be the Qilong gang. Lin Tianhu was right when he thought about it. With David's strength, even Feng Sihai, the leader of the Qilong gang, was no match, and the little fish and shrimp below were even less worth mentioning. Lin Tianhu opened the car door, invited David to get in the car, and kicked the accelerator towards Xian and Zhuang. On the road, Chui Ziyuan was driving and humming a ditty. Not to mention how happy he was. Seeing David deflated, he was very happy. But at this moment, a car suddenly brushed past his car at an extremely fast speed. Damn, why the H3L are you driving, rushing to get reincarnated? When Chui Ziyuan finished scolding, he saw that it turned out to be a Bentley, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly shut his mouth. People who could drive a Bentley in Horrendal would definitely not be ordinary people. If this was provoked, he would be out of luck. Just as David and the others were on their way to Zion Hezwang, in a luxurious office of Zion Hezwang, a middle-aged man with a beard was sitting on an office chair. The middle-aged man has a scar at the corner of his eye, and he is trimming a cigar in his hand. Behind the middle-aged man are four big men with their heads held high and their faces grim. This middle-aged man is Liao Feixiong, the manager of Zion Hezwang, and also a hall owner of the Qilong gang. Being able to manage Zion Hezwang also proves that this Liao Feixiong is highly valued by Feng Sihai. In front of Liao Feixiong, Xing Jun, the general manager of Sinew Rihua, was sitting there. Xing Jun's expression was a little unnatural. There was a suitcase next to Xing Jun. Looking at these people in front of him, Xing Jun was very nervous. Liao Feixiong finished trimming the cigar, and after lighting it, he took a deep breath and said, "What do you have to say to me?" "Brother Xiong, I want Brother Xiong to help me get rid of someone," Xing Jun said. "Do you understand my rules?" Liao Feixiong asked lightly. I understand, here is a lot of points, and the person I want to deal with is not a political celebrity, but an ordinary person, and nothing will happen." Xing Jun said, "Open the suitcase," and the white bills were exposed. Seeing a box of banknotes, Liao Feixiong raised his mouth slightly. "I see, you give me that person's information, and you won't see him in 3 days." Brother Xiong, I will invite that kid to come to Xian and Zhuang for dinner. I hope Brother Xiong can find a reason to kill him directly, otherwise I'm afraid others will suspect me. Xing Jun was afraid that Sonia would doubt himself if David suddenly disappeared, so he asked Liao Feixiong to find a reason to kill David while he was eating, so that Sonia would have no reason to doubt himself. Let me kill Zixin and Zhuang? Liao Feixiong frowned slightly. You know that doing this will have a great impact on my business? Brother Xiong, after this is done, I can pay you 500,000, please do me a favor. Xing Jun hurriedly pleaded. Okay, for the sake of money, I'll help you once. Liao Feixiong nodded. I'll send someone over when you have dinner. Thank you, Brother Bear, thank you, Brother Bear. Xing Jun thanked him again and again, turned around and walked out. Walking out of Liao Feixiong's office, Xing Jun's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. When David is dead, I see if Sonia will refuse me. Chapter 117. At the door of Zion Hezwang, Lin Tianhu parked the car and opened the door to let David walk out. Palace Master, I am waiting for you here. If something happens, I can deal with it as soon as possible. Lin Tianhu said to David. David waved his hand. No, go back. Lin Tianhu nodded, got in the car and left. And just as Lin Tianhu was driving away, a red BMW approached. It was Sun Xiaoming who was driving, and Wang Henin was also on it. Because Sun Xiaoming left early, she was a little earlier than others. David, did you get off that Bentley just now? Sun Xiaoming asked David in surprise. Just now she saw David get off the Bentley and she couldn't believe it, but when she got to David she had to believe it. David nodded slightly. Brother David, are you sitting in a Bentley? I knew I would be sitting in a Bentley with you, but I've never sat in it before. Wang Henin said excitedly when he saw that David really came in a Bentley. But after I finished speaking, I felt something was wrong for a moment, so I smiled apologetically at Sun Xiaoming. Sister Xiaoming, I didn't mean that. It's fine to take your car? It's okay. Sun Xiaoming didn't care. She knew that Wang Henin was not malicious. It's just that Sun Xiaoming's eyes kept looking at David. She didn't understand why David came in a Bentley. David, whose Bentley are you sitting on? Sun Xiaoming continued to ask. A friend. David replied lightly. Do you still have friends who can afford a Bentley? This time, Sun Xiaoming was a little uneasy. A Bentley costs several million at least. In a small city like Horrendal, there are not many people who can spend several million to buy a car. Before David could answer, Cui Ziyuan and the others also arrived, 7 or 8 cars parked in the parking lot, and they were all amazed when they looked at Xian and Zhuang in front of them. Tongjian, put your broken car somewhere else, don't park here, shame on us. Cui Ziyuan yelled at Zhang Tongjian who just arrived. Zhang Tongjian had no choice but to drive away, while Cui Ziyuan and the others pretended to be indifferent and walked towards Zion Hezwang. As soon as I walked to the door, I saw Sun Xiaoming and David, which shocked everyone. David? Cui Ziyuan looked at David in disbelief. He never imagined that David would actually get there sooner than him. I said it will definitely be faster than you. David looked at Cui Ziyuan like that, and the corner of his mouth raised. Others also looked at David and sighed. David, did you fly here? Did you take a shortcut? How could it be so fast? It's really evil. When did he get in front of us? Everyone looked at David in disbelief and asked. Brother David came here in a Bentley. Wang Henin said proudly for David. When he heard that David came in a Bentley, everyone didn't believe it, and Cui Ziyuan also snorted coldly. He is also worthy of a Bentley. I don't think he even knows what a Bentley looks like. He must be taking a taxi. Super. Come over here, pretending to be the Bentley you're sitting on. Brother David is really sitting on a Bentley. Sister Xiaoming and I both saw it. Seeing that he didn't believe anyone, Wang Henin explained anxiously. On the other hand, David looked indifferent and didn't say anything. Believe it or not, David didn't need to explain anything. Seeing that Wang Henin said that Sun Xiaoming also saw it, everyone turned their attention to Sun Xiaoming, and Cui Ziyuan asked, Xiaoming, is it true? David didn't really come by Bentley, right? Sun Xiaoming nodded. I saw him get off the Bentley. Chapter 118. Seeing that Sun Xiaoming said this, everyone had to believe it, And Chui Ziyuan also remembered that he was overtaken by a Bentley on the road just now. David, you wouldn't run in front of me just to pretend to be compulsive, would you deliberately call a Bentley? It's going to cost a lot of money, so what? Chui Ziyuan said with a look of disdain. That expression is, even if you come by Bentley, even if you arrive before me, I still look down on you. That Bentley is not a special car driven by Brother David, but a friend of Brother David. Wang Hanin tried her best to defend David. She didn't want David to be looked down upon by these people. Will he have friends who buy Bentleys? Don't be so naive. Who would believe him except you? Chui Ziyuan snorted coldly and then asked the crowd, do you believe it? I don't believe it. Fish look for fish and shrimp for shrimp. David looks so poor. How could he have friends who buy Bentleys? Pretend, who wouldn't say? I also said that a friend of mine bought a private jet. Does this count as a failure of pretending? Even if you don't look at your worth, you dare to say that you have a friend who buys a Bentley. Everyone mocked David with disdain. Even Sun Xiaoming didn't believe that the one who drove the Bentley just now was David's friend. Only Wang Hanin believed in David. Seeing that David didn't say a word, he thought it was David's guilty conscience. Chui Ziyuan said cheerfully, let's go in quickly. Mr. Xing is waiting. I'll put the ugly words up front. Who dares to provoke Mr. Xing today? Glad I made you look good? Everyone nodded again and again. They didn't even dare to provoke Chui Ziyuan, let alone Xing Jun. Chui Ziyuan led the crowd to the private room that Xing Jun said. The crowd was finishing their clothes outside, taking deep breaths, trying to adjust their state before going in. But just when everyone was adjusting their state, David pushed open the door of the private room and walked in, which made Chui Ziyuan suddenly angry. When everyone followed up, they were relieved to see that Xing Jun was not in the private room. David, you are crazy. How can you just push the door and enter? Fortunately, Mr. Xing is not here, otherwise he will definitely be angry. Chui Ziyuan roared at David. Others also accused David one after another, for fear that David's behavior would implicate them too. Looking at Chui Ziyuan and everyone's faces, David sneered and said, why? If you don't push the door directly, you have to worship and kowtow 3 times outside? How many years have you been since the Qing dynasty? Your ancestors are all slaves. David's words suddenly made everyone's face become extremely ugly, and that Chui Ziyuan was even more angry and flushed. David, what are you so awesome? If you are so awesome, don't work if you have the skills, don't be a slave. What are you pretending to be here? I can get you out of here with a single word. Chui Ziyuan roared loudly. Everyone also added bad words to David and asked Chui Ziyuan to fire David. Even Sun Xiaoming stared at David with an ugly face. David's way of scolding his mother after eating milk made her very disgusted. Only Wang Hanin explained for David, Brother David didn't mean that, Manager Chui, don't be angry. Wang Hanin is very afraid that David will lose his job. After all, it is not easy to find a good job like this, and the benefits are also good. You haven't the ability to fire me yet? David looked at Chui Ziyuan and said with disdain. David knew that Xing Jun would not agree with Chui Ziyuan to fire him. Since Xing Jun kept himself in the company, he would definitely not fire him just like that. What did you say? I'm the manager of the sales department. I have the final say in the entire sales department. I can't fire you as a small employee? What if you were left by Mr. Xing? I can treat you as well. Fired, I'm the biggest in the sales department. Chui Zun yelled at David angrily. Chapter 119. But as soon as the voice fell, the private room door was pushed open, and Xing Jun walked straight in. Seeing Xing Jun coming, Chui Ziyuan was so frightened that a cold sweat broke out instantly. The words he just said were so outrageous that he didn't even pay attention to Xing Jun. President Xing. Chui Ziyuan trembled and hurriedly pulled out the chair on the main seat for Xing Jun. President Xing, you sit. Xing Jun sat down slowly, then raised his head slightly to look at Chui Ziyuan and said, Manager Chui, I really want to hear you say that you are the biggest in the sales department? Chui Ziyuan hurriedly explained, Mr. Xing, I was just talking nonsense. Who doesn't know that you are the biggest in the company? Then David didn't understand the rules, and he provoked me. I just taught him a lesson. You know who is the biggest? The corner of Xing Jun's mouth raised slightly, and then he waved his hand. Sit down. With Xingjun's permission, everyone dared to take a seat, but David sat directly beside Xingjun. Now that David knows Xingjun's intentions, he will meet Xingjun well and see what means he has. Seeing David sitting beside Xingjun, Chuizion suddenly shouted, "David, do you know who you are? Is that seat for you? You must know that this kind of thing is almost rare. Everyone wants to sit next to Xingjun, and then follow Xingjun to draw in some feelings." Now David is sitting directly next to Xingjun, which makes Chuizion very dissatisfied. Everyone also looked at David angrily. As a newcomer in the sales department, David was not qualified to sit next to the boss to eat. Even the old people like them were not nearly there. The positions on the left and right of Xingjun must be given to Chuizion and Sun Xiaoming. What? Is it still eligible to sit? Is it written on the stool that I can't sit? David said with a cold smile. David, you don't know whether it's true or false. I think you're doing it on purpose. You want to follow Mr. Xing, right? You're just a new salesman. What are you doing? That position is for Manager Chui. Stay. Wang Lanlan also angrily rebuked David. Everyone also shouted at David, saying that he just wanted to curry favor with the general manager. In such a good position, these old employees can't take a turn. Why let David sit? No one is balanced in everyone's heart, so they accuse David. David glanced at everyone, his face full of disdain. Don't force your ideas on me. I can't control who you want to add, but I can sit wherever I want, and you can't control me. David went to Xingjun's side, and then smiled lightly. General Manager Xing, I'm sitting here. Don't I wrong your identity? David looked at Xingjun with a bit of provocation in his eyes. This Xingjun dared to be smart to himself, and David certainly wouldn't be accustomed to him. Seeing David speak with Xingjun in such a tone, this scared Chuizion and others. Even Wang Henin broke a cold sweat for David. David, why are you talking to President Xing? Just like you dare to follow Mr. Xing, you have to face. David, don't think that Mr. Xing is approachable, you have to go ahead and get up quickly. Everyone yelled at David. And Chuizion was in a cold sweat, and he explained to Xingjun nervously, Mr. Xing, this kid has something wrong with his brain, don't be angry. Xingjun listened to everyone's accusations and scoldings against David, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he said with a faint smile, It's okay, let him sit here. After Xingjun finished speaking, he turned his head to look at David, and said with a bit of deepness in his eyes, Young people should have a temper, but their temper is too hard and it is easy to break. Chapter 120. Thank you, General Manager Xing, for reminding me, I'm a person who would rather bend than bend. David also had a meaningful smile on his face. Xingjun just smiled and said nothing because after a while, he knew whether David would bend. David occupied a position. Chuizion could only helplessly sit to the left of Xingjun, while Sun Xiaoming sat next to Chuizion. Sun Xiaoming's eyes had been staring at David with disgust. If it wasn't for David, that position would be hers. If Xingjun was happy to serve him today, maybe Chuizion could be transferred to the purchasing department, and he could be the same. What about the sales manager? Now Sun Xiaoming regrets bringing David into the company. If he knew this earlier, he would not agree to introduce David to death. Isn't this causing trouble for himself? David, if it wasn't for Mr. Xing, would you be able to join the company? Can you sit here and eat? I tell you, just like you, don't even think about being able to eat in Xian and Zhuang in your life, garbage. Chuizion insulted David with disdain. Now is the time to show loyalty to Xingjun. Of course Chuizion will not miss such a good opportunity. Snapped. However, as soon as Chuizion's words landed, he was slapped directly in the face. This slap shocked everyone in an instant. Everyone looked at Chuizion in a daze, and Chuizion himself widened his eyes and looked at David in disbelief. He didn't expect that David would dare to do something to him. And Xingjun, who was sitting in the middle, frowned slightly. David hit Chuizion directly in front of him. He didn't take himself seriously at all. This slap is just to teach you a lesson. I won't move you, just for Uncle Sun's sake. If you dare to be disrespectful to me, I will screw your head off. David glanced at Chuizion coldly, with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Just at this sight, Chui Ziyuan was so frightened that he trembled slightly, his whole body seemed to fall into an ice cave. David, you're crazy, why are you fighting Ziyuan? When Sun Xiaoming saw that David actually attacked Chui Ziyuan, she immediately roared at David. David, you dare to beat Manager Chui, I think you don't want to do it. It's the opposite, it's just the opposite. A small salesperson who dares to call a sales manager must be fired. Everyone spoke on behalf of Chui Ziyuan and fawned on Chui Ziyuan. David, you kneel down and apologize to Manager Chui. Maybe he can forgive you and let you stay in the company, or you will definitely be fired. Wang Lanlan pointed at David and said sharply, Brother David? Wang Henin looked at David, a little overwhelmed. She did not expect David to suddenly attack Chui Ziyuan. Fire me. David's mouth raised slightly. Just relying on him, he is not qualified to fire me. The dignified manager Xing is here, how can he be a sales manager? David, I'm your ancestor, I'm going to kill you. After being shocked for a moment, Chui Ziyuan roared loudly. He didn't dare to be so afraid at this time, and he had to show fearlessness, otherwise he would have no place in the hearts of employees as a sales manager. Snapped. Just as Chui Ziyuan's words fell, when he was about to rush to David, David slapped him again. David's speed was so fast that Chui Ziyuan didn't have time to dodge. However, when David was beating Chui Ziyuan, he looked at Xing Jun with a provocative look in his eyes. It's just that Xing Jun's face was gloomy and motionless. After being slapped twice in a row, Chui Ziyuan was going to be mad, and said to David with anger, David! Chapter 121. Snapped. Just as Chui Ziyuan opened his mouth, he was slapped again by David. David! Snapped. I! Snapped. In the end, as long as Chui Ziyuan opened his mouth, David slapped him, and his whole face became a pig's head. Chui Ziyuan was frightened and looked at David in horror, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. And everyone looked at David in horror, and no one dared to say anything. Then Wang Lanlan sat down with trembling all over her body. H3 our lips trembled, and she dared not say a word again. She was afraid that David would also fight. However, everyone turned their attention to Xing Jun. As the general manager of the company, now employees beat the department manager in public. This kind of thing must be very bad. Everyone wants to see how Xing Jun handles it. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Xing Jun's face was gloomy, but he didn't say a word. The atmosphere in the entire private room became very depressed and silent. Come on, let's just say a few words less. After a few minutes of silence, Xing Jun finally spoke. Xing Jun's sudden speech made everyone feel very strange. They didn't understand that this was the case. Why did Xing Jun keep David to eat? He should be fired on the spot and let him get out. Could it be that David has something to do with Xing Jun? Impossible. The attitude of David talking to Xing Jun just now, it is obvious that the two are not like friends. Everyone was a little confused, and they really couldn't figure out where David had the courage to fight Chui Ziyuan, but Xing Jun didn't care. Sun Xiaoming kept rubbing Chui Ziyuan's swollen cheeks, staring at David with anger full of eyes. Soon, several waiters came in, carrying exquisite dishes. Every dish is worth a lot of money, and it looks very appetizing. After seeing this table of dishes, everyone's eyes finally shifted from David, and every one of them was drooling. David picked up the chopsticks and took the first bite. David's actions, although everyone wanted to say something, but no one dared to speak at this time. After all, Xing Jun didn't speak, what else could they say? Everyone eat together, don't be restrained. After Xing Jun spoke, a group of people couldn't help but start to gobble up. They were just a bunch of part-time workers. How could they have eaten such good food? Looking at the delicious food in front of him, Wang Henin's eyes were hot, but he was able to control it, and he didn't go crazy like everyone else. But this will be very disadvantageous. The food that I wanted to eat will be snatched away by others in the blink of an eye. David saw that Wang Henin was a little embarrassed, so he started to serve Wang Henin. Henin, you eat more, anyway, you don't spend money, don't eat for nothing. Soon, Wang Henin's bowl was filled by David. Looking at David like that, Xing Jun showed some disdain. He wanted to know why Sonia liked David like this. During the meal, Jun was not moving his chopsticks, but kept looking at his watch as if he was waiting for something. "Brother David, I'll go to the bathroom." Wang Henin got up and walked out of the private room. After going out for a few minutes, Wang Henin ran back in a panic and sat beside David with a pale face. "Henin, what's wrong?" David asked. "No, it's okay." Wang Henin hurriedly shook his head. But just after Wang Henin finished speaking, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open, and then 4 burly men walked in. "Little girl, if you bump into me, run away without apologizing to your brother?" One of the big men said to Wang Henin. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry." Wang Henin got up in a hurry and followed several big men to apologize. When the others saw that someone suddenly broke in, they were all frightened. Only Jun showed an imperceptible smile. Chapter 122. The person he was waiting for has finally arrived. These 4 big men are the people behind Liao Feixiong, whom Jun has just met. "I'm sorry and it's over? You bumped into your brother, at least you have to pay your brother a drink." The big man said with a wicked smile. "Then I'll give you a toast." Wang Henin is not afraid of drinking, and she also has the capacity to drink. After pouring 2 glasses of wine, Wang Henin gave the big man a glass. When the big man took the wine glass in Wang Henin's hand, he deliberately touched Wang Henin's hand, which made Wang Henin scream in surprise, and then the wine glass fell to the ground, and the wine inside was also spilled by the big man. "Damn, dare to splash me with wine?" When the big man is angry, he must prepare to act. David got up and pulled Wang Henin behind him, looked at the big man coldly and said, "I apologize to you for her." The big man secretly glanced at Jun. Jun winked desperately, and the big man instantly understood that the person in front of him was the one Jun wanted to deal with. "What are you apologize for her?" The big man reached out and grabbed David's collar, ready to take David out of the private room. Now that they know who it is, they can pull it to a hidden place and directly kill David. If David is killed here, there will be too many people. David directly grabbed the big man's wrist, twisted it slightly, and the big man let go of it in pain. "I hate people grabbing my collar, just a warning this time," David said lightly. The big man looked at his red wrist. A little surprise flashed in his eyes. Seeing David dare to speak like this, Jun was also a little surprised, but the more David did, the faster he would die. "Boy, are you trying to get ahead? Are you capable of going out with me?" the big man said to David. "No problem," David said indifferently. "Brother David." Seeing that David was going out with those people, Wang Henin hurriedly pulled David. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." David smiled at Wang Henin and walked directly outside. Seeing that David followed a few big men out, Wang Henin hurriedly wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Sun Xiaoming. "Henin, what are you doing out? These people are very fierce. Since David dares to go out, he must be sure." Sun Xiaoming persuaded Wang Henin, but she wished David was beaten to death. When Jun saw David being taken away, the smile on his face was even stronger, and he waved to the people who were already pale with fright and said, "Everyone continue." Seeing what Jun said, everyone sat back in their seats, and the atmosphere became more active. "David, it's better to be killed," Chuizhen said fiercely. Now his face is still very painful, and he has long hated David in his heart. A group of people also agreed. No one cared about David's safety, only Wang Henin was worried all the time. Just after the cheerful dinner in the private room, David followed the 4 big men to the backyard. Seeing that the number of people in the backyard was getting scarcer, the 4 big men directly surrounded David. David looked at the 4 people, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "You have so much murderous aura. Are you trying to kill me?" "Boy, someone bought your life. Don't blame our brothers. You can only blame your bad life. I will do it quickly, so that you will suffer less." The big man who had just been pinched by David sore his wrist said. The words fell, and the 4 big men took out their daggers one after another, staring at David with murderous eyes. "I'm dying. Can you tell me who wants to buy my life?" David glanced at the daggers in the hands of the 4 big men, and then asked lightly. Chapter 123. "No, this is the rule." One of the big men shook his head. Since I can't, then I'll ask your boss. As David said, he was about to walk towards the manager's office upstairs. The four big men were stunned. They did not expect that David was not afraid of them at all, and there was a bit of disdain on his face. Court death. With that said, the four big men started working together, and the bright dagger stabbed towards David. David didn't even look at the four of them. With a slight wave of his palm, the four people's wrists suddenly felt smashed by something, and then the daggers in their hands fell to the ground. This time, the four people were dumbfounded, watching David walk into the building in shock, and then walked upstairs. None of them reacted just now, and they didn't even see David touching them, but the dagger in his hand fell like this, and there was a blood-red trace on everyone's wrist. It was not until David disappeared that the four big men reacted and hurriedly chased after David. At this time in the manager's office, Liao Feixiong was looking out the window, holding a cigar in one hand, his brows slightly frowned. Originally, the underground forces in Horrendal were divided into two. Jiatang and their Qilong gang were considered equal in strength. As for the other small gangs, they could be ignored. It's just that Feng Sihai, the leader of the Qilong gang, was injured some time ago, and all the affairs of the Qilong gang were handed over to Liao Feixiong. Now he does not dare to act rashly. Can't stop. Especially when Liao Feixiong saw David hurt Feng Sihai with his own eyes, Liao Feixiong was deeply shocked by David's strength. He didn't know where Lin Tianhu found such a powerful helper. However, Feng Sihai has already gone to his master, Yi Fengchun. As long as Yi Fengchun arrives, the strength of the Qilong gang and Jiatang will be evenly matched. Just as Liao Feixiong was looking out the window and thinking about the future of the Qilong gang, there was a sudden loud noise and the door of the office was kicked open. Liao Feixiong was instantly enraged, and before he turned his head, he scolded loudly, "Paralyzed, who would enter my office without knocking on the door?" But as soon as Liao Feixiong finished speaking, when he turned his head, he was stunned, and then his eyes showed horror. Because he saw David, who injured Feng Sihai, standing in front of him at this time. David didn't know Liao Feixiong. After all, at Gu Wentian's banquet, Feng Sihai brought a lot of people, but they didn't do anything. Only Feng Sihai followed David and got injured by David. "Are you the manager of the Xian and Zhuang?" David asked, looking at the shocked Liao Feixiong. Seeing that David didn't know his identity, Liao Feixiong nodded immediately and said, "Yes, I'm the manager. What's the matter with you?" "Just now your subordinates said that someone bought my life. I came to ask, who is going to buy my life?" David pulled up a chair and sat directly on it. "Buy your life?" Liao Feixiong frowned slightly, but then his eyes suddenly opened, and the whole person began to tremble slightly. He remembered that Xing Jun asked him to kill someone. It wouldn't be so coincidental. Then the person Xing Jun wanted to kill was the devil in front of him, right? Just when Liao Feixiong didn't know how to answer, the four big men also hurried in. "Brother Xiong, this kid has some strength. The four of us are not his opponents," so he ran up. One of the big men said to Liao Feixiong. This time, Liao Feixiong almost didn't slump on the ground. It seems that the person Xing Jun asked him to kill was really the David in front of him. Liao Feixiong regretted it. Knowing that it was David, let alone 1 million, he would not dare to give him any money. Feng Sihai is so powerful, and it is not solved by David. Chapter 124. Mr. Qin, I really didn't know it was you. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to give me 100 courage. When Liao Feixiong saw this time, he could only apologize to David. This was considered a man who had to bow his head under the roof. "You know me?" David frowned slightly. Liao Feixiong smiled awkwardly. "I met Mr. Qin at the ancient banquet, and our leader was injured by Mr. Qin. Since you know that I hurt Feng Sihai, why didn't you seek revenge from me? Are you being so polite to me?" David was very puzzled. Jiatang and Qilong gang have always been at odds, and now David has injured Feng again. All over the world, it stands to reason that when the people of the Qilong gang met him, they were enemies. But this Liao Feixiong in front of him was polite to him and spoke very respectfully. "Mr. Qin is joking. With Mr. Chen's ability, unless I don't want to live, how can I dare to seek revenge against Mr. Qin?" Liao Feixiong said truthfully. David smiled. He didn't expect this Liao Feixiong to be quite honest. A man who can bend and stretch can be considered a hero. Now tell me, who wants to buy my life? David asked. Xing Jun, he gave me 1 million to do this. Liao Feixiong dared to hide it. He wouldn't lose his life for some rules. David smiled coldly. He had long guessed that this was what Xing Jun did. Turning around and walking out of the office, Liao Feixiong realized that he was already soaked all over. Brother Xiong, is the leader really hurt by this guy? He looks too young. After David left, a big man asked in shock. Liao Feixiong said with a gloomy face, "Let me tell you, until the gang leader returns, no one is allowed to provoke this evil star for me." Understood. Nodding, the 4 big men immediately went down to notify. In the private room at this time, Xing Jun and his people had already had a good time drinking. When he saw David being taken away, Xing Jun was very happy, and Cui Ziyuan was also very happy. A general manager, a department manager, and 2 people are happy, so can the others be unhappy? Satisfied, Xing Jun got up and waved his hand. "I'm here today, and I have to work tomorrow. I hope your sales department will make persistent efforts." Xing Jun drank a lot because he was happy, and his face was red. Since Xing Jun announced the disbanding, no one dared to stay, so they got up and prepared to leave. "Brother David hasn't come back yet, shouldn't we wait for him?" Seeing that everyone was leaving, Wang Henin asked anxiously. "Wang Henin, didn't you hear what Mr. Xing said? Let's go back to rest and have a good job tomorrow. Do you want to not listen to Mr. Xing?" Cui Zon yelled at Wang Henin. Wang Henin looked nervous. She didn't dare to disobey Xing Jun, but she was worried about David's safety. "Henin, don't worry about David. Maybe this guy has already sneaked back. Let's go back first." Sun Xiaoming persuaded Wang Henin. Seeing this, Wang Henin can only go back and have a look first. On the other hand, Xing Jun raised the corner of his mouth slightly and sneered in his heart, "David will never go back." But just as everyone was about to leave, the door of the private room was pushed open, and David walked in. David! When they saw David coming in, everyone was stunned. They thought that when David went out, he was beaten and couldn't move. What was even more surprising was Xing Jun, who had already agreed to help him get rid of David. Why would David suddenly appear again? "Brother David!" Seeing that David was back, Wang Henin jumped up happily. "You? How did you get back?" Xing Jun asked incredulously. David smiled coldly. "The matter is resolved. Of course I will come back. Doesn't General Manager Xing want me to come back?" Chapter 125. Xing Jun looked at the playful meaning in David's eyes. For some reason, his body trembled, and he hurriedly calmed down and said, "If I have any hope, come back when you come back." "David, it's not the right time for you to come back. We are already full. If you want to eat, there are some leftovers here. You can eat it, and the rest is a waste." Cui Ziyuan looked at David mockingly and said. The others also laughed, and the laughter was full of ridicule towards David. "Why, your mouth doesn't hurt anymore?" David looked at Cui Ziyuan and sneered. Cui Ziyuan was stunned for a moment, so scared that he instinctively stepped back, covering his face with his hands. Ignore him, let's go." Sun Xiaoming was also afraid that David was doing something, so he pulled Cui Ji away. Everyone also walked out of the private room, and in the end only David and Wang Henin were left. "Brother David, if you're hungry, let's go to the food stalls. Don't eat the rest of them." Wang Henin said to David. "Aren't you full?" David looked at Wang Henin in surprise and asked. "You were taken away just now. I was worried about you, so." Wang Henin lowered her head. Just now she was worried about David's safety, so she didn't eat much. Looking at Wang Henin like that, David felt a little guilty, and said with a faint smile, Go to the food stall?" David took Wang Henin out. Outside Zion Hezwang, Cui Ziyuan respectfully opened the car door to Xing Jun. "Mr. Xing, get in the car." Xing Jun stepped up with one foot, but finally backed out and said, "You guys go first, I forgot there are still things to deal with." Xing Jun wants to go up and ask Liao Feixiong what is going on. If it doesn't work, he needs to get the money back. "What's the matter with General Manager Xing? I can help you deal with it." At this time, David walked out with Wang Henin. and said with a faint smile on his face, "David, who do you think you are? You can also handle the affairs of President Xing." Chui Ziyuan snorted coldly, and then respectfully said to Xing Jun, "President Xing, if there is anything, I can help you deal with it. Some of my personal affairs, you go first." After Xing Jun finished speaking, he glanced at David and turned back to Zion Hezwing. "David, didn't you come from Bentley? Then go now. Do you also have Bentley to pick you up? I haven't seen Bentley yet. Can you ask your friend to come and let me see?" Wang Lanlan suddenly said to David with a mocking expression. "Yes, I want to see Bentley too. I really want to know what this so-called friend David looks like. Don't be a Bentley when you come, and ride a little electric donkey when you go back." Everyone laughed at David. "Why should I let you see?" David sneered. "You're just bragging, you don't have any friends who buy Bentleys. The cost of coercion is too low now. If coercion broke the law, he would have been arrested long ago. Even if he pretends not to break the law, he has already been arrested. You forgot that David just got out of prison." Everyone sang and attacked David. They did this entirely to please Chui Ziyuan. "I know that David came out of prison and was directly cuckolded. With this kind of ability, what are you bragging about in front of us?" Seeing that everyone said this, Chui Ziyuan swelled up instantly, forgetting the scene of the pain in his face just now, and mocking David. David's face suddenly turned cold, and then he waved his palm. Seeing that David was about to make a move, Chui Ziyuan knew he was afraid, so he hurriedly covered his face with his hands and hid behind Sun Xiaoming. "David, what are you doing? If you dare to do it again, I will not finish with you." Sun Xiaoming glared at David. Chapter 126. "Brother David, forget it." Wang Henin also held David's arm tightly. David looked at Sun Xiaoming like that, and finally put his hand down. If he and Sun Xiaoming are too stiff, and when Sun Fuhai talks to his parents, the parents will definitely be worried. Seeing David put down his hands, Chui Ziyuan instantly straightened his back again, but he didn't dare to say anything. At this moment, a Bentley came quickly, and then stopped steadily in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned for a while after seeing this Bentley. David was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this guy Lin Tianhu to be waiting for him. And Wang Henin immediately shouted happily after seeing this Bentley, "This is the car. Brother David is here in this car?" I saw that after the Bentley stopped, a young man in a suit walked down and walked in front of David, and said respectfully, "Mr. Chen, please get in the car." David smiled slightly. He didn't expect that this guy Lin Tianhu would send someone to pick him up. It seems that he knew that he was afraid that others would find out his relationship with him. After all, Lin Tianhu's reputation in Horrendal was not very good. "Henin, let's get in the car and eat the food stalls," David said lightly to Wang Henin. Wang Henin looked surprised and nodded happily. She had never ridden a Bentley before. When he got into the car, David deliberately rolled down the car window, looked at everyone with a bit of sneer on his face and said, "I'll go first." Soon, the Bentley vanished, leaving only Chui Ziyuan and a group of people standing dumbfounded. "Damn, this kid is really sitting on a Bentley. This is too awesome. Isn't this Bentley really his friend?" Everyone was amazed. "Humph, what's so awesome? Isn't it just renting a Bentley ba?" Chui Ziyuan spat fiercely, then got in the car and left. When everyone saw this, they also dispersed in a hurry and went back to their respective homes. In Zion Hezwang's office, Xing Jun found Liao Feixiong with a bit of anger on his face. "Brother Xiong, I have always heard that the Qilong gang has strict rules and never misses what they promised. Why is that David still alive today and not injured at all?" Xing Jun questioned Liao Feixiong. In the face of Xing Jun's questioning, Liao Feixiong slowly got up, and immediately after walking into Xing Jun, he slapped Xing Jun's face fiercely, knocking Xing Jun directly to the ground. As soon as Xing Jun fell to the ground, the four big men put daggers on Xing Jun's neck, which scared Xing Jun a lot. "Paralyzed, you almost killed Lao Tzu, and you dare to ask Lao Tzu to ask the guilt. If it wasn't for your 1 million, Lao Tzu would throw you into the river to feed the fish today." Liao Feixiong roared loudly at Xing Jun. This time, Xing Jun was almost an idiot. He didn't understand what was wrong with Liao Feixiong and why he was so angry at him all of a sudden. Brother Xiong, I don't dare to hurt you, but the thing is not done. You should give me the 1 million. You can't. Before Xing Jun's words were finished, a big man's dagger exerted a little force, and Xing Jun's neck bled instantly. Why are you talking to Brother Xiong? Don't you know our rules? It's impossible to take out the money you have in your hands. The big man roared with a ferocious look on his face. This frightened Xing Jun. He felt the cold dagger on his neck, and he no longer dared to say a word, let alone ask for money. Go away, today's matter. If I hear half a sentence in someone else's mouth, I will kill you. Liao Feixiong threatened Xing Jun. After all, although their business is not a serious business, it is also about credibility. If this is spread, who will find them to deal with things? Chapter 127. If it wasn't for David this time, Liao Feixiong would not be like this. Xing Jun was thrown out, and the whole person seemed a little lost. The 1 million who has worked so hard is gone, but in the end, he didn't do anything to David, and he didn't even get injured. Xing Jun felt too bad. Xing Jun walked out of Zion Hezwang and shouted with all his strength, realizing his dissatisfaction. Yuhua Street is a famous snack street in Horendal. During the daytime, it is difficult to see a single person here, but at night, it is very lively here, and there are food stalls on both sides of the road. David followed Wang Henin to find a food stall and sat down. After ordering something he liked, he waited slowly. Because there are so many people, it takes a long time to wait. Brother David, that Bentley was too comfortable to sit in just now. Is that really your friend's? Wang Henin asked David excitedly. Of course, what did I lie to you for? The one who just drove was my friend's driver. David is not lying. Although Lin Tianhu is David's subordinate, he is also a friend. What business does your friend do? Too rich. Wang Henin is very curious. What exactly does David's friend do? I don't know, it's just some trade or something. He's still single, but he's a little older, or I'll introduce it to you. If Lin Tianhu is not too old, it is not impossible for David to introduce Lin Tianhu to Wang Henin. I don't want it, I want to find, and also find a brother David like you. Wang Henin looked at David and said with love in his eyes. Seeing this, David hurriedly turned his face to the side, not daring to look into Wang Henin's eyes. The dishes are here, let's order beer. At this time, the ordered dishes came, and it was enough to save David, otherwise David really didn't know how to face Wang Henin. Wang Henin's thoughts towards him are so blatant that one can see it. Okay, today we won't go home if we don't get drunk. Wang Henin nodded happily. David ordered 2 cases of beer. After all, Wang Henin could drink 1 case himself. The two chatted while drinking, talking about their childhood. When they were in their teens, David moved to Horendal with his mother from the countryside, and Wang Henin's family lived in Horendal since he was a child. In the past, the community they lived in was okay, but with the rapid economic development, in just a few years, new high-rise buildings continued to rise, so David's community became old and broken. Brother David, I remember when someone bullied me when I was a child, it was you who helped me get ahead. At that time, when I hid behind you, I felt very secure. Wang Henin recalled his childhood and said with emotion. David just smiled and said nothing. Brother David, I remember that you even took out a bird's egg for me, and was chased and beaten by Uncle Chen, and you even gave me the toffee at home. Wang Henin has more and more memories, all because of David's kindness to her. At this moment, a girl with yellow hair, high heels, and a one-step skirt suddenly sat in front of their table. Henin, what a coincidence, I didn't expect you to come here to eat food stalls. The yellow-haired girl patted Wang Henin's shoulder and said. Wang Henin looked up and immediately got up and said, Wu Yifan, didn't you go abroad? When did you come back? Wu Yifan smiled awkwardly. Why go abroad? I have always been at home, and when I say going abroad, I lied to my parents. Then what are you doing now? Wang Henin looked at Wu Yifan and asked. Wu Yifan was silent for a while, and then embarrassedly said, I'm doing public relations. David looked at that Wu Yifan, and at first glance he guessed what Wu Yifan was doing. It must be that kind of unspeakable profession. Chapter 128. Looking at Wu Yifan, Wang Henin seemed to have guessed something and fell silent for a while, not knowing what to say. Who is this? Is that your boyfriend? In order to ease the embarrassment, Wu Yifan looked at David and asked. No, this is my brother David. Wang Henin blushed when he heard this and hurriedly explained. David got up, stretched out his hand towards Wu Yifan and said, Hello, my name is David Chin. Hello, my name is Wu Yifan. Henin and I are classmates and roommates. Wu Yifan followed David and shook hands. But looking at Wang Henin's expression, Wu Yifan knew that this little girl must be liking David, but she just didn't make it clear. David invited Wu Yifan to sit down and eat together, but Wu Yifan was not polite. Henin, there is a class reunion tomorrow, will you go? After Wu Yifan sat down, he asked Wang Henin. Classmates reunion? Who did it? It has been 2 or 3 years since Wang Henin and the others graduated, and they have not organized a class reunion yet. This time, the class reunion was suddenly held, and Wang Henin felt a little surprised. What? Did no one inform you? Wu Yifan was taken aback. Wang Henin shook his head. Wu Yifan sighed and said, It's no wonder that I didn't notify you. It was Zhang Miao who did it. Now she's getting better with Leng Bing. Hearing the name Leng Bing, Wang Henin's body suddenly trembled, and anger began to flash on his face. David looked at Wang Henin's expression, so he asked Wu Yifan, Who is Leng Bing? Wu Yifan didn't answer David directly, but looked at Wang Henin. She would only say it after Wang Henin's permission. Leng Bing is my former boyfriend. Wang Henin answered by himself. Is that the guy who cheated you out of money? David knew that Wang Henin was a dancer because he was cheated by his ex-boyfriend and took loan sharks to do that. Wang Henin nodded. Henin, did Leng Bing deceive you for money? Wu Yifan didn't know about it yet, so he said to Wu Yifan in surprise. After Wu Yifan heard this, he immediately said angrily, I have long thought that this guy is not a good person and that Zhang Miao, but we are still in a dormitory. She targeted you everywhere when she was in school, and now she is still walking with that Leng Bing. Together, it's obviously targeting you, just to let this scumbag Leng Bing treat that Zhang Miao well. That's all in the past. I don't want to have anything to do with that Leng Bing anymore. I won't go to the class reunion. Don't say you've seen me. Wang Henin didn't want to go to the class reunion, and she didn't want Leng Bing to know that it was because of him that Wang Henin didn't go. Since you decided not to go, then I won't go either. It's boring. The current alumni reunion is nothing more than a chance to show off to those students who are doing well. Wang Henin doesn't want to go, and Wu Yifan doesn't want to go either. Henin, why don't you take such an opportunity? Just let the scumbag see how well you are doing now. David persuaded Wang Henin. Brother David? Wang Henin looked at David suspiciously, not understanding what David meant. I'll accompany you tomorrow, just in time for a meal. David smiled faintly. Wang Henin was surprised, but soon a happy smile appeared on his face. Henin, your boyfriend is right, we'll all go there tomorrow and let that scumbag see how well you're doing now. Seeing this, Wu Yifan also persuaded Wang Henin. This time, Wang Henin did not follow Wu Yifan to explain, but nodded. But when David and the 3 of them were drinking and chatting, a man with a fat head and big ears with a golden chain came over and gave Wu Yifan a mouthful of words without saying a word. Chapter 129. I'm from Malgobi, I paid you to call you out. I asked you to drink with me, not with others. I said how can I find you without a shadow for a long time. The fat-headed and big-eared man said cursingly. Seeing this, Wu Yifan hurriedly got up and said humbly, Brother Fat, I met a friend, so I chatted for a while, and I'll go with you right away. At this time, when Wang Henin saw Wu Yifan being beaten, he stood up immediately and said with a displeased face, How can you stretch out your hand and hit someone? What if you spend money, not sell it to you? Wang Henin has worked as a dancer, so he knows what these people think, and if he spends some money to call them out, it becomes his personal property. When the fat-headed and big-eared man saw Wang Henin dare to talk to him like this, his face immediately turned cold. Little girl, you are not small, dare to talk to me like this, I think you are quite a sign, how about sleeping with your brother for a night? It just so happens that you two are together, I'll take a double flight. The fat-headed and big-eared man said that he was about to do something to Wang Henin, but he didn't take David sitting beside him at all. "Brother Fat, this is a friend of mine. She is ignorant. I will accompany you tonight. I promise to make Brother Fat feel comfortable." Wu Yifan hurriedly stopped the fat-headed man and said, "Now that the time has come, Wu Yifan is not afraid that Wang Henin and David will know what they are doing. Go away, I just want to play Shuangfei. You are stopping me, believe it or not, I will kill you." The fat man with big ears pushed Wu Yifan away and said. Seeing this, Wang Henin hurriedly supported Wu Yifan, and then glared at the fat man with big ears. She knew that the more frightened you were, the more frightened people looked at, the more they would gain an inch, so Wang Henin was not afraid at all. Little girl is a little brave. Seeing Wang Henin staring at him, the man with the fat head and big ears grinned and grabbed at Wang Henin. Snapped. But when the fat-headed and big-eared man was grabbing towards Wang Henin, suddenly a sitting David made a move, and a beer bottle smashed directly on the man's head. The blood flowed down the man's head in an instant, and the man suddenly hugged his head with his hands in pain and squatted on the ground. When Wu Yifan saw that David actually did something to this fat-headed man, his face turned pale with fright. "Fat brother, are you all right?" Wu Yifan hurriedly helped the man up and asked. "Fuck you." The fat-headed and big-eared man pushed Wu Yifan away, then glared at David and said, "Paralyzed, if you dare to beat me, you have eaten the guts of a bear and a leopard. I'm going to kill you today." Seeing that this guy still dared to scold, David immediately picked up another wine bottle, which scared the fat-headed man and ran out very far, and then shouted, "Wait for me, you kid, I'll call someone." Soon, the man with the fat head and big ears ran away, while David looked at Wang Henin and Wu Yifan as if nothing was wrong and said, "Sit down, let's continue eating. What else to eat? Hurry up and run. Do you know who this guy is? He is covering the street this time, and there are more than a dozen people under his command. How can you do something to him? It's going to be troublesome now." Wu Yifan's face is full of anxiety, like an ant on a hot pot. Where is he in the mood to eat? "Don't worry, we can just keep eating. Don't be afraid of him." David smiled lightly. Seeing that David was not afraid at all, Wu Yifan looked at Wang Henin strangely and asked, "Henin, what does your boyfriend do? Does it have a lot of background?" Chapter 130. After knowing the identity of the man, David was not afraid at all. In Wu Yifan's opinion, David must have a background, otherwise he would not be so indifferent. "We work together, we have been neighbors since we were teenagers, and we have no background." Wang Henin frowned slightly. "Impossible, no background, why are you not afraid at all?" Wu Yifan didn't believe it. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been terrified when he heard the identity of the man. "I really don't have any background. Brother David, he just went to prison and just came out." From Wang Henin's point of view, David's experience in prison should be considered a background. After all, ordinary people are somewhat afraid of seeing people who have been in prison. "No wonder, I used to stay there, and it looks like I know some people, but this fat guy is not just a gangster covering a street, he is a member of the Qilong gang, so I advise you to take Henin with you." Wu Yifan persuaded David. Qilong gang? David felt a little interesting when he heard it. "Why do you always encounter people from the Qilong gang today? Why are you afraid? The Qilong gang is the biggest gang in Horrendal. You know those 3 sects and 9 rates. It's impossible to protect you. You should take Henin away now. I'll see if I can persuade one." Persuade the fat brother. The big deal is that you don't want any money tonight. Wu Yifan intends to plead with the fat-headed man by himself. "Afraid?" David laughed. "The people of the Qilong gang are afraid of me, they will run away when they see me." "Afraid of you?" Wu Yifan glanced at David and said angrily, "I'm not joking with you. If you want to pretend, you can do it yourself, but you can't implicate Henin." Wu Yifan said, took Wang Henin's hand and said, "Henin, let's go, let him stay alone and pretend. Look at what kind of boyfriend you are looking for." At first, David persuaded Wang Henin to participate in the alumni reunion. Wu Yifan still had some good feelings for David, but at this time his good feelings were gone. In her opinion, David was just a person who only pretended to be pushy. "Yifan, Brother David is not the kind of person you said. Wang Henin didn't want to leave, but was forced to leave by Wu Yifan. Henin, don't be stupid, you don't mix with the Tao, you don't know the power of the Qilong gang. In the whole Horrendal, there is no one who is not afraid of the Qilong gang. This David has been in prison for several years, I really don't know how high the sky is. Now, Wu Yifan holds Wang Henin and doesn't let go. Just when Wu Yifan was pulling with Wang Henin, a group of people suddenly gathered around, and the man who was leading was the fat man with big ears, and at this time the man's head was already bandaged. Seeing that man brought someone over, Wu Yifan turned pale with fright, and let go of Wang Henin, feeling a little overwhelmed. Wang Henin was horrified when he saw that there were so many people on the other side, and all of them were vicious. Only David is still sitting in the same place calmly. Boy, you are so fucking good, you didn't even run, I'll let you know how good I am today. The fat-headed and big-eared man said, bent over and picked up a wine bottle and waved it towards David. Fat guy. Seeing this, Wu Yifan hurriedly stepped forward to stop the fat-headed man. Fat brother, calm down, he has already regretted it just now. And when I told him about the fat brother's identity, he would have been scared to death, and the fat brother was watching. For my face, please spare him once. I will accompany the fat brother for a few nights for free, and let him pay some money to make amends for the fat brother. The man with the fat head and ears still wanted to hold back, but when he heard that the other party was willing to pay for the solution, he took back the wine bottle in his hand and asked Wu Yifan, how much can he pay? My head is nothing. Anyone can do it. Chapter 131. Wu Yifan was stunned. How did she know how much David could pay? She could only look at David and asked, Brother Fat asked you, how much do you want to pay to solve this problem? I can tell you, if Brother Fat didn't look at my face, even if you pay, Brother Fat will ruin you. Wu Yifan frightened David, hoping that David would pay a little more money to send this man away and save himself the pain of flesh and blood. Seeing Wu Yifan touting himself like this, the fat man with big ears finally had a smile on his face. Is this number okay? David slowly stretched out a finger. You want to send me for $10,000? The fat-headed and big-eared man said with a cold expression on his face. David, what do you think? If you beat the fat guy, you will pay $10,000 to send the beggars. Wu Yifan reprimanded David and winked desperately at David. I'm not talking about 10,000 yuan. David shook his head. 100,000 yuan is not much, said the fat-headed man. Wu Yifan was also in a bit of a dilemma at this time. 100,000 yuan is reasonably a lot. Looking at David like this, and he has just been released from prison, it is impossible to have much money. Fat brother, look at him like this, I feel that 100,000 is his limit. He was just released from prison, and he probably doesn't have much money on him. Wu Yifan is begging for David. Just got out of prison? The fat-headed and big-eared man was stunned for a moment. No wonder he is so ruthless and has a little courage. I don't care whether he has money or not, and if he wants to send me for 100,000, it is impossible. Seeing that the man didn't agree, Wu Yifan could only look at David again and said, You take more. No, I still have some on me and I will lend it to you, but I can agree that you have to pay it back, and this money is my opinion. I only borrowed it for Henin's face. I'm not talking about 100,000. David shook his head again. Seeing that David said it was not 100,000, Wu Yifan was stunned, but the fat-headed man had excitement on his face, but he still pretended to be cold and said, Did you mean 1,000,000? If you can make 1,000,000, I won't care about you. Since you have also entered the game, I can let you mix with me. I'm talking about $1. David said, took out a coin from his pocket, and tossed it gently in his hand. Seeing David and paying himself $1, the man suddenly became angry. You dare to play with me, today I will kill you. Then Wu Yifan was also suddenly furious. David, what do you mean? I begged for mercy, but you didn't appreciate it, only offered $1, I don't care about you. Wu Yifan was pissed off by David. If it wasn't for Wang Henin's sake, she wouldn't care about David. Wu Yifan dodged aside, and the fat man with big ears picked up a chair and smashed it towards David. This time, he brought more than a dozen people, but he was no longer afraid of David, and his attack was obviously a lot more ruthless, so he directly attacked him. But when the fat-headed and big-eared man smashed at David, David suddenly flicked the coin in his hand, and the coin hit the man's wrist like a bullet. A burst of severe pain came, and the man threw away the chair in his hand. Looking at his wrist, he was already bleeding. Hack him for me," the fat-headed man growled. Seeing this, a dozen people brought by the man took out their weapons and rushed towards David. "Brother David!" Seeing this, Wang Henin was so frightened that she screamed and wanted to protect David, but was held back by Wu Yifan. At this time, Wang Henin's words in the past are also in vain to take his own life. Chapter 132. Facing more than a dozen people, David was still sitting on the chair. Without even moving, the expression on his face remained the same. It's just that he picked up a plate of peanuts on the table, then suddenly grabbed a handful, and threw it at the dozen people who rushed over. Seeing David throwing peanuts at him, all the dozens of people showed disdain on their faces, and no one did. What damage can a peanut hit on the body do? But soon, these dozen people regretted it, because they felt that the peanuts hit their bodies as if they were hit by a bullet. Their whole body shook suddenly, and then they fell to the ground one after another. There is blood flowing out. Seeing this scene, the fat-headed and big-eared man was stunned. His whole body seemed to have been immobilized, and he stared motionlessly at the mourning subordinates in front of him. What's going on? The fat-headed and big-eared man swallowed hard. She didn't answer him, because Wu Yifan was already stunned at this time. She didn't expect David to be so powerful. Wu Yifan instinctively turned her head to Wang Henin. She hoped that Wang Henin could explain to her well what happened to David. At this time, Wang Henin was also stunned. She didn't even know that David had such ability. With just a handful of peanuts, he directly killed more than a dozen people, which was incredible. "Are you still killing me?" David asked indifferently, looking at the fat-headed man. The man's Adam's apple rolled and wanted to say something, but looking at David's indifferent expression, he couldn't say a word. After a while, the fat-headed and big-eared man woke up from the shock, and after trying his best to take 2 deep breaths, he said to David, "Boy, you really have 2 strokes, but you know who I am. Human? I am a member of the Qilong gang, and this trip to the street is also from the Qilong gang. If you hit me now, you are following our entire Qilong gang as an enemy. What about being an enemy of your Qilong gang? If you have the ability, just use it." David couldn't help but sneer. The fat-headed and big-eared man's face flushed red, and finally he took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Although I don't know who he is calling, everyone knows that the fat-headed man must be calling for a helper. Soon, after hanging up the phone, the fat-headed and big-eared man showed a hint of pride on his face. "Boy, wait to die. This time Brother Xiong comes in person. Even if you have 100, don't even think about leaving alive." This man called Liao Feixiong, and now Feng Sihai has left the Qilong gang and left everything to Liao Feixiong to take care of it, so now there is a problem, he can only call Liao Feixiong. Hearing the words of Brother Xiong, David laughed. He just came out of Liao Feixiong's office, but he didn't expect to meet again soon. "Okay, I'll wait and see. How can the bear brother you mentioned make me die?" David said with disdain. On the other side, Wu Yifan heard the words of Brother Xiong. His face turned green, he hurriedly winked at Wang Henin, and then whispered in Wang Henin's ear, "Henin, please persuade David, let's go. Don't think that if you have 2 strokes, you are not afraid of anyone. Let me tell you, this Brother Xiong is the right-hand man next to Feng Sihai, the leader of the Qilong gang. He is very capable of fighting and he is ruthless." Hearing this, Wang Henin was also quite frightened, nodded slightly, then walked to David's side, and said softly, "Brother David, let's go, it's too late." Chapter 133. Wang Henin didn't follow David to tell the truth about Brother Xiong's greatness, because she knew that David's heart had already swelled to the extreme at this time. If she said this, David would not leave. David looked at Wu Yifan, then looked at Wang Henin and said, "Henin, you and Wu Yifan go first, I'll go home in a while." Seeing that David didn't leave, Wang Henin was very anxious, so he could only say truthfully, "Brother David, Yifan just said that Brother Xiong is very powerful, we should not provoke him." "It's okay, I'm not afraid." David smiled slightly. Seeing that David didn't listen to his advice, Wu Yifan could only reprimanded loudly, "Don't think that you are invincible if you have 2 strokes. This brother Xiong is the right-hand man of the Qilong gang, and he is very capable of fighting. That's it, it is estimated that 2 or 3 if you can't beat him, do you still dare to stay?" "What's not to dare?" David's face didn't matter. Wu Yifan was going to be so mad that he could only pull Wang Henin away, desperately pulling her away. "Henin, let's go, really leave him alone, now he has provoked the Qilong gang. It's definitely impossible to see the sun tomorrow, we die with him, it's not worth it." Wang Henin was dragged away by Wu Yifan. Although the fat-headed and big-eared man did not want Wu Yifan and Wang Henin to leave, Liao Feixiong had not arrived yet, so he did not dare to make a sound, so as not to be beaten by David. Not long after Wu Yifan pulled Wang Henin away, he saw several cars approaching at high speed, and then stopped in front of the food stall. When the food stall owner saw this, he was so frightened that he hid in the house, and the people around him who were eating and watching the fun all dispersed at this time. They all know Liao Feixiong's reputation, and no one dares to provoke such a person, or even lose his life. When the fat-headed man saw this, he hurried over and respectfully opened the door of the first car. Liao Feixiong walked out of the car with a cigar in his mouth, and the people who were looking at him were full of envy. "Brother Xiong." Seeing Liao Feixiong, the fat-headed and big-eared man shouted hurriedly, with endless grievances on his face. "Fat boy, look at you, what a shame for the Qilong gang." Liao Feixiong frowned as he looked at the fat-headed and big-eared man. "Where is the troublemaker?" "Brother Xiong, just sitting there." The man pointed at David and said. Liao Feixiong looked in the direction of his fingers, and when he saw that it was David sitting, Liao Feixiong shook slightly, and the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground. Seeing Liao Feixiong's gaffe, the fat-headed and big-eared man looked confused, and hurriedly picked up the cigar and said, "Brother Xiong, this guy is only one person, but he has some skills. All my subordinates have been beaten." Liao Feixiong was so angry he really wanted to scold the fat boy. David has some skills here. He is obviously very powerful. Even Feng Sihai was defeated by 1 kick. Who can be David's opponent in the whole Horrendal? Brother Xiong. David looked at Liao Feixiong at this moment with a playful expression on his face. "We are really destined to meet again." Hearing this, Liao Feixiong hurriedly changed into a smiling face and walked up. "Mr. Qin is joking, it's because I have no way to discipline me." This time, the fat-headed and big-eared man was dumbfounded. He stared at the flattering Liao Feixiong, not understanding what happened. "Your subordinates are very good. You said that I have 100 lives, and I can't do without here tonight." The corner of David's mouth raised slightly and said, "How is it possible, Mr. Chen's ability, who can stop Horrendal?" Liao Feixiong smiled awkwardly, then looked at the fat man with big ears and said, "Fat boy, get over here." Chapter 134. The fat-headed and big-eared man had a confused look on his face, so he could only walk over slowly. "Don't kneel down for me and apologize to Mr. Chen." Liao Feixiong kicked the man fiercely. The fat-headed and big-eared man knelt down in front of David at once. "Okay, don't come with me. Before you help find his master, I won't touch you, unless you don't provoke me with eyes." David knew that Liao Feixiong was just pretending in front of him to give him face. David injured Feng Sihai, and this hatred was formed with the Qilong gang. It is impossible for Liao Feixiong to truly respect himself. After David finished speaking, he got up and left. Liao Feixiong looked at David's back with a cold glow in his eyes. Brother Xiong, this person is?" Watching David leave, the fat-headed and big-eared man stood up and asked Liao Feixiong with a puzzled face. Snapped. Liao Feixiong slapped the fat man with big ears in the face. "I tell you, if you see him in the future, hide away from me. Our helper was injured by him. If you can live today, just burn incense." After Liao Feixiong finished speaking, he also took people away. In the end, only the fat-headed and big-eared man was left standing where he was in horror. In the community, Wang Henin was anxiously waiting for David at the door. Wu Yifan sent Wang Henin back and left. "Henin, if you don't go home, who are you waiting for?" Seeing that Wang Henin was back, Wang Changfeng didn't even go home, so she asked, "Mom, go home first, I'll be waiting for brother David." Wang Henin said with a bit of anxiety on his face, "What happened to David? Didn't you come back together?" Seeing Wang Henin's anxious look, Wang Changfeng asked hurriedly. Wang Henin was stunned, not knowing how to explain it to his mother. "Henin, where's David? Didn't you come back with you?" At this time, Barbara and Chen Baogua also came. Seeing Barbara and Chen Baogua, Wang Henin was afraid that the two would be worried, so he hurriedly said, "Brother David has something to do, he may not be back until later. This kid doesn't know what he's busy with, he's already off work, how can he have so many things to do?" Barbara muttered, "Aunt Chen, go back first, I'll just wait for brother David here." Wang Henin wants Barbara to follow Chen Baogua. "After all, when will David come back? Maybe he can come back. I wanted to give you a surprise. David, the child, hasn't come back so late." Barbara said with a sigh. "Surprise?" Wang Henin was taken aback. Seeing this, Wang Changfeng hurriedly explained, "Your Uncle Chen saw that you and your brother David were both at work, and it was inconvenient to take the bus back and forth, so I bought a car and let you drive on the way to work. I wanted to surprise you, brother David. He hasn't come back yet? Aunt Wang, you have money in this car too. It was bought by our family for our 2 children." Barbara said quickly, "Forget it, I just added a few thousand yuan, and the rest of the money is not from you." Wang Changfeng laughed. "This is a scooter for 2 people. When their jobs are stable, let them buy it themselves. We are all old and we can only help here." Chen Baogua also spoke at this time. "No, the days to come will depend on the 2 of them." Wang Changfeng nodded. Listening to the chat of several people, Wang Henin's face instantly turned red, and the elders of the 2 families had already recognized her and David's affairs. Wang Henin didn't have any objection in her heart. Following David's contact during this period, she also found that she gradually fell in love with David. Chapter 135. It's just David's attitude, Wang Henin doesn't know, and she can't guess David. "You are so late, what are you talking about at the door?" At this moment, David walked over with a smile on his face. "Brother David." Seeing David coming back, Wang Henin hurried over and looked at David with concern to see if David was injured. When Wang Changfeng and Chen Baogua saw Wang Henin following David, they both laughed. Only Barbara sighed, "It would be great if I could see 2 children get married." When David heard it, he wanted to explain to his parents that he just treated Wang Henin as his sister, but seeing the hot eyes of the 2 adults, he didn't know how to speak. "Mom, don't worry, I will find a way to cure your eyes." David didn't explain, he just said lightly, "I'm used to it. Leave me alone. You 2 are working hard, and you will be rich in the future. You are buying a wedding house and buying a car. Your dad and I probably won't be able to help you anymore." Barbara said with some remorse. "After all, David is not married yet, but their parents have no ability to help. I feel very guilty." "Barbara, don't be like this. It's all right for the 2 children to live well. Anyway, my family doesn't want anything." Wang Changfeng patted Barbara on the shoulder. David listened, and his heart felt uncomfortable for a while. He really didn't know how to open his mouth. "Brother David, Uncle Chen bought you a car. We can drive to work tomorrow?" Wang Henin said to David that she did this to interrupt the conversation of the elders. After all, she and David had not even established a relationship. It was too early to talk about their marriage. "David, your dad has been running all day today. Although the car he bought for you is not a good car, it is better than taking the bus to work." Wang Changfeng also said to David. When the group walked downstairs, David and Wang Henin saw that there was a silver-white Chang'an sedan parked in the parking space downstairs, but at first glance it was not a new car. "David, this is a second-hand Chang'an. Although it is second-hand, it has few kilometers. It is still a first-hand car. The car is in good condition. I will buy it for you for more than 40,000. Don't blame me. Dad is nothing." Chen Baogua followed David apologetically. David listened to Chen Baogua's words, and his eyes suddenly became wet. "Dad, this car is very good. I can make money now. You don't have to worry about it. Well, I can feel relieved to see you go to work with peace of mind. As long as you work hard, Everything will happen in the future. Chen Baogua nodded and encouraged David. David wanted to go to work for a few days, but he made an excuse for not going to work because work affected his cultivation too much, but now he doesn't dare to think about not going to work, so he can only go to work temporarily to stabilize his parents' emotions. The next day, when David drove a second-hand Chang'an to the company, he was ridiculed by a group of people, but David didn't care. And Wang Hanin also turned a deaf ear to everyone's words. At this moment, she was very happy in her heart. She could sit in the co-pilot every day and go to work with David. After get off work, she was happy. David, you must come up with today's accounts, or else you'll get out of my way. Not long after going to work, Cui Ziyuan found David and ordered. What happened last night? David, who Cui Ziyuan hated so much, beat himself up in public and humiliated himself. Cui Ziyuan couldn't just let it go. David looked at Cui Ziyuan coldly, but ignored him, but Wang Hanin was a little anxious. Manager Cui, with so many accounts, how could brother David ask for it in one day? Isn't that embarrassing him? David did not speak, but Wang Hanin complained for David. Chapter 136. What? You also want to go with him to ask for the account? If so, you go to a group with him. If you can't finish it today, don't do it all. Seeing that Wang Hanin dared to question himself, Cui Ziyuan said with a cold face. Manager Cui, I choose to transfer the team. At this time, Zhang Tongjian hurriedly raised his hand and said. He could see that Cui Ziyuan was targeting David, and David was very disrespectful to Xing Jun yesterday. He felt that he would be dragged down by David sooner or later. All right, let Wang Hanin follow you. Cui Ziyuan nodded. This time, Sun Xiaoming looked at it and didn't speak for Wang Hanin. After all, David beat Cui Ziyuan yesterday, which made her very unhappy, especially when David dared to offend Xing Jun. This is an act of courting death. Cui Ziyuan returned to the office, while Zhang Tongjian hurriedly cleaned up and moved away the things on his desk like he was dodging the plague. Looking at Zhang Tongjian like that, David smiled coldly. He originally felt that Zhang Tongjian was a pretty good guy, but he wanted to reuse him in the future. Managed. But now, David has no such idea. Maybe this is the so-called workplace. When facing conflicts of interest, he will save himself. Brother David, what should I do? Wang Hanin looked at David helplessly. Their parents are happy that they can find such a good job, but if they are fired, how will their parents explain it? Don't worry, those accounts will be credited to the company's account soon. David comforted Wang Hanin. Even so, Wang Hanin doesn't quite believe that those companies that owe their debts, how could they take the initiative to repay the money, unless those bosses are sick? Hanin, why do you say you are so troubled? It's over, even you are afraid that you will be expelled. With your conditions, what kind of boyfriend can't be found, you will share with David, sister will give you find a rich second generation. Wang Lanlan leaned over and said to Wang Hanin. Wang Hanin didn't speak, just shook her head. Even if she was fired, she would not be separated from David. Silly girl. Seeing this, Wang Lanlan could only helplessly smile. Sonia may have persuaded Wang Hanin originally, but looking at this situation, she feels that it is unnecessary. She knows that David and Wang Hanin are going to work today, the last day. It was just 2 days ago that I was fired directly. This is probably the first case in the company. No, I have never seen such a crazy employee, even the manager dared to fight. He deserves it. What is he pretending to do? He really has the ability. Will he come here to work? Others in the sales department were talking about David. Just as everyone was talking about it, suddenly people from the finance department came in a hurry. Xiao Sun, why did you come to our sales department? Is there something wrong with the accounts? Seeing people from the finance department coming, Sun Xiaoming stepped forward and asked. Sister Xiaoming, your sales department is too good. As soon as you go to work today, all the debts from outside have been credited to the company's account. Now there is no company that owes money. Who is in charge of your sales department? It's amazing. Financial Xiao Sun excitedly followed Sun Xiaoming and said, What? Are all the debts back? Sun Xiaoming was stunned. And the rest of the sales department got up one after another, looking at the financial little grandson with an incredible look. Xiao Sun, Are you right? Are you really paying all the debts? Wang Lanlan also asked incredulously. Don't you know what I've lied to you about? Your sales department has been chasing the arrears all the time. Wouldn't you know who got it back? Finance Xiao Sun looked at Sun Xiaoming and Wang Lanlan curiously. Chapter 137. Oh, I know, of course our manager came forward to chase it back. Sun Xiaoming suddenly reacted and said hurriedly. This kind of good thing, of course, must be placed on Cui Ziyuan's head. Maybe this time, Cui Ziyuan will be promoted to become the manager of the purchasing department. Manager Cui is really capable. Xiao Sun smiled slightly. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to check the accounts with Manager Cui. Xiao Sun walked into Cui Ziyuan's office, and everyone in the sales department was in a frenzy. Damn it, who is this arrogant? All the accounts are going to come up? It's too good. You have to know a lot of accounts, but they are all from a few years ago. It's very difficult to get. Could it be that David? Seeing how confident he is today, he seems to know that the debt will be returned. Take it down, he can bring all these accounts up like that? Didn't I hear that all companies took the initiative to pay them back? It has a F.art relationship with him. Speaking of which, David is so damn lucky, it looks like he won't be fired today. The people from the sales department gathered around to discuss. Brother David, that's great, we won't be fired. Wang Henin asked David excitedly. Didn't I tell you long ago, don't worry? David smiled. How did you know that the arrears will come back today? Wang Henin looked at David strangely and asked. Secret. David smiled and didn't tell Wang Henin. There are some things he doesn't want Wang Henin to know, but sooner or later he will follow Wang Henin to confess. Just when the people in the sales department were talking, Cui Ziyuan came out with Xiao Sun in finance, and when he saw Cui Ziyuan coming out, everyone stopped talking. Cui Ziyuan gave David a cold look, and then left. At this time, in the office of the general manager of the company, Xing Jun sat behind the desk with a gloomy face. Xing Jun still had a band-aid on his neck. His neck was cut last night, and 5 faint handprints could still be seen on his face. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and Xing Jun said coldly, Come in. Mr. Xing, you are looking for me? As soon as he entered the door, Cui Ziyuan asked respectfully. It's just that Cui Ziyuan was stunned as soon as the words fell, because he saw that there were a few faint red marks on Du Xingjuan's face, which was obviously slapped. Seeing Cui Ziyuan staring at him like this, Xing Jun frowned slightly. Does it look good? When Cui Ziyuan heard this, his whole body trembled with fright, and he hurriedly lowered his head and did not dare to make a sound. The accounts of the sales department, you asked that David for? Xing Jun asked. Cui Ziyuan didn't know what Xing Jun meant, so he could only nod his head. Yes, I just want him to hit the wall and kill his spirit, but I don't want this kid to be so lucky. The companies that owe their debts today turned their money away. It's all back. Xing Jun smiled coldly. He knew why these arrears were suddenly repaid. It must have been Sonia's help behind the scenes. However, in the company, only Xing Jun knows the relationship between David and Sonia. In the future, I will let David talk about the contract with Tianmei Daily Chemical. Xing Jun looked at some of the partner information in his hand and said to Cui Ziyuan, Tianmei. Cui Ziyuan was stunned. Mr. Xing, Tianmei is a big customer, and the Xiao family has always been staring at this customer and asked David to talk. Will this disgust Tianmei and think that we are not sincere? Cui Ziyuan did not understand why Xing Jun gave such an important customer to David. You must know that when such a customer signs a contract, the commission they get from sales is sky-high. What? Are you questioning my decision? Xing Jun's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 138. Don't dare, everything is subject to President Xing's arrangement. How could Cui Ziyuan dare to disobey Xing Jun? After all, he is his immediate boss. When Cui Ziyuan left, Xing Jun slowly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Young Master Xiao, things are arranged, Tianmei's contract, I will shoot David to discuss. You did a good job, cooperate with me well, what the Su family can give you, I will give you double. There was a burst of wanton laughter on the other side of the phone, and then hung up the phone. Xing Jun's phone number was dialed to Jordan. Xing Jun knew that David was following Jordan's holiday, and also knew that David's girlfriend was occupied by Jordan. In Horrendal, the Xiao family and the Su family are of equal strength, and the two are also competitors. The Xiao family once poached Xing Jun with a high salary, but Xing Jun liked Sonia and always wanted to get along with Sonia, so he rejected the Xiao family. But after last night, Xing Jun failed to hire a murderer to kill David, and he was slapped in the face, which made Xing Jun more and more angry, so he got in touch with Jordan. The reason why David went to discuss the contract with Tianmei was Jordan's idea. Jordan just wanted to humiliate David. How could a big customer like Tianmei, a small salesperson of David, talk about it? Jordan went in person and humiliated David. In Horrendal's hospital ward, Jordan is still recovering from his injuries. Brother Lei, I'll make you happy. That guy David is not worth your attention. To you, he's just an ant. Without Sonia to protect him, he'd be a piece of tea. Delia looked at Jordan, who was sitting on the hospital bed, and said happily, "Break my arm, of course I want to play with him, I want to slowly kill him." The corner of Jordan's mouth was slightly raised, and his eyes were full of chills. Brother Lei, that guy David can hit him twice, you can't beat him, and the Lin Tian who you are looking for is not reliable. If you want to deal with David, I think you should find some other experts. Delia suggested. Don't worry, I have already sent someone to contact the Qilong gang. In the entire Horrendal, Lin Tianhu is not the only Ji Hall. The Qilong gang is as famous as the Ji Hall, and it is more than enough to deal with a David. Jordan knew that he couldn't beat David, and the Lin Tianhu he was looking for was useless, so he found someone to contact the Qilong gang again. Although the Xiao family is very powerful in Horrendal, it is a business family after all, so they are not familiar with gang forces like the Qilong gang, and they need to find a middleman to introduce it. Brother Lei, when the contract is negotiated, I will also go. I want to see David's shabby appearance. Some time ago, he was so arrogant with the support of Sonia. Now I want to see if he can be arrogant. When Delia remembered how she was humiliated by David some time ago, she was so angry that she died. No problem, just watch him get trampled under my feet. Jordan smiled proudly. In the sales department, Cui Ziyuan was very puzzled why Xing Jun gave David such an important customer, but Xing Jun said he had to do it. David, you are lucky, all the debts you owe are suddenly paid back, but as a qualified salesperson, you must not only be able to collect accounts, but also be able to negotiate contracts, so you must learn to negotiate contracts and follow the regulations. You don't talk nonsense, say something directly. David said to Cui Ziyuan impatiently. It is estimated that only David himself is the one who follows Cui Ziyuan to talk like this. Hearing David's phone call, Cui Ziyuan was angry, and he almost vomited blood, but he didn't dare to fire David for no reason, because he didn't know what Xing Jun was thinking. The company decided to let you follow Tianmei Daily Chemical to discuss cooperation matters. You must know that Tianmei Daily Chemical is also the largest cosmetics industry company in Horrendal. If you can negotiate, the commission will naturally be an unexpected figure, but if you talk about it, then. Chapter 139. Stop talking nonsense, give me the information. David looked impatient. This Cui Ziyuan said so much nonsense. In fact, he was not jealous of himself, he wanted to embarrass himself. Cui Ziyuan's face was cold, and he directly threw the information to David. This time I will definitely find a way to expel you to make you so arrogant. Cui Ziyuan gritted his teeth, thinking secretly in his heart. Cui Ziyuan, what do you mean? I've been talking about Meiku all day. Do you know how long I've been with me? Why did you give it to him suddenly? At this moment, Sun Xiaoming became anxious and shouted directly at Cui Ziyuan. Everyone knows that Tianmei is a big customer. If they can negotiate, the commission must be very large, so Cui Ziyuan gave this Tianmei to Sun Xiaoming at the beginning. After all, no one in the sales department dared to say anything about his relationship with Sun Xiaoming. And for this client, Cui Ziyuan accompanied Sun Xiaoming many times, and Sun Xiaoming has been working hard. But at this time, he suddenly gave the client to David. How could Sun Xiaoming not get angry? Cui Ziyuan pulled Sun Xiaoming and said to Sun Xiaoming, "Don't make trouble, I'll explain to you later." After he finished speaking, Chui Ziyuan looked at David and said, "David, this customer is our company's most important customer, so you have to hurry up and set a time. When can we talk about it?" "Tomorrow." David wanted to talk about the afternoon, but he thought that he would have to inform Lin Tianhu to check in advance, so he said tomorrow. "Tomorrow?" Chui Ziyuan was taken aback. Everyone in the sales department was stunned, looking at David in disbelief. "David, are you out of your mind? This is Tianmei Daily Chemical. You said you can negotiate the contract tomorrow?" Wang Lanlan sneered and laughed and said with contempt, "David, can you stop bragging? Do you know how long I've been with this client? It's been 3 months, and I haven't been able to talk about it for 3 months. You can talk about it tomorrow?" Sun Xiaoming looked at David angrily. David said this. She was simply humiliating her. "I haven't talked about it for 3 months, and David actually said that he can do it in 1 day. Isn't this laughing at his incompetence?" Seeing David like that, Chui Ziyuan sneered, "David, this is what you said. If you can't talk about it, you'd better get out of your way. Don't talk big in our sales department." "No problem." David happily agreed. This time, Chui Ziyuan was very happy. He knew that David would definitely not be able to negotiate the contract tomorrow. If it was so easy, he would not have accompanied Sun Xiaoming for 3 months. With the Xiao family watching, how could it be so easy to talk about it? Chui Ziyuan pulled Sun Xiaoming into the office to explain, while the others in the sales department gave David a disdainful look, and they all dispersed. When David got the information, he didn't read it, but sent it to Lin Tianhu, but Wang Henin became nervous and spent the whole day studying Tianmei's information. "Henin, you have a class reunion tonight, and it's almost time to get off work now. Get ready first, don't look at that information." Seeing Wang Henin's anxious face, David continued to study Tianmei's information, so he persuaded him. "Brother David, it's too difficult to deal with the beauty of daily chemicals today. The general manager of Tianmei is a person who can't make money. What are we going to talk about tomorrow?" Whereas Wang Henin still thinking about participating in the class reunion. If there is no way to negotiate a contract tomorrow, David will be fired. If David leaves, Wang Henin himself does not want to stay. "Don't you believe me?" David looked at Wang Henin. "If I say I can definitely do it, don't worry." Chapter 140. Wang Henin looked at David's firm eyes, and finally nodded. "I believe it." David smiled slightly, patted Wang Henin's head gently. His eyes showed the kind of doting like a brother and a sister. Just after get off work, Wang Henin received a call from Wu Yifan, urging her to hurry up. Many classmates arrived. Wang Henin inquired about the address, and the class reunion turned out to be at the Regal Hotel. This made Wang Henin a little hesitant, because this class reunion is AA system. Choosing such a luxurious hotel, the cost is definitely not small. She doesn't want to spend this money, it feels too wasteful. However, after David's persuasion, Wang Henin agreed to go. The two of them drove the second-hand Chang'an and went straight to the Regal Hotel. As soon as the two arrived at the door of the Regal Hotel, they saw that Wu Yifan was already waiting anxiously at the door. When Wu Yifan saw David, she was a little surprised. She felt that David offended the Qilong gang last night and would definitely be beaten to death. Looking at David, there is nothing at all. "You didn't get beaten last night?" Wu Yifan asked suspiciously. "Didn't I tell you, the Qilong gang are afraid of me, how dare they hit me?" David smiled slightly. "Just blow it." Wu Yifan rolled her eyes. She didn't believe what David said. How could a gang as big as the Qilong gang be afraid of David? It must have been solved by David, perhaps by spending money. Believe it or not, David didn't explain anymore. "Today's Hanin class reunion, you will drive to Chang'an? If you don't have a good car, it is better to take a taxi than to drive a broken Chang'an. Look at the parking lot here, is there such a broken car?" Wu Yifan reprimanded David angrily. At that time, David encouraged Wang Henin to come to the class reunion. Wu Yifan thought that David would find a way to give Wang Henin a face at the class reunion, but now he is driving a broken Chang'an. What happened to Chang'an? Support domestic production? David didn't care at all. Wang Henin also hurriedly said, "I think this car is very good, It is more comfortable than the bus, let's get in. Seeing that Wang Henin also said the same, Wu Yifan did not continue to reprimand David, and the three walked into the hotel together. In a luxurious private room, there were already more than a dozen sitting, men and women, chatting and laughing very lively. One of the men with a partial score and a gold watch on his hand is particularly eye-catching. Almost everyone is centered on this man, constantly talking and touting. This man is Leng Bing, Wang Henin's ex-boyfriend, although he did not follow Wang Henin and the others, but Leng Bing attended this class reunion as Zhang Miao's boyfriend. Miao Miao, you are so lucky to have found such a good boyfriend. You must know that Brother Bing used to be at school, that's school grass. No, when I first entered the school, Brother Bing was all-powerful in the school. I had a crush on Brother Bing at that time. Look at this watch brought by Brother Bing. It is estimated to cost hundreds of thousands. This is the successful person. Brother Bing is now running his own company, he's so cool. Everyone touted Leng Bing and that Zhang Miao, and they were all fluttering about what they said. It's just a meal, what a successful person, this watch is not worth much, and it was only more than 300,000 when I asked a friend to bring it back from Switzerland. Although Leng Bing is modest in his mouth, his tone of speech is obviously showing off. In fact, when Leng Bing said this, who could not hear what he meant by showing off, but who would dare to say it at this time? Can only make cold Versailles once. Chapter 141. Damn it, more than 300,000? Brother Bing has a watch, I have to work hard for 10 years. People are more dead than people, and goods are thrown away, we can't compare. Brother Bing has good looks and financial resources. Such a man is simply the best. Miao Miao, when are you going to break up with Brother Bing? I'll make a reservation in advance. Even if I become Brother Bing's girlfriend for a day, I'm willing to. A group of people boasted and said jokingly. It made Leng Bing and Zhang Miao burst into laughter, and the feeling of being so envious of others is really great. I remember Brother Bing was with Wang Henin before, why did they break up? Suddenly a long-haired girl in a dress said, this girl is also Wang Henin's dormitory, her name is Wang Yutian, so she knows some things about Wang Henin following Leng Bing. When Wang Yutian asked this question, no one was talking in an instant, and the atmosphere became awkward for a while. After all, Wang Henin and Zhang Miao are roommates in the same dormitory, and now Zhang Miao is equivalent to robbing Wang Henin's boyfriend. Seeing this coldly, a sad face suddenly appeared on his face, and he pretended to be reluctant to say, it's hard to say, this is the last thing I don't want to mention, I have given so much affection to Wang Henin, but she is not satisfied at all. In addition to spending money, I also like to go to bars, and in the end I went to the bar to become a dancer, I really can't stand it anymore. What Leng Bing said was very emotional, so that all the people looked at him with pity. It seems that Leng Bing still knows Wang Henin very well, and even he knows Wang Henin as a dancer. Why is this Wang Henin like this? I didn't see it in school before, but she can go to a bar and be a dancer. Knowing people and faces but not hearts, looking at Wang Henin is very pure, so she is such a woman. I'm so pitiful Brother Bing, such a good man, who was so kind to Wang Henin back then, she didn't even know how to cherish it. I heard that Wang Henin will also come to the class reunion, I really don't know where she got the courage. Brother Bing, that kind of person is not worth your sorrow for her. Now you and Miao Miao are a good match. Everyone accused Wang Henin and comforted Leng Bing. There were tears in Leng Bing's eyes, and he nodded slightly. Fortunately, I have met Miao Miao now, so that my wounded heart has a place to rely on. I have to say that Leng Bing's acting skills are top-notch, and he instantly pulled everyone to his side, all accusing Wang Henin. At this time, Wang Henin didn't know that she had already become the target of public criticism before she arrived. Hey, I lived with Wang Henin for 3 years, and I didn't even know she was this kind of person. Wang Yutian curled her lips. No wonder she finds a labor prisoner as her boyfriend now. As soon as Wang Yutian's voice fell, everyone was in a frenzy, looking at Wang Yutian in disbelief. Wang Yutian, who did you listen to? Is it unreliable? Zhang Meng hurriedly asked Wang Yutian. I also heard what Wu Yifan said. We talked on the phone last night. She told me that Wang Henin had found a prisoner who had just come out of prison to be her boyfriend. I was surprised at the time, but now Wang Henin is even a dancer. A labor prisoner is not bad, Wang Yutin said. After Zhang Miao heard this, she burst into laughter. She was thinking that if Wang Henin brought her boyfriend, she would definitely humiliate Wang Henin. And Leng Bing inadvertently raised the corner of his mouth after hearing that Wang Henin had found a boyfriend of a labor prisoner. At this moment, Wu Yifan and Wang Henin arrived, pushed open the door and walked in, followed by David. Hello everyone, long time no see. After Wu Yifan entered the door, he greeted everyone. Chapter 142. Hello everyone. Wang Henin also smiled and said hello to everyone, but when she saw Leng Bing her eyes dodged, and she didn't dare to look directly at Leng Bing. Wang Henin was afraid that she couldn't help it for a while and became angry with Leng Bing. After all, this Leng Bing hurt her very badly, but this was a class reunion, and Wang Henin didn't want to screw it up. Seeing Wang Henin seeing Leng Bing's eyes dodging, this made everyone believe Leng Bing's words even more. Wang Henin must have done something sorry for Leng Bing, which is why he behaved like this. Wu Yifan said hello to Wang Henin, and found that everyone looked at Wang Henin with strange eyes, and both of them were a little confused. Wang Henin, I didn't expect you to be such a person, and you dare to come to the alumni reunion, I really see you wrong. At this time, Wang Yutin said to Wang Henin angrily. This time, Wang Henin was directly confused. She didn't understand what Wang Yutian was talking about. Wang Yutian, where did Henin provoke you? The old classmates haven't seen you for many years. Why do you say such things when you meet? Wu Yifan stepped forward and questioned Wang Yutin. But when Wang Yutian was about to speak, Leng Bing stood up. Okay, let's not talk about the past. Today we are all here to drink and talk about feelings. No one should make it unpleasant. Leng Bing spoke, but Wang Yutian didn't speak. Baffling. Wu Yifan pulled Wang Henin to find a seat, and David sat down beside Wang Henin unceremoniously. Seeing David, everyone looked up and down, with playfulness and contempt in their eyes. Henin, who is this man? This is our class reunion, isn't it bad to bring outsiders? Zhang Miao spoke first and asked Wang Henin. She asked this on purpose, and she wanted to see how Wang Henin answered. Wang Henin looked at David, opened his mouth but didn't know how to introduce David. If David is his boyfriend, the two have no established relationship at all. But if you are talking about your own friends, it's not appropriate to bring your friends on occasions like class reunions. Hello everyone, my name is David Chen, I'm Henin's boyfriend. David got up generously and introduced himself with a slight smile. Seeing David's explanation, Wang Henin's face instantly showed joy. He nodded towards Zhang Miao and said, "This is my boyfriend." Zhang Miao glanced at David and asked with some contempt in his eyes, "What does your boyfriend do?" "We work as a salesperson for a company." Wang Henin said truthfully. "Being a salesperson? That should be a lot of commission, right? Now I heard that salespersons make a lot of money." Zhang Miao continued to ask. It seemed that he wanted to find out David's details. "I don't know either, we just went to work for a few days." Wang Henin said with an expression on her face. She didn't want to deal with this Zhang Miao. But the more Wang Henin didn't want to pay attention to Zhang Miao became more and more complacent, and still asked Wang Henin reluctantly, "Then what did your boyfriend do before he became a salesperson?" Zhang Miao just wanted to force Wang Henin to tell David's imprisonment, so as to embarrass Wang Henin. Wang Henin didn't speak this time, because she didn't know how to answer. After all, David was just released from prison, so she couldn't say it directly. That would definitely be ridiculed by everyone, and David was also very shameless. "Why are you embarrassed to say it? They are all old classmates. There is nothing ashamed. If your boyfriend's work is not going well, we can all help introduce him. But before introducing, you have to get to know him first." Although Zhang Miao said it nicely, she obviously didn't want to introduce David to a good job. She just wanted to make Wang Henin look ugly. Chapter 143. Zhang Miao, are you checking the hoku? If you ask questions, let's serve and eat. In order not to embarrass Wang Henin, Wu Yifan hurriedly said to Zhang Miao. But Zhang Miao didn't give up, and looked at Wang Henin, who was embarrassed, and said, "Henin, your boyfriend's previous work is still kept secret? Is there something you can't say, such as being in prison? In Zhang Miao's words, it was even clear. Hearing Zhang Miao say this, Wang Henin was surprised. She never told anyone about this matter. Why would Zhang Miao know about it? At this time, Wang Henin looked at Wu Yifan, because only Wu Yifan knew about David's imprisonment last night. Wu Yifan was also surprised, and finally put his eyes on Wang Yutian. His eyes were full of anger. Wang Yutian, are you chewing your tongue? Wu Yifan told Wang Yutian last night, and now Zhang Miao knows it too. That must be what Wang Yutian said. Wu Yifan, why is this talking nonsense? I'm just speaking from facts. Wang Yutian didn't defend herself, she just admitted it. This made Wu Yifan angry, and at the same time, Wu Yifan was also a little worried. Because of her job as a young lady, Wang Yutian also knew that if she was stabbed at this time, she would be really shameless. Wu Yifan was afraid of angering Wang Yutian, and she also shook out her own affairs, so she stopped talking. Henin, it's not a hard thing to say that your boyfriend has been in prison. Why don't you tell me? We don't discriminate against him. Your current status is a good match for your boyfriend, a dancer, a labor prisoner, a match made in heaven. Haha. After Zhang Miao finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter, and the ridicule in their eyes showed without protection. Wang Henin's face was flushed with anger. She didn't want to come. She knew that she would be ridiculed by everyone when she participated in this class reunion. Now, in this situation, she didn't have the courage to stay. Wang slowly got up and wanted to leave, but was stopped by David. Henin, I haven't eaten yet. Why are you leaving? Let's talk after dinner. Yeah, I'm just joking with you. As for being angry, look at how aggressive your boyfriend is. This is a regal hotel. If you don't have this class reunion, I'm afraid you'll never want to eat here for the rest of your life. If you're afraid if you don't have the money to take your share, you can tell me, I'll help you out. 108,000 is nothing to me. Zhang Miao said to Wang Henin with a sneer. Zhang Miao said this, Wang Henin can't leave now. If he leaves now, it proves that he is afraid of spending money to leave. No need, we still have this money. David smiled slightly. Well, since you have money, then I don't have to worry about it. I'm really afraid that after dinner, if there is another evasion, it will be a shame. Zhang Miao said, and then looked at Leng Bing and said, Brother Bing, didn't you say that you have booked the banquet in advance? Let them go. No problem. Leng Bing smiled slightly. I booked a banquet of 58,008 this time, excluding the drinks. The drinks were brought by myself from Maotai. We counted a dozen of us, and each of us couldn't spend 10,000. 8,000, I'll let them serve now. After speaking coldly after making a phone call, the private room door was quickly pushed open, and one by one exquisite dishes were brought up. It's just that these people looked at the table full of dishes, and no one had a happy expression. After all, they had just started working not long ago, and many people had no savings at all. After eating 18,000 in this meal, they would feel distressed. Give money. Chapter 144. Leng Bing looked at everyone's expressions, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Although this meal doesn't cost much today, I know that many people are not rich now. You just need to call me Brother Bing and toast me with a glass of wine. I'll pay for you. After Leng Bing finished speaking, he looked at Wang Henin and David. It was obvious that Leng Bing's proposal was aimed at them both. Brother Bing is mighty, I will respect you first. As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately raised a wine glass and toasted a cold glass. Soon, they all toasted Leng Bing with their faces flattering. In the end, only Wang Henin, David and Wu Yifan were left. Yifan, won't you give Brother Bing a toast? Wang Yutian asked. $18,000, I still have it. Wu Yifan's meaning is obvious. She would rather pay for the money herself than toast Leng Bing. What kind of big money are you pretending to be? 18,000 yuan? How many times do you have to sleep to earn it? For your own good, I don't appreciate it. Wang Yutian rolled her eyes and said, This sentence, like a thunderbolt from the blue, suddenly exploded, and everyone looked at Wu Yifan. And Wu Yifan's face was ashen, feeling the eyes of everyone, and even got the feeling of getting into a mouse hole. Wang Yutian, what the H3L are you talking about? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Wu Yifan stood up abruptly, holding a wine bottle in his hand. Wu Yifan, keep your mouth clean. Who's talking nonsense? Don't you know what you did yourself? Wang Yutian is not to be outdone. Wu Yifan was trembling with gas from the bottle, and the bottle in his hand was about to be thrown at Wang Yutian. She regretted it now. She took Wang Yutian as her sister, but the other party betrayed her. This is Zhang Miao getting up, grabbing the wine bottle from Wu Yifan's hand, and roaring with a cold face. What are you two making a fuss about? I'm the one who arranged this class reunion today. Are you two making trouble like this? My face? If this is the case, the two of you will get out of my way. Zhang Miao relied on Leng Bing as his boyfriend, so he regarded himself as the leader. But after such a roar, Wang Yutian didn't dare to speak, and Wu Yifan sat back with tears in his angry eyes. It's just that everyone looked at Wu Yifan with a bit of enthusiasm, especially those male classmates. After all, Wu Yifan is quite good-looking. Now they may only spend a few hundred yuan to sleep with Wu Yifan for one night. After this incident, Wu Yifan kept his head down and didn't say a word. Come on, let's all eat together. You can't eat such a good thing normally. Zhang Miao ignored Wu Yifan and said to the crowd. Everyone started to eat lively. No one cared about Wu Yifan. Only Wang Henin kept comforting Wu Yifan, but Wu Yifan still didn't say a word. Everyone pushed the cups for a change, while David just took care of his own meals. No one paid any attention to him, and he didn't pay any attention to anyone. Looking at David coldly, he raised a glass of wine and said, Brother David, why do you only eat vegetables and not drink? Do you want to eat your portion back? Don't hold back. Ha ha ha. As soon as the cold voice fell, everyone burst into laughter. David wiped his mouth with a tissue and said without the slightest anger, This wine is too bad, I'm not used to drinking it. David said a word, everyone was stunned. This wine is Maodai, a bottle of several thousand yuan. David actually said that he is not used to drinking it? He sneered coldly, You are not used to drinking this Mao, what do you want to drink? You don't need to spend money on this wine. If you choose another wine, you will also pay for it. It doesn't matter if it's money or not, it's mainly because I drink too much wine and cough. David said lightly. Chapter 145. I'm just kidding, they are so arrogant, I haven't heard of anyone coughing after drinking alcohol. A prisoner of labor reform, what are you pretending to be? I don't think you have ever drunk Mao. I really can't listen anymore, hot ears. When everyone heard David's words, they all roared angrily. That Zhang Miao also smiled disdainfully, and then said to Wang Henin, Henin, look at the boyfriend you found, it's really a weird one, even if you're poor, you still pretend to be rich. Wang Henin ignored Zhang Miao, but she also didn't understand what happened to David today. Brother David, if I'm not mistaken, you came from Chang'an, right? These few bottles of wine can probably buy you a car. What else do you think you are wearing? Asked coldly with a sneer. After Ling Bing said this, everyone discovered that David had a car key of Chang'an car hanging on his waist. It's just to support domestic production, there is Bentley, I don't like to drive it. David said lightly. Lin Tianhu's Bentley, David drives it whenever he wants, the entire Jiatang is his own, not to mention a car. Leng Bing just took a sip of water, and when he heard David's words, he sprayed it out. I have lived so much, and I have never seen such a calm bragging. You are also a wizard. You still have Bentley? I don't think you have even seen what Bentley looks like, right? Leng Bing laughed out loud and laughed so hard. The others also laughed, leaning back and forth, and some even burst into tears. Compared to you, I'm even worse. I've never seen a girl who cheated on her for money, and she can still pretend to have a dinner so calmly. David said with a cold smile. When Leng Bing heard David's words, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a gloomy face. What are you talking about? I don't understand. The cold eyes narrowed slightly and looked at David. What I said, you understand in your heart that you know better than me whether you have cheated money or not. David also stared at the cold eyes without showing weakness. The eyes of the two people collided, and the atmosphere in the entire private room instantly became tense. What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Bing costs hundreds of thousands of dollars for a watch. How could it be possible to deceive people? Zhang Miao shouted at David loudly. In Zhang Miao's mind, Leng Bing is an ideal man with wealth and wealth. How could such a wealthy person deceive other people's money? Yes, Brother Bing's family has a watch. I'm afraid you can't afford it with all your wealth. You don't have to spray blood here. Wang Yutian also said to David. Obviously no one believed David's words, and none of them believed that Leng Bing would deceive people. It's just a fake watch and it's worth showing off? David smiled coldly. From the moment he entered the door, David found out that the cold watch was fake. Now David only needs to send out his spiritual power to test it out. Everyone looked at Leng Bing, even Wang Henin, who had been comforting Wu Yifan, couldn't help but look at the gold watch on Leng Bing's wrist. There was a trace of panic in the cold eyes, and then he burst into anger. You are talking nonsense. My gold watch is imported from Switzerland. Have you ever seen a gold watch? You dare to think it is fake? David, forget it if you are jealous of Brother Bing. Why do you say his watch is fake? Isn't it just a few $100,000? Brother Bing doesn't have money, so why wear a fake one? With more than 1 million Mercedes-Benz S, you wouldn't say his car is fake, right? Zhang Miao questioned David. Brother Bing's identity, how could he wear a fake watch? When I was in school, I heard that Brother Bing was very rich. How could it be possible to wear a fake watch? Mourning for misfortune, anger for not arguing. If you don't have it, you say that others are fake. What kind of psychology do you have? After listening to Zhang Miao's questioning, everyone blamed David. Chapter 146. Wang Yutian also glared at David and said, You don't even look at this gold watch, so you say it's fake. It's obvious that you're jealous, whether you can't bear it when you see that your girlfriend's former boyfriend is stronger than you. I'm just telling the truth. David smiled lightly. Bah! Wang Yutian sighed. You are just jealous. If you have the ability, you can show evidence. David, you and I only met today. What do you mean by targeting me everywhere? Seeing so many people talking for him, believing in himself, Leng Bing suddenly said with a cold face, If you don't tell me about this matter, I'll let you go out sideways. Do you believe it? Okay. David sneered. Is it a fake watch? You know best. Now since you are looking for humiliation yourself, don't blame me. David said, stood up and said, Give me your watch, and I will prove it to you. How do you want to prove it? Leng Bing shrank his hand, and instead of giving David a watch, he asked vigilantly, My watch is hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you break it, can you pay for it? Leng Bing will not give the watch to David. After all, Leng Bing knows that the watch is fake. He is just creating the identity of a rich man. It's very simple. As long as you drop it on the ground, you can argue whether it's true or false. David said lightly. As long as the gold watch is broken, you can see it right away. The movement of the gold watch is made of gold, and it is impossible for you to imitate the movement exactly the same. You want to drop my watch? Hearing Leng Bing, he felt guilty. David, this watch costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you dropped it for me, can you afford it? Leng Bing will not let David fall. This watch is fake, and it will be revealed once it is dropped. Yes, can you afford to pay? You dare to drop a watch worth hundreds of thousands on the ground. What kind of identification method is this? If you don't have that ability, don't brag about it. I thought you really knew how to distinguish between true and false. Everyone criticized and ridiculed David. David smiled and said, There is a way to tell the difference without falling. To know that gold is different from other metals, just weigh the watch and compare it with the official website. The fake watch is real, and the weight cannot be faked. After all, the weight of gold is different from other metal materials. As soon as everyone heard it, this is a way, and there is no need to damage the watch. You weigh it when you say it? A trace of panic flashed in Leng Bing's eyes. He wouldn't know how to weigh, after all. He also knew that there was no way to fake this weight. David, you are jealous of Brother Bing, saying that his watch is fake. If it's not fake, what would you do? You can't just say it. Brother Bing will listen to your arrangements. Zhang Miao asked David, If this watch is true, I will pay for the meal myself. David said confidently, This watch is fake. David has full confidence. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Leng Bing. Brother Bing, Let him say that since he dares to say that, then let him give up, and we can eat a meal for free. Lung Bing was a little panicked at this time, and cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. He never imagined that David was holding onto his watch. This watch needs a precise weighing instrument, but we don't have it now. How to weigh it? Can you know it by weighing it with your hands? Asked coldly. Well, since you are right, there is no weighing instrument now, but do you dare to show me your watch? I only need to take a look. David laughed. What do you want? Did you fall for me? Asked Lung Bing vigilantly. No, I will never damage it. If it is damaged a little, no matter whether your watch is genuine or not, I will pay you the real price. David shook his head. He didn't need to drop a cold watch. He just said that he would know the truth if he dropped it, but he was just teasing the cold. Chapter 147. Just show it to you. Lung Bing knew that if he didn't show David, he was afraid that David would be unkind, so he took off his watch and handed it to David, and then said, so many people have watched it. If you fall for me, then pay me the original price. Lung Bing believes that if David is not broken, and if it is not weighed, it is impossible to tell the authenticity of this gold watch. After all, this is a high imitation. A watch master can do it. He doesn't believe that David can see it at a glance. David took Lung Bing's gold watch, and after playing with it for a while, he handed it back to Lung Bing. That's it. Lung Bing took his watch and looked at David with a puzzled expression. Just look at it and you'll know if it's true or not? Yes, I just need to take a look. David nodded. Pretending to be a ghost, with a cold snort, he put the watch back on. Just as everyone was waiting for David to show evidence, Zhang Miao suddenly screamed. Brother Bing, look at your watch. Lung Bing was stunned for a moment, hurriedly looked at the watch, and the whole person was stunned. Many classmates were all puzzled, and looked at the cold golden watch. At a glance, they were all stunned. I saw the gold watch on Lung Bing's hand. At this time, it has long lost its golden luster and turned into the color of red copper. It is obvious that the pieces on it have faded. Looking at it like this gold watch must be fake. How can real gold fade? Everyone looked at Lung Bing, their eyes were weird, and the atmosphere was very embarrassing. The imitation of this watch is too bad. I lost my gold powder. David picked up a wet towel and wiped it, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The cold face is gloomy and uncertain, not to mention how ugly it is. On the other hand, Zhang Miao looked at Lung Bing in shock, not knowing what to say. Originally aloof and arrogant and cold at this time, his face felt hot, and he didn't dare to look at the people around him. Brother Bing, you were not cheated by your friends? How did you buy a fake watch from Switzerland? Someone couldn't help but ask. This time, it was a reminder of Lung Bing. Lung Bing was instantly overjoyed, then raised his head and said, It must be that guy who lied to me. He spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy me a fake watch. If I catch him, I will definitely not spare him. Speaking coldly, the gold watch in his hand slammed to the ground and shattered. However, some people looked at Lung Bing, but there was no trust in their eyes. Obviously, this Lung Bing was pretending to be a fake. These liars are so hateful. Isn't it just a watch worth 300,000? Brother Bing will definitely not fake it. You must know that Brother Bing has driven a car worth more than 1 million, so you can buy a fake watch to pretend to be forced. Zhang Miao stood on the side of Lung Bing at this time, defending Lung Bing. Lung Bing also took the opportunity to put his Mercedes-Benz car key on the table to show his identity. Who knows if the car is rented? David sneered at this time. In fact, many people also have this idea. After all, the cold gold watch is fake, so this Mercedes-Benz car may also be rented. After all, if you rent it for a day, it will not cost much. Art, how could it be rented? I've seen Brother Bing drive this car for a long time, and it's not just today. Zhang Miao scolded David angrily. Is it rented? Can't you find out if you bring the driving license? David said, As long as you bring the driving license, you will know at a glance whether it has a cold name on it. Zhang Miao looked at Lung Bing, and seemed to want Lung Bing to bring his driving license so that David would shut up. Lung Bing hurriedly said, I have to go to the car to get it, it's too troublesome, don't you just want to see if I really have this ability? I'll order a watch online again now, I'm not used to wearing it without a watch. Chapter 148. With that said, Lung Bing directly ordered a watch worth more than 200,000 online in front of everyone. And the payment is successful, just waiting for the delivery. This time, everyone's envious eyes returned again, and they all believed that Lung Bing was really powerful, and the fake watch must have been deceived. Lung Bing also let out a long sigh, and his status as a local tyrant was finally preserved. David looked at Lung Bing and smiled lightly. Online orders can be returned, and after tonight, Lung Bing can completely return without losing a penny. However, David didn't get it through. He still wanted to play along with this Lung Bing. The matter of the gold watch was just an episode, and it did not affect Lung Bing's identity in the eyes of everyone. He looked at David coldly, with provocation in his eyes. He knew that this guy David just wanted to make himself look bad, but now he not only didn't make a fool of himself, but everyone's attitude towards him became more and more respectful. You just said that you are not poor in money, and you are not used to drinking Maodai. What kind of wine do you want to drink? This Regal Hotel has all kinds of wine, but it depends on whether you can afford it. Lung Bing was almost thrown by David, and now he wants to return it. How about the brandy? David looked at Lung Bing with a sneer, and his eyes were also provocative. Do you dare to drink it? I'm afraid you bought the watch with all the money, and you won't have the money to pay the bill in a while. Lung Bing was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect David to choose such an expensive wine. To know that a bottle of brandy starts at 200,000. The others also looked at David in surprise, and the expressions on their faces were incredible. Brother David, Wang Hanin gently pulled the corner of David's shirt. She has been in a bar and knows the price of brandy. This bottle is only a few $100,000. Even if they only take one share, that's not a lot. Seeing Wang Hanin's expression, Lung Bing suddenly laughed. He knew that David was pretending to be coercive and deliberately said such expensive wine to scare him. The brandy is good. I've had it a few times. If you want to drink it, let's have a few bottles. Lung Bing gave David the right to choose. He wanted to see if David dared to say that he wanted to drink it. At this time, everyone looked at David with a sneer in their eyes. They thought that David would not dare to ask for it. This time, David shot himself in the foot. Okay. David nodded. Waiter, 5 bottles of brandy. David did not give Lung Bing another chance to refuse, and shouted directly to the service staff. Seeing that David ordered 5 bottles of brandy in one go, everyone was shocked. That Lung Bing was also startled and instinctively wanted to stop it, but he quickly reacted. He thought that David must still be stimulating him. Even if he asked for 5 bottles of brandy, if he didn't open it, he didn't need to spend any money. Thinking of this, Lung Bing finally breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that he almost fell for David. 5 bottles are too few, come 10 bottles. He looked at David coldly and playfully. Since David can play like this, he will too. Anyway, you don't have to open it in the end, you can just go back when the time comes. Damn it, I've never had one before. Brother Bing actually asked for 10 bottles. Brother Bing is awesome. Look, this is really a local tyrant. What kind of coercion is David pretending to be, a labor reform prisoner? The clothes he wears are not worth 200 yuan, and he says that he drinks brandy. Bah. When you pretend to be a real local tyrant, it may be today's scene. Just wait and see how this David ends. Everyone looked at David with fascination. They wanted to see how David ended. At this time, Wang Hanin was frightened. 10 bottles of brandy would be 2 million. Even if she and David counted one share, it would cost nearly 200,000, and a meal would cost 200,000. If my parents knew about this, they would definitely be killed. Chapter 149. Brother David, forget it. Wang Hanin looked nervous and persuaded David in a low voice. Seeing Wang Hanin like that, Lung Bing suddenly laughed and looked at David with a playful look on his face. Boy, it's too late for you to regret it now, as you are now. I'm afraid you won't be able to take out 20,000, right? Drinking brandy, you can't brag like you do. Regret? David raised his mouth slightly. What do you regret? Isn't it just drinking a few bottles of brandy, and it's not that you haven't had one? What is there to regret? If you regret it, you can call the waiter back now. Haha, What a joke, how could I regret it? 1 or 2 million is nothing in my eyes. He laughed coldly, but he cursed David secretly in his heart. He wanted to see how long David could hold it, and when the wine was brought, David would definitely not be able to hold it any longer. Soon, the waiter brought 10 bottles of brandy to the table. Everyone looked at the brandy in front of them, and their eyes were green. They had never drunk such expensive wine. Sir, do you need to open it? The waiter looked at Lung Bing and asked. Lung Bing was stunned for a moment, then looked at David and said, David, open it? If the wine is opened, there is no room for regret. Lung Bing is forcing David to compromise. He knows that David is pretending to be forced, and he will definitely not let the wine open. Lung Bing didn't want to open it. After all, he didn't have that much money for a meal of more than 1 million. David smiled coldly, and then said to the waiter, Please open all the wine. Okay, sir. The waiter opened a bottle of brandy with a bang. This time Lung Bing was dumbfounded. He didn't expect David to actually let the waiter open the wine. Bang. Another bottle of wine was opened by the waiter. Every time the sound of the bottle was opened, it was like a sledgehammer hitting his cold heart, which made him feel distressed. Soon, cold sweat broke out on Lung Bing's forehead. David, this is the Regal Hotel, the Su family's property. Don't even think about cheating and escaping the bill in the end. That's impossible. Lung Bing threatened David, and he hoped that David could stop the waiter from opening the wine at this time. I didn't think about escaping the order. Are you worried about the money? If that's the case, you can tell the waiter not to open the wine now. David looked at Lung Bing with a sneer on his face and asked, How can I feel bad for money? I can't earn a month's pocket money for a year. How could Lung Bing stop him at this time? Wouldn't he slap himself in the face? He wanted these 10 bottles of brandy. But seeing that 10 bottles of wine have been opened, blood is dripping from the cold heart. I still feel like drinking this wine. David picked up a bottle of brandy, poured himself a big glass, and then drank it. Seeing David drinking like this, he glanced coldly and disdainfully, and then said to everyone, Everyone drink together, don't let someone drink it all, as if you've never seen wine before. When everyone heard it, they all picked up the bottles and poured themselves wine. Even Wang Yutian and Zhang Miao, who didn't drink, poured themselves a big glass. You must know that this is hundreds of thousands of bottles of wine. Drink? I am afraid that I will never have a chance to drink it in my life. Wang Henin didn't drink, but was still comforting Wu Yifan. The blow this time seemed to be so big to Wu Yifan that she kept lying on the table silently. Lung Bing watched everyone drink wine, and he was secretly relieved. He had already thought about it when he paid the bill later. He would not take the money by himself. He could pay for the meal by himself, but all the wine was if you drink it, you have to pay for it. Chapter 150. Let him pay for more than 1 million by himself, but he won't be the one to take advantage of. But everyone still doesn't know what Lung Bing is thinking, and they are still touting to Lung Bing. If it wasn't for Brother Bing today, I'm afraid I would never be able to drink such a good wine in my life. No, Brother Bing is too awesome, a meal of more than 1 million, without blinking an eye. Some people are just beyond their own power, and they want to compete with Brother Bing without looking at how much they weigh. And David ignored the ridicule of these people at all, because he knew that it was time for these people to cry. Soon, 10 bottles of brandy were eaten, everyone was full, and a few were already dizzy. I've had the wine and the food, let's go too. David said to Wang Henin. Wang Henin nodded, helped Wu Yifan up, and walked out of the private room. Seeing this, Lung Bing hurriedly followed the crowd out. He wanted to see what David paid for, but don't pay the bill in the end. How much did we spend in total? Lung Bing walked to the front desk and asked. Sir, you have spent a total of 2.1 million. The cashier at the front desk said quickly. Nodding coldly, then he took out his mobile phone and calculated, and said to David, David, there are 14 of us, and each of us consumes 150,000. The 3 of you, you only need to pay 450,000 now. Can 450,000 not much? David smiled lightly. David, at this time, you are still pretending to be forceful. It's not much 450,000, but you take it out. What are you waiting for? Zhang Miao sneered. I don't think it's worth 450,000 to buy him. He really treats himself as a big money. Wang Yutian also mocked David. Everyone else was also waiting to see David's joke. They wanted to see how David came up with the 450,000. They must know that an ordinary wage earner might not be able to save 450,000 in 10 years. At this time, Wang Henin looked at David anxiously. She had no money. Where did she get the 450,000? And Wu Yifan, who had been bowing his head and said nothing, slowly raised his head and said, I still have 200,000 in my hand, I can take it out. After all, Wu Yifan himself had a share of the meal, so David could not be allowed to spend money, and she had to call Wang Henin to come, but it turned out like this. What's more, she knew that David had no money, and it didn't take long for her to get out of prison, and her family was not a wealthy family, so the 450,000 might be an astronomical figure for David. Wu Yifan, what are you pretending to be a rich woman? Do you know how many times you will sell the 200,000? You should have pity on yourself first. When Zhang Miao saw that Wu Yifan was going to pay, he immediately said mockingly, When Wu Yifan heard this, his face flushed with anger. Soon, Wu Yifan's eyes suddenly darkened, and he fainted out of anger. Yifan. Seeing this, Wang Henin hurriedly supported Wu Yifan and shouted. David stepped forward and tapped Wu Yifan's wrist lightly, knowing that Wu Yifan was just in a hurry and he would be fine in a while, so he said to Wang Henin, Henin, take her home first, I will handle it here. Brother David, this money. Don't worry about it, I have a way, let's send her back quickly. David said firmly. Wang Henin looked at David, and then at Wu Yifan, who had fainted, and finally had to send Wu Yifan away. David, you let them go ahead of time. Are you planning to break the jar and break the bill directly? Leng Bing asked David. Delinquent. David smiled lightly. I don't have any debts at all, where did the delinquents come from?